Good morning. Chawe Chulu, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry of the Republic of Zambia. Excellencies, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representatives of the Diplomatic Corps. Invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here with us in Lusaka and joining us online from around the world. All protocols observed. I'm delighted to join you all here today and welcome you to this Chatham House conference on emerging powers in Africa, regional and national economic linkages in Eastern and Southern Africa. As most of you know, Chatham House is a London-based global think tank with a mission to support governments and societies build a sustainably secure, just, and prosperous world. We pursue this mission through facilitating dialogue, conducting research and analysis, and elevating the perspectives of a diverse range of international voices through our global platform. Chatham House is perhaps most known for its famous rule, which states that the content of a meeting may be shared, but names and affiliations must be kept private. However, I am happy to say that today we'll be fully on the record, and we welcome the local and international media that have joined us here physically as well as watching online. Chatham House celebrated its 100 years anniversary in 2020. And throughout our history, Africa has been an important part of our work. In the 1960s, President Kenneth Kaunda of the newly independent Republic of Zambia spoke at our institute in London, as did other African founding fathers, including Hastings Banda of Malawi and Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. In 2002, a full-time Africa program was established. And to celebrate the centenary of the Institute in 2020 and the 20th anniversary of its Africa program this year, we have dedicated a series of activities to the research topic of African agency in international affairs. This work has highlighted the active participation of African states and actors in pursuing their objectives and interests at a global level. In 2019, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete, launched our work on this area at a conference in Addis Ababa. More recently, we were honored to host President Hakainde Hichilema of the Republic of Zambia in November 2021, and President Lazarus Chakwera of the Republic of Malawi also last year. We are proud to continue to provide a platform for the continent's leaders to address a global policy audience. And it is as a continuation of these relationships and partnerships that we welcome you now to the deliberation of this conference. As you know, this conference was rescheduled due to the national mourning for the passing of the former president of the Republic of Zambia, Rupia Banda. And I'm sure all of our international guests present here and joining us virtually will join Chatham House as we share our condolences with the people and government of our host nation for this great loss. His immense personal contribution to Southern African liberation and international relations was widely acknowledged and praised by regional leaders in the tributes they paid to him here in Lusaka at the state funeral 2 weeks ago. Our conference today is happening at a time of change for the African continent. The continuing integration of African economies into regional and global trade and investment systems means that African leaders and governments have an expanding menu of foreign policy choices to support their pursuit of their domestic developmental ambitions. Beyond the former colonial powers, emerging economies from around the world are developing their political and economic relations with African states in pursuit of complex strategic goals, including access to natural resources, deepening trading relationships, and building influence. African leaders and decision makers have significant agency in determining the nature of these relationships. But there is a need for a greater public understanding of these international partnerships, what they can achieve, and how they deliver developmental benefits for African citizens. As we seek to deepen our understanding of these dynamics, Zambia provides a strategically important location for this conversation to take place. As a globally significant producer of copper and other critical resources, the country garners international attention. But as a landlocked state with a small consumer base, it is dependent on its shared infrastructure and trade relations with neighbors to access regional and international markets. Its membership of COMESA and SADC are of strategic importance. It has also established a broad network of international partners, offering diversity and plurality of trade, investment, and security options. As we listen to our invited speakers discuss these issues today, we will hear about the challenges faced by different governments as they make their choices of international partnerships. We'll also hear perspectives from industry, civil society, and academia on topics such as prospective partnerships for development, regional infrastructure requirements, debt diplomacy, environmental concerns, and how strategic minerals can support broad-based economic growth. But we don't just want to hear from our presenters. We want to engage with you as an active audience, and we invite and encourage you to raise questions, share concise comments, and to energetically engage in this debate. Finally, I would like to draw your attention to the QR code on your conference agenda. If you scan this with your phone or device, it will take you to a website where we have collated a range of resources for you to read, watch, and listen to during and after this event. This includes the speech of His Excellency the President at Chatham House last year, which I mentioned earlier, as well as two discussion papers commissioned specifically for this event. You will also find the conference agenda and speakers' bios there. These resources are also accessible using the link in your confirmation email and via the conference website for those following online. Once again, I would like to thank you for joining us today for this important event. I look forward to hearing your ideas and perspectives throughout the day, and we hope you will find the discussion fruitful and that you will enjoy the day. It's now also me to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Chawe Chulu. Thank you, Madam. The floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Deputy Director, the Chatham House, Tegista Mare, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners and diplomats accredited to Zambia, the Research Fellow for the African Program, Mr. Christopher Van Dom, senior officials and researchers of the Chatham House, fellow senior government officials, invited guests, the media, all protocols observed. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Zambia and on behalf of my Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, I welcome you to Lusaka And thank you to Chatham House for choosing Lusaka and Zambia as your destination for this important discussion and deliberations today. We're truly grateful for the partnership that Chatham House has had with Zambia for many years since independence, and with our forefather, the late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and all our leaders up to now, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. All those visiting Lusaka for the first time, welcome, and please take time to sample Lusaka and Zambia's hospitality. And I hope you get a moment to travel not too far from Lusaka and also see our beautiful nature and tourist endowments. Good morning all once again. I am delighted on behalf of my minister and the government to be part of this Chatham House Africa Program Conference under the very befitting theme, Emerging Powers in Africa, Regional and National Economic Linkages in East and Southern Africa. The theme of the conference is very appropriate as the New Dawn government refocuses its economic agenda and repositions the country, Zambia, in regional and economic trade engagements. It is the right time for Zambia to engage with different partners that will assist the country and our people to propel our economy forward. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to commend Chatham House in this regard for organizing this event and for creating a platform to discuss regional policy matters that are aimed at enhancing regional integration within the Eastern and Southern African sub-region and beyond, within the context of the intensification of African intra-trade, especially through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and to assist us to enhance sustainable socio-economic growth and development for the benefit of the Zambian citizenry. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the negative impact of COVID on the global economy and indeed on the sub-regional economy and Zambia included, African countries must still seek efforts to rise above the challenge and build stronger trade relations and partnerships to enhance trade across the continent and across intercontinental trade with other partners beyond Africa. The pandemic has caused disruption indeed of many supply chains, and many companies were forced to downsize their staff levels and some even closed down. This led to significantly eroded market confidence, and we saw the shrinking of consumer and investment demand across the globe. As a result of this, we also saw the slowdown of global economic activity, especially in least developed countries in the Eastern and Southern African sub-region. The impact of COVID has had varied effects on economies in the region. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us as countries of these regions, especially those with emerging powers, to build stable economies for the benefit of all the countries in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, it is important and timely that we reflect on what our country's priorities are. And for Zambia, we are particularly keen on repositioning our agriculture, mining, manufacturing, energy, transport, tourism, and infrastructure development sectors, as they are key to enhancing our potential and key to unlocking and reinvigorating our industrialization. And this is true for many of the countries in the sub-region. To achieve this positive socioeconomic change, we want to see in these two regions sustainable investments that must be established between and among member countries, the trading of products, goods, and services that must be established, and that governments within the sub-region continue to foster and develop favorable policies to stimulate growth in trade and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, intra-African trade, in our considered opinion, can only be enhanced through improved market access and through our membership of the various regional blocs, such as the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and indeed our membership of the tripartite, which includes East African Community as well. We continue to see rapid growth of our intra-regional integration trade. And as Zambia and include the continent at large, we're striving to fully integrate ourselves through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This is in line with the African Union aspirations, the visions of our forefathers, including late President Kenneth Kaunda, amongst others, to build a sustainable, secure, prosperous, and just society that achieves the Africa we want for the youth of this very bright continent. The success of the CFTA is dependent on a fully fledged trade market liberalization, enhanced trade facilitation infrastructure, development within our member states, and particularly important for Zambia, being a land-linked country and at the center and the connector of the Eastern and Southern African member states. With other countries, Zambia will continue to strive to implement measures in order to gain and maintain competitive advantage in the sub-regional market, in the global markets beyond and within the continent itself. These measures include for us the improvement of transport, which is critical as a land-linked country, and all trade facilitation measures and transport corridors within this country. Apart from north-south corridor, we have equally important corridors to the Indian Ocean via the Nakala corridor, Lobito corridor to the Atlantic Ocean. And the removal of barriers that lay in and stifle the implementation of these efforts is important. And these include maintaining a stable governance environment, which we are fortunate to have, the elimination and removal of all forms of government corruption, the modernization of the customs administration, and the removal of all other non-tariff barriers, as well as the improvement of export marketing and investment promotion. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the region in this regard must identify infrastructural challenges to overcome digital exclusion. We need to increase the ICT facilitated inclusion. We also need to develop appropriate legislation on cyber governance, the protection of privacy, combating cybercrime, and enabling the development of all forms of e-government, e-trade, e-facilitation, and e-payment solutions. These critical soft infrastructure supporting measures need to be adequately developed, but in our pursuit of the development of physical digital inclusion, which will enhance the potential of trade through e-trade facilities and substantially remove the impediments for this country and the region to identify and share priorities and actions in this regard. Investment promotion, ladies and gentlemen, is critical for us to enable export promotion. Historically, there's no region in the world that has become globally competitive without first trading with its neighbors. And Zambia being a land-linked country with many neighbors, trading with our neighbors is a primary priority. And building capacity to facilitate trading with our neighbors as a building block to trading with the rest of Africa and indeed the rest of the world is critical. In this regard, the development of regional value chains is important for enhancing and potential and growing the potential of intra-trade within the region and the rest of the continent as we exponentially grow through the efforts of the implementation of the AfCFTA. The development of this regional value chains, in our respect, will allow Zambia and many African countries to identify their comparative advantage, support their particular strengths in production capacity in various sectors of our economies, and able in turn to trade amongst each other, trade beyond the East and Southern African region, and to participate more confidently and efficiently in global value chains and global markets. In conclusion, Africa, Zambia, cannot stand alone to achieve this. We need to continue to be part of the integrated society and to work with other emerging powers within our region, within our continent, to be able to secure the bright future for our citizens. It is my honor and a privilege to be with you once more and to share our thoughts on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Zambia, my Minister, and His Excellency the President, again, to extend our gratitude for this conference and look forward to participating with you today. We have many other events, so we will slip in and slip out. Senior colleagues here will be present throughout the session. And I think what is more important for us is to take the deliberations of today and implement them through actions that we can reflect on our next conference in Lusaka. So it is my pleasure to declare this conference open, and thank you so much for including us in your special relationship with the Chatham House, and look forward to engaging with the colleagues here and welcoming you once again to Lusaka. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your kind attention.
We will now commence the first session of the conference. So if I can invite Professor Chan to take the chair.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the first working session underway. I'm Stephen Chan. I'm from the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. I used to work for the Commonwealth Secretariat, and in that capacity, I lived here in Zambia for some years in the 1980s. And as all of you know, this is a beautiful country. And ever since independence, everything it's done has impacted upon not only regional relationships, but international relationships. The struggle against apartheid South Africa, for instance, had repercussions around the world. What this country and other Southern African countries did impacted upon the shape of the Cold War in Europe, partly and unfortunately because it became a hot war here in this part of the world. But to this day, Zambia, all of Southern Africa, all of Eastern Africa, continues to impact not only upon the relationships among themselves, but upon the world at large. And the world at large impacts upon this country and upon the region. We can't escape a global world. This used to be a cliche, it's real now. All of you would have noticed that supply chains have been disrupted in this country because of the war in Ukraine. All of you know, for instance, the difficult relationship that many African countries, including this country, have with China. And we all know how difficult it is to negotiate with some of the larger powers in the world, and the importance of making alliances with other emerging powers in the world. I travel very widely. I advise a number of different governments, and everyone is of the same mind that unless we get our act together and cooperate with one another as emerging powers with a common interest in impacting positively upon international relations to our benefit, then we have no real future. We can't go it alone. So the idea of integration, the idea of cooperation, those are themes that loom large in this particular conference. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get this session underway. I've got a few audience notes to share with you. The biographies of all of our speakers today are found in your conference packs. I'll introduce them one by one just before they speak, but you'll see it's an all-star cast of people who know what they're talking about, an expert grouping of people. And what they're going to be saying is on the record, as the chairman said. It's not usual Chatham House rules, but people can be named, people can be basically reported. It's an open conference because I think what we hope to share from this conference is of importance to a wide audience, and it should be discussed in full detail about a wide audience. So on the record, that is taking place among all of you here in person. It's so refreshing to be at a live conference again, but we can't escape the pandemic entirely, so there's also an online audience. So a number of people, quite a large number of people are joining us on Zoom, and we'll try to make this as seamless a hybrid conference as possible. So far, the technology seems to be holding up very, very well. It's going to be not only on Zoom, it's going to be streamed via the Chatham House Facebook site. So again, the aim is for a large audience. When we come to the question and answer session, just raise your hands. Online audience can signal on their devices that they also want to participate. And we have a monitoring group at Chatham House in London who'll be informing me as to what the online requests might be for participation. If you want to ask a question, the usual rules apply. Please give your name and your designation so we know who you are. And it's questions rather than long statements, please, on your behalf. There'll be plenty of time to interact with the speakers in the informal sessions afterwards. But please, you're invited to make this as much of an integrated event as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, as it were, as I said, an all-star cast. I'll just name them briefly. Dr. Gordon Moyo from Zimbabwe, Treasure Mafanga from here, Professor Deng Xiaoyang from China, Anua Adeoye, originally from Nigeria, and we also have from this particular country, Brenda Brutale Chanda. So you'll see from their biographies that these are expert people. And as I said, I'll introduce each one of them in greater detail one by one. So let me please start with Gordon Moyo, who, like me, is an academic these days, but that's not what he always was. He was a minister in Morgan Tsvangirai's government in Zimbabwe. He was very, very experienced in matters of trade and economic development, helped to steer that country through a very, very difficult period. And thanks partly to him and his colleagues, that country achieved a brief moment of stability, which it seems not to have been able to retain. So he's going to be speaking to us with a very, very great deal of personal experience. He, as I said, is an academic now at Brutale State University in Zimbabwe, and he comes with credentials not only of learning, but of deep experience. So please now introduce Dr. Gordon Moyo to the audience.
Thank you, Program Director. It is our custom in Africa to thank those that invite us. Therefore, I would like to thank Chatham House and its leadership. And more importantly, I would like to thank the leadership of this country as represented by the lady. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't get the name properly. But otherwise, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was told that I have 10 minutes and I should not exceed that. If I do, Chen here will pull me by the jacket. So let me go straight into the issues that are before us this morning. I've been invited to talk about Africa in a context of multipolar world system, multipolar world order. As an academic, I will start with an abstract. That's how we do our things. I want to affirm that the world currently is shifting sands. The world is going through transformation. There's a lot of debate which says that power and economy are shifting. Geographies of power and economy are shifting from the Atlantic states, the global north, towards the global south, where we have re-emerging and emerging economies. The popular ones, you know, your China, your Brazil, your India, Turkey is part of it, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and many others are part of the emerging economies. But the question is, these countries are our visitors in Africa. We have many of these countries in Africa now. There is evidence. If you go around through Africa, you will see evidence of the countries like China, India, Russia, Turkey, and others. We still have the traditional powers, traditional friends are still there in Africa. The United States is still there, United Kingdom, EU, Japan, Australia, and everybody, they are still there. Then this creates what others are calling the new Cold War. If that is the case, what is the role of Africa? Is Africa influential in the governance, in the global governance? Where is Africa in all this? The new economies that are in Africa now, they came with a narrative that they are engaging Africa in terms of inclusivity, mutuality, respect, mutual respect, sovereignty. Those are the terms of engaging Africa. And they are into trade, they are into investment, they are into finance. And these are the things that the traditional powers were doing in the past. Now, with these, where is Africa? Is Africa influential? Is Africa bargaining to improve the economies, to improve the welfare of the people? Are we seeing any changes in the welfare of the people? Are we seeing any changes in the infrastructure? My submission to you is that African agency is still marginal. Even in the light of the emerging economies, African states are still peripheral in terms of global governance. Africa still remains in the lower ranks of the pecking order of global governance. But why? I think that's the question. Why? I would like to put on the table three discussion points. The first one being that Africa is engaging the emerging economies as an unequal partner. Africa is an unequal partner because of the history, because of colonialism, because of imperialism, because of the history, there is a burden of history. When you are engaging other countries and you are coming from a perspective where your people are poor, there are inequalities, unemployment, you are better, even to somebody who says he is equal to you, as long as the basics in your backyard are bad. It's an unequal engagement. I submit to you that Africa is engaging the emerging countries from that perspective. Number two, I put on the table that there's a problem with Africa in the sense that it is engaging without policy. There is no clear policy when we're engaging the external world. China has a clear policy. It has a China-Africa policy. I don't know the Africa-China policy. I know the China-Africa policy. So when we are engaging, we do not have a clear policy as a continent. We engage as on advocacy, as and when. So other countries are acting on us, are acting on Africa rather than acting with Africa. So the lack of policy, I'm not saying there are no policies in Africa, don't get me wrong. There are policies. I am talking about a continental policy of engaging the friends that are coming to Africa. Number three, I put on the table say that Africa is engaging bilaterally, and that's a big problem. When you engage China and Zimbabwe, we have 13 million, your population is 13 million, which is the size of maybe a district in China. So that kind of engagement, the bilateral engagements are such that the emerging economies, the powerful economies that have emerged, exert their influence over African countries. Instead of having a mutuality, because of the size of our economies, our GDP is small. We have small states, and then engaging these powers from that perspective becomes a problem. If only Africa could engage from a continental perspective, we need a collective continental agency. We need African Union to lead and engage. Like what the leaders said in 2006 when they agreed on the Banjul formula, to say, no, let's not have China engaging or Brazil engaging or Russia engaging one country bilaterally. Let's have the heads of institutions, your African Development Bank, your African Union, the heads of COMESA, the heads of NEPAD, the heads of SADC, the heads of ECOWAS, meeting these countries. Because at that level, if Africa was going to work to engage at the level, continental level, it will be wielding almost $3 trillion in terms of GDP. It will be having the backing of 1.3 billion population in the market. But we continue to engage bilateral. That's a problem. I'm told that I have 1 minute. Then what is the way forward? The way forward for me is the African Continental Free Trade. The African Continental Free Trade area, which somebody is going to be discussing later in the day. But that is the way forward. We need Africa to use its Pan-African advantage, its numbers, its GDP, so that we move together, and the African Continental Free Trade can do that through regional integration and through, as it will be discussed. Number two, for me, we need ethical leaders. As long as our leaders engage these countries that are coming to Africa, they are not open, there is no transparency, there is no accountability. Deals are made behind curtains. They are not taken to parliament. They are not ratified. All deals are made, most of the deals are made behind the curtains, leading to the kind of deaths that we see across Africa. A number of countries are now suffering from debt distress. So that's a problem for me, but I will be able to engage later. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that. Very stimulating, very, very provocative comments I think we can all learn from. And of course, apart from ethical leadership, what I want to stress also is, can we please in Africa have some youthful and technocratic leadership? When I go to other emerging countries like Qatar, I did a lot of work for them before the period of the lockdowns began. Almost every single minister and permanent secretary I worked with was in his or her 30s or early 40s. They were technocratic, they were young, they were enthusiastic, they understood the modern world. So ethics and understanding of how the world works is absolutely key. You can't have regional, you can't have international relationships only with a view from the past. It has to be future oriented because the world is changing so quickly and in such a complex way. For instance, Africa has neglected to encourage and develop its pharmaceutical industries. Look what happened when the pandemic caught us all by surprise and we had no response, and we had to go begging to the big pharmaceutical companies in the West because we had no capacity even to assemble vaccines. That's starting to change, but there was a very, very hard lesson to learn. In a similar fashion, we've concentrated on extractive industries and heavy industries, and we haven't concentrated on electronic industries. And that again is a mark of being behind the times. And that's what makes our next speaker so relevant to our discussions, ladies and gentlemen. I assume she's going to be joining us online. Treasure Mafanga. She's been the African Union's director of their Department of Trade and Industry, and is currently the Chief Operating Officer and Director of the African Electronic Trade Group. In other words, she speaks for a sector that is linked directly and closely and intimately to the future. So, as you can see, she's appeared on screen now. She fits the criteria of a youthful, technocratic leading voice in a very, very important sector for our regional and our international relations. So, Treasure, you're very much welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I want to just say from the outset, what a great honor it is for me to join you at this important conference. And I want to thank the organizers also for according me the opportunity to share some of the thoughts and perspectives on regional integration, but I will focus more on this exciting new development on the continent, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and what it means in terms of Africa's agency with the rest of the world. And I want to commend the first speaker for having really given a great context and allowing me to jump straight in and say that I think we all know that the African Continental Free Trade Area was actually never envisaged in the Abuja Treaty, in the framework which guides Africa's continental integration. We see today the work of the regional economic communities such as COMESA, SADC, ECOWAS, and others are very much building on a vision by the founding fathers of the African Union that the continent can only succeed and have a meaningful place in the world if it is united. And there were different stages of that integration, but there was an Achilles heel in this whole process, and that was that, as could be expected, regional integration has moved at varying speeds, and therefore an innovation came about that said, although some of them had actually integrated far deeper than at this stage, let us at least see whether we cannot have a roadmap that recognizes the momentum, builds upon the lessons learned, but accelerates the integration at the continental level. And I want to say that briefly, the AfCFTA is not just a tariff liberalization agenda. It is definitely sits squarely on economic transformation as its core objectives, focusing on critical areas such as, of course, the removal of tariff and non-tariff barriers, but also having the infrastructure that will enable Africa to industrialize and have products that can be traded in this marketplace, with as well as products that can be traded more meaningfully with the rest of the world. But I want to also say, as I move on and make the few coming points, that it is also symbolic of Africa as a continent speaking with one voice. And why do I say that? Well, first of all, this instrument is one of the flagships of Agenda 2063, which is a long-term vision and framework that guides the policy making on the continent, not just for the African Union, but also for the various bodies that are intergovernmental, including the regional economic communities, outer NEPAD, and others. So it is also very poignant to mention that the political commitment is unquestionable. We now know today, after the signing of the agreement in March 2018 in Kigali, Rwanda, we have today 54 out of 55 countries that have signed the agreement. Only Eritrea is outstanding. So it is nearly universal. And we have 41 countries, and I want to commend Zambia for being one of the countries that have ratified this agreement. And we also are seeing that as much as COVID and other challenges have come along, there is still a continued focus on seeing how to move forward complex and multifaceted negotiations, which are taking place in a continent that admittedly has the political will, but at times lacks the resources to be able to move at the speed that it would wish to do so. But so I think we need to commend this as the foundation. But I want to go deeper to say that some commentators have looked to the AfCFTA to be the solution for all of our economic integration efforts. But I am persuaded that it is really the flanking policy measures that are now also receiving more attention that are critical. I speak here about the industrialization agenda. I speak here about the digital transformation agenda, where I'm privileged to be working with an organization that is diaspora-led, it's private sector, but working in partnership with the African Union, precisely with the recognition that these flanking measures will be critical for the implementation, which everyone is waiting for. I think it's a moment of, policies have been made in abundance by our continental body, but this is one that needs traction, and I think speed and scale, I would say, are of the essence. And that's where technology fits in very well. And that's where creativity and innovation that we're seeing amongst the youthful population also put us in a good place to anticipate that something important could happen. But of course, this is a lot of hard work. These are challenges in terms of coordination. And what is fascinating for me is that we are seeing an Africa that is really more confident in pursuing its own interest and agenda, despite the numerous challenges, including increasing protectionism around the world and the COVID-19 pandemic, to name a few. In fact, I think the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, His Excellency Wamgele Mene, has said that he sees this as part of Africa's post-economic recovery strategy. And one would tend to agree, because when you look around and you look at the challenges we have to create jobs on a massive scale. I'm talking about, 12 to 13 million youth that are leaving school every year and only 3 million finding jobs. This was before COVID-19. Now, with the devastating impact of COVID-19, I think the urgency for these treaties to deliver concrete benefits to individuals on the ground, not just in the city, urban areas, but in the countryside, not just those that are privileged to be in employment, but also the micro and small and medium-sized enterprises, who many argue really are at the forefront of the capacity, those that need to be capacitated to benefit and to contribute meaningfully to this process. Now, let me just also say that the nature of this agreement is also striking in that it is what one would call, the AfCFTA has embraced the fact that the world is looking at the opportunities for trade in services, investment, intellectual property rights and competition policy, as well as e-commerce. In fact, the leaders have gone as far as to say, no, we actually need a special protocol that will deal with women in trade, as well as the youth, how they will be a harmonization process of how the continent will treat and provide special consideration for this important segment of the population that is the core of the inclusive agenda that is being rolled out. So I want to say this is intricate, this is challenging. However, I believe that we are on the right track, because once this agreement is has started to have a meaningful impact on people's lives, what we will start to see is a rules-based governance system for the African economy, which sets us on a good path to be able to engage meaningfully with other large and smaller economies around the world. But there is one Achilles heel also within the process. There are tensions, as you can imagine, that will be there in a continent-wide negotiation. It is known that in any agreement, there are winners and losers. And in order to maintain the momentum and keep the process moving, the African Union has adopted an African Continental Free Trade Area Adjustment Facility, which is aimed basically to ease the transition, because there is no doubt that all will benefit in the medium term, but in the short term, there will be some pain. And I think it is precisely that recognition that there are those provisions that have been made. Now, for the many ask the question, what then does this mean for the regional economic communities? Will they phase out in their importance? How exactly do these various agreements sit together? And the simple answer is that at the outset, it was actually the ambition that the African Continental Free Trade Area would rationalize what has been often been termed the spaghetti bowl of various agreements. However, when the details were being negotiated, it has become very clear that the regional economic communities will coexist with the African Continental Free Trade Area, because in many instances, they actually offer better benefits for the member states that are members of those particular regional blocks. So you will find that this coexistence is rather complicated for the private sector. I think this is the one stakeholder that will need to navigate that. But on the other hand, what it does do, in my view, is it allows the momentum and the advocacy and the political will for the African Continental Free Trade Area to actually also deepen and drive the implementation of the existing agreements at the regional level as well. So one would hope that this momentum of moving together would be there. Now, I realize that I have limited time, but I want to end my my contribution just to say a few points that are poignant about this agreement as we think about implementation and the challenges that we are facing in that journey, and how the international partners, international community are reacting to what many actually commend and support, in their advocacy and policy statements. But when you analyze and go deeper, some of the actions may not be as supportive of the AfCFTA. There could be certain fragility in moving forward because naturally we know that everybody acts in their own interest, but what is in Africa's interest right now is to safeguard the integrity of this agreement, knowing that there is a specific clause in the agreement that recognizes the legacy agreements that have been entered into between individual member states or state parties as they are now, and various other historical agreements. That is not in dispute. What is a question is after the entry into force, and now we have the operationalization of the agreement, is it possible for the agreements, bilateral agreements, to continue in the spirit that they have done before? And the simple question answer to this is that as far as the legal framework provides for, this should be a matter for the individual country that is interested in engaging in a further agreement to consult and bring that issue to the table within the AfCFTA itself, so that there is an opportunity for the coherence of the AfCFTA to be preserved, whilst taking on board perhaps new opportunities for trade, which will continue to abound as we go forward. Sadly, that has not always been the case. There are a couple of cases which have already emerged where this solidarity of the AfCFTA is being tested, and we are looking carefully to see how this will unfold. Suffice it to say that I think the international community could also exercise greater solidarity with Africa, because it's a win-win arrangement, a stronger AfCFTA, a liberalized market. I mean, just imagine a British firm that wants to come to East Africa to invest, or Zambia to invest, will then have now the opportunity to use the similar rules across the continent as they expand. And so we would say, as citizens of the continent, this African Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity for African citizens, but it is equally one of the greatest opportunities for also our development partners and investors, especially that are looking to this huge market that is being created, 1.3 billion people, and a marketplace that also has this youthful population where investments have great promise to materialize into competitive products and goods that can be exported within the continent more easily as the dismantling of tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers takes place, but also with the rest of the world. So I want to, I want to just end my point to say, indeed, this is not a smooth and easy path. I think for our leaders and policymakers, it is important to stay the course of putting the AfCFTA at the center of its strategies for engaging the rest of the world, because it creates the opportunities that I've already mentioned, but also creates the basis for deeper integration, because that is exactly the idea, that this is not the end point. In many ways, Africa is still at the early stages of its integration journey, many lessons to be learned, but the most important lesson is solidarity. The most important lesson, especially in the fourth industrial revolution, is collaboration. And having healthy competition is important, because that is how we get the best, the most efficient benefits for society, but also preserving the view that at the end of the day, we should use this to get out of poverty. And an Africa that addresses its poverty challenges is an Africa that is indeed a greater asset to the global community than one that is dependent on aid, which aid has become elusive and is not sustainable. So I want to end my statement then. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I stand by for the rest of the discussions.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Treasurer. I think, as she said, what her very specific comments did was to build on the curtain raiser that Gordon sort of outlined. And this theme comes across, it's one thing to have policy, it's another thing to execute it, and it's another thing to execute it in common solidarity in all of its complexity with our neighbors, our friends, and with other emerging powers. It's a joint effort into the future, and I think that came across extraordinarily well in Treasure's presentation to us. And in a complex field, that kind of commitment has to be sustained. You have to stay the road precisely as she said. This looks to leadership that's wise enough to do that. So we shall see in the coming days whether that leadership can be sustained across the continent. Of course, if we're going to be talking about free trade zones, we're going to have to look also at something that is very, very basic, and that is, how do you get your trade from one part of Africa to another? How many of you had to take dogleg flights to get here to this country? How far could you drive across this continent before the roads run out? How far do the trains go and things like that? So in order to join up the continent to facilitate the physical transit of trade, we're not going to get very far beyond the very, very nice policies that we put onto paper. In other words, the execution of our goals and ambitions does require infrastructure. And this is where China and its Belt and Road Initiative comes into play. We can't escape China in today's world. It's part not only of international relations of a very significant sort. It's going to be the world's largest economic power, whether the Americans like it or not. That's just going to happen in terms of current growth trajectories. It's going to impact upon all parts of the emerging world, including, of course, often controversially here in Africa. Very often we don't listen to the Chinese voice, however, on these matters. And so our next speaker, coming to us from Beijing, Professor Deng Xiaoyang, is a very considerable international expert on China's outreach to the rest of the world, including to Africa and on the Belt and Road Initiative. He is a cosmopolitan person. He trained in New York. He took his PhD at the New School in New York. He's also trained in Germany. He's worked in international affairs in Washington, and he's professor at Tsinghua University, which is probably the premier social science university in China. So he's going to be joining us and speaking to us on these issues. And he's also a China Forum expert. He's consulted for the World Bank, United Nations organizations, and worked at very, very high level. So a very considerable resume to present to us. I can see he's online now. So for the next 10 minutes, Professor, you're very, very welcome to address us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen, for your kind introduction. And I also would like to thank the invitation. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to speak in this important event. Although I pitifully cannot come to Lusaka in person, but I always have a beautiful memory of the wonderful city. Yeah, and so my topic as a Professor Chen and also the organizer asked me to talk about China's role in Africa's regional and also in its integration and its development. And I totally agree with the two previous speakers on their judgment of this tension currently and also the challenges facing Africa's development. Namely, on the one side, we see some demands for global and regional integration. There are a lot of challenges from economic and trade and also technology and infrastructure. These things all need to be done trans the national border, actually beyond the national border. And particularly last 2-3 years, we see the pandemic, this kind of public health crisis really demands, they actually the virus, they don't care about the national borders, right? But so they require coordination of all the countries together. But unfortunately, there's another part, namely this political borders, national identity, and also this limited capacity of governance. Then they hinder a lot of coordination and communication. And this we also see very clearly in the past 2 or 3 years, not only in the COVID-related crisis relief, but also in the technology and infrastructure. Then when we want to build it beyond the border, then we have a lot of hindrance. And then the digital highway for Pan-Africa and the free trade agreement, its implementation, all depend a lot on the national level, their political capacity and will. So this is this kind of tension between the global demands and then the national limitation. This is actually not only limited to Africa, it's actually a world problem. But however, Africa, with its fragmented political map, then they may experience more difficulty and more challenges in this tension. And that's also a big obstacle for its development. And China, then when it engages with Africa, it certainly sees this demands for the regional integration or even pan-continental coordination, and then the fragmented this small states see this as a bigger also problem. But China tries to approach it through also the bifurcated ways. So on the one hand, we see the Chinese investments and also its trade, and like Professor Chen mentioned, the infrastructure. Actually, we see that goes almost to every corner of Africa. Yeah, so even so this is a very so people in Africa everywhere see the Chinese made goods, also the Chinese investors, and then a lot of Chinese finance and built infrastructure. So this economic and technological cooperation, it has grown very rapidly during past 2 decades. On the other side, then China also has this political relationship. And China works with every African country, every African government. But meanwhile, also have this regional and continental level like the FOCAC, Forum of China-Africa Cooperation. That's a continental level cooperation. But when it comes to real, like the lending agreements, investment, like treaties, and they also then need to come down to the national level. And for that, China is actually quite open. So China, as we know, it has its famous non-conditionality policy. This is a Chinese political position, because China understands this fragmented political map as a result of maybe colonial history, and it's just a historical reality, and we cannot change it soon. But however, maybe through this more like a transnational economic and infrastructure and technological cooperation, we can try to converge this fragmentation and then gradually build up the Pan-Africa development. I think this is some of the long-term vision for China. So in this sense, then on the one side, I agree with our first speaker who said that China has a policy to Africa because indeed, like in the FOCAC, China as one country, then it has the policy with to deal with like African Union, but also with 54 African countries. But on the other hand, China also doesn't have a really like a one policy. China actually have very diverse policies. And in fact, it's not only the Chinese government, but also the Chinese enterprises and there's private investors. They are also a very important force in the China-Africa relationship, but also for Africa's integration and development, because they bring the real like know-how, the real infrastructure and the investment, and the companies like Huawei also bring the digital and the telecom technology. And so these are the real force, the real ongoing drive for the continent to become more and more linked and for its economy to get complemented and more connected. So I think in connection with this Pan-African trade, free trade region, actually the Chinese investors and business, they are very excited because for them, indeed, the potential of Africa and China, even China, the biggest like potential for China's interest in Africa is to see Africa growth. Because we see China is now at odds with the US, right? And also with Europe, then China is rather considered by the European countries as a threat and a challenge because of different political views. But China and Africa, actually, they have a lot of common visions because they both were like suppression by the colonial powers, and then both had this history of pursuing independence, especially now in Lusaka, in Zambia. We know this Tazara, Tanzania-Zambia Railway as the symbol of China and African people working together for freedom and independence. This kind of memory is still in China's politics. So this is the political background. But also then the economic and the technological vision. Then China, as Africa has this billion more young population, and there has this very large market, although it's currently fragmented and looks to be powerless. But with more infrastructure, more trade, then China believes there will be transformation. And China is patient with that because China itself experienced this kind of integration and growth through a decade of hard work. And China then believes through the regional integration with Africa and also with their political shared values, then Africa will grow and China will also benefit from this growth as well. So that's again what China and Africa often call them as a win-win cooperation. I think here then we see the economic and also political gains on both sides. Okay, that's just what I want to say, and I will welcome questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that the point that Professor Tang so eloquently made is that despite a very great deal of publicity that China simply wants to exploit and denigrate Africa, China benefits from a prosperous Africa. The more that Africa is able to develop, with Chinese help and other help, of course, the more you have a win-win relationship on both sides. And that introduces a positive element into a debate that often becomes quite rancorous. Of course, China is not the only great power that Africa must deal with. We've seen very, very recently, literally the last few days, that Africa has got to consider the great power of Russia. The vote in the United Nations, in which Africa was divided almost half and half as to whether or not to abstain, support, or condemn Russian actions in Ukraine, for instance, that reverberated around the world. And many people in the West said that Africa refused to condemn Russia because of Russian inroads in Africa, tried to establish bridgeheads where bridgeheads had faded away after the Cold War. What about that relationship? Is Africa equipped for that kind of new intense relationship where new forms of negotiating expertise, often in Russian language, is going to have to be required just after Africa began learning Chinese language? So our next speaker is going to be able to address some of these issues. A young man, journalist who has published in all of the world's leading media. He's with Chatham House right now. Anu Adeoye. And is Anu online right now? Or is he here? Okay. He's online. Okay, well, let's welcome him and we'll listen to his views on a topic which are burned into the international headlines and which Africa also cannot escape. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anu Adeoye with Chatham House. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I wish I could have joined you in Lusaka this morning. One of the most talked about relationships between a world power and Africa in recent years, and as Professor Chen said in the last few weeks, has been Russia's relationship with Africa. I think many people, especially Africans ourselves and Western policymakers, have questions about Russia's reemergence in Africa. Of course, when I say reemergence, that is to show that Russia is not a new player in Africa. Russia's relationship with Africa is broadly divided into three parts, and I will quickly run through it due to time constraints. So firstly, during the Soviet era, Russia but also Ukraine and other nations of the Soviet Union closely aligned themselves to many African countries as they became newly independent nations. The Soviet Union always made a big show of pointing out that it never colonized any country on the African continent, and so it presented itself as a friend and ally of many liberation movements. And we can see that friendship that the Soviet Union provided also played a key part in how some African countries voted at the UN resolution 3 weeks ago on the resolution to condemn Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. So during the Soviet era, Russia's support for Africa was in part strategic. By cutting the newly independent African nations, Russia was making friends during the Cold War. So it made friends with liberation fighters, communists, and many socialist leaders in Africa. Many of these leaders were educated in parts of the Soviet Union, like Russia and Ukraine. Some spent time doing their military training. But this was a very costly endeavor for the Soviet Union. And following its collapse in 1991, Russia retreated inwards. The relationship it had built with many African states mostly faltered. And at the end of the Cold War, the Soviet Union was owed $17 billion by various African countries, which brings me to the second part of Russia's relationship with Africa. So at the end of the Soviet Union, there was a fallow period in Russia's relations with Africa, because at this time, Russia itself was facing some internal economic challenges, and so it could not afford to spread its wings abroad like its nominal competitors like the US, the EU, the UK, and so many others. I mean, I'm reminded of what a Russian participant said at the 2001 summit, saying that Russia today is a superpower only in the limited sense that it possesses nuclear capability. Otherwise, it is simply a regional power. So, and in Russia's absence in Africa, China emerged as the counterweight to Western influence, and it has remained so ever since. But even during this fallow period, so many Africans spent time studying in Russia. Over 6,000 Zambian students, for example, have spent time over the years studying in Zambia. And in August 2001, Russia wrote off as much as 90% of Zambia's debt obligations to it. The remaining debt was supposed to be repaid in deferred installments. And now we come to the third phase of Russia's relationship with Africa, which is the era which we're currently looking at. And variously, we can say that this period began broadly in 2006, when President Vladimir Putin visited South Africa and spent time talking to the then South African President, Jacob Zuma. That was President Putin's first state visit to any African state. And South Africa was eventually admitted into BRIC, which is the economic alliance between Brazil, Russia, India, and China that was literally renamed BRICS. But I think Russia's full pivot eventually came in 2014 after its annexation of Crimea and its support for the breakaway regions of Ukraine. So at this point, Russia decided that it needed to find non-Western partners. And so what is Russia looking for in Africa? This is the question that I've been asked so many times over the past few months, and most especially in March. And I think from Russia's perspective, they have made defense and security the core part of their relationship with so many African countries. So arms sales are a cornerstone of Russia's export economy. If you look at the world's top 5 importers of Russian weapons, Algeria and Egypt are in the top 5 globally. And Russia is already the largest exporter of weapons to sub-Saharan Africa, right? About almost half of all the weapons and ammunition that come into sub-Saharan Africa are imported from Russia. And yet there's some African leaders who would even like to get more arms from Russian manufacturers. At the 2019 summit, that was widely attended by 43 African heads of state. I remember President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda saying that he would be more interested in buying Russian-made arms, and that he even suggested that Russia should provide loans for African countries to purchase arms and ammunition from them. And then as a security partner, Russia is present in the Central African Republic through the security group, the Wagner Group, and it may or may not be present in Mali as security partner, depending on who you choose to believe. And in Moscow, Russia sees itself as a counterbalance nowadays to Western and Chinese influence. So Russia is signing a lot of trade agreements, a lot of security partnerships. But one of the main concerns about Russia's presence in Africa is the fact that, and this is a concern that even emanates from the Russian foreign policy elite, is the fact that they do not seem to follow through on so many contracts that they've signed. For example, I'm from Nigeria. There's been a deal for the Russians to help with the construction of the Ajaokuta steel plant. This project has been going on for 40 years, and there hasn't been any much progress in getting the project to completion. So if you look at Russia's relationship with Africa, there's a lot of high-level meetings, cooperation agreements, but ultimately many of them have failed to yield tangible results, as it were. And it's something that the Russians themselves have been saying that they need, instead of signing more agreements, they need to finalize the ones that they've already signed. And I think where it matters most, if we are to look at Russia's relationship with Africa, is to try and take a look at Russia's trade interests in Africa. And it's quite minimal compared to the other great powers in Africa. So for example, Russia's bilateral trade with Africa stands at about $20 billion. And as I said earlier, most of that comes from selling weapons to countries like Algeria and Egypt, and of course, many African countries import wheat from Russia. And if you look at the other great powers in Africa, for example, Russia is lagging behind the US and the EU in trade with Africa. It's only a tenth of what China's trade volume with Africa is. So Russia's numbers in terms of trade and tangible results in Africa are still very, very minimal. And I think I will end on the note that at the 2019 summit in Sochi, President Putin said at the summit that Russia, that their trade volume with Africa is not enough. And I think the main question now is how do the sanctions that have been imposed by so many Western countries in the light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine going to affect some of its commitment to African countries, and how will African countries be able to navigate this multipolar world where China, Russia, the US, and so many Western countries are in the ears of African countries. I think I'll stop there and be happy to take questions during the Q&A. Thank you so much for having me.
Africa has a special resonance for me. I used to do a number of peacekeeping missions, and so I've probably had more Russian-made weapons pointed at my head and heart than any other kind of make. So definitely the presence of Russian arms exports has been affecting Africa for quite some time. We come to our last speaker today, ladies and gentlemen, Brenda Brutale Chanda, who is an extraordinarily distinguished lawyer practicing here in Zambia. She is the co-founder and co-managing partner of Moira Bukuka Legal Practitioners. This is a business law firm, but this kind of law is of great importance now, particularly as we seek to navigate trade deals, cooperation deals, program cooperation deals with external partners, as well as within the continent. How do we structure these legal arrangements? Do we do this naively, as has often happened in the past? Or are we going to have a very sophisticated legal approach that could help us do this properly and to the advantage of African countries? I can't think of anyone more qualified or more experienced to talk about such issues. And so it's my very, very great pleasure to introduce Brenda to you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Chatham House for inviting me to this very distinguished meeting. I'll ride on the protocols that have already been observed. I always say the privilege of speaking last is that some of what you want to discuss has already been discussed. I'm going to look specifically at Eastern and Southern African governments' key regional and international legal commitments, and how African countries can exert influence within these frameworks. As a starting point, I just want to highlight that at the continental level, Southern and Eastern African countries are all members of the African Union by virtue of being state parties to the Constitutive Act of the African Union. The African Union further recognizes 8 regional economic communities, among them COMESA, SADC, and the Africa Development and the East African Community, which specifically cover East African countries. Further, at an international level, the Southern and Eastern African countries are members of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization. This morning, I want to focus on a project that has already been alluded to, and this is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Unfortunately, or is it fortunately, this is a very current discussion, and most of the speakers have already alluded to it, and I believe will allude to it going forward. I will also speak on another important issue, which is climate change. and look at the UN framework that looks at climate change and the protocols that have been established under these protocols. Unfortunately, though Africa only accounts for 3% of greenhouse emissions, it is said to be hardest hit by the effects of climate change, and we'll have to get involved in mitigating the effects of climate change in cooperation with other global players. I'll talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement in the context of Agenda 2063, which is said to be Africa's blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse. This is the strategic framework that seeks to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development, and is a concrete manifestation for Pan-Africanism and the drive for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and the collective prosperity pursued under Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance. So one of the key flagship projects under Agenda 2063 is the Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the main purpose of the agreement is to increase intra-Africa trade, as we've already heard. And this is an agreement among 54 African countries. Only Eritrea is not a signatory to the agreement. 41 countries have so far ratified the agreement, and it has generally been observed that there's been a lot of political will in signing the agreement. Of course, is it 13 countries are yet to ratify the agreement. So the countries that have ratified the agreement have deposited the instruments of ratification with the African Union. The agreement came into force when the threshold for ratification was reached, and the Secretariat has been set up and is headquartered in Accra, Ghana. The Continental Free Trade Agreement lays the foundation for establishing the world's largest free trade area and a continental common market. And businesses are said to have started responding to trade under the agreement. And according to the AfCFTA Secretariat, on 4th January 2021, a shipment of beverage and cosmetic products left Ghana to South Africa under the AfCFTA documents and rules. And negotiations relating to protocols are still ongoing. The protocol on trade has been negotiated. And in terms of commitment, it is said that Rwanda has been the most committed country in the implementation of the AfCFTA. As has already been observed by the previous speakers, it is imperative that African countries move beyond the political will to actually, for the countries that haven't ratified the agreement, to ratifying the agreement, but most importantly, to meeting its commitments under the agreement. And the implementation plan is said to be built around activities and programs to improve 7 priority action clusters identified by the AU. And these include trade policy, trade facilitation, procedure capacity, trade-related infrastructure, trade finance, trade information and factor, market integration. The agreement legal instruments also cover trade in services, competition, investment, and intellectual property rights. For the agreement to succeed, member states have to agree to the stated legal provisions. The Continental Free Trade Agreement, if properly implemented, is said to have the potential to lift over 30 million people out of extreme poverty, but achieving its full potential will depend in putting in place significant policy reforms and trade facilitation measures. I'm being reminded that I have very limited time. Just to sum up on the Continental Free Trade Agreement, I'll just like to urge governments, private sector, and every player involved in the implementation of this agreement to truly engage and build capacity in the individual countries to follow through with their commitments under the various protocols. I'll move on to the issue of climate change. We all recognize the fact that for any development to take place, it has to be done sustainably. The countries that have been referred to, the countries of Southern and Eastern Africa, are state parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and 2 significant protocols have been signed under this agreement, including the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. The convention framework itself has no legally binding effect, but it is the protocols that are signed there under that have this effect. Coming to Zambia, the United Nations Framework Convention was ratified by Zambia in May 1993, the Kyoto Protocol on 7th July 2006, and the Paris Agreement on 9th December 2016. And Zambia in 2021 submitted a nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, stating out a number of efforts as follows: reducing greenhouse emissions based on the 2010 levels by 2030, a willingness and readiness to go further and reduce emissions by 47% if adequately supported, and increase the sectors under mitigation from the initial 3 to 6 in the revised NDC as the country moves toward a green-wide mitigation approach. I should also mention that the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment was established specifically with a mandate to look at issues of climate change and how greenhouse emissions can be reduced. Zambia, through its Securities and Exchange Commission, has also issued guidelines for green bonds. I'm limited with time. I will just add and say that most of the countries in Southern and Eastern Africa members have ratified the United Nations Framework on Climate Change and have also signed the Paris and Kyoto Protocols. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for that. These are critical issues. On each one of them, we could have several hours of briefing session. And I'm sure that many of you will want to talk to our speaker afterwards to get more details of what it is that she is telling us. Technical issues, but as we've been discussing, it's the navigation of these technical issues that is going to be the hallmark of whether or not Africa has a successful future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short period of time for any questions that people in the audience, both electronically and also, of course, you here in person, would care to put to any of the speakers. Don't forget, if you want to ask a question, just put up your hand, do identify yourself and the name of the speaker that you want to address. Yes, please.
Good morning, Peter Leon, Africa Chaired Herbert Smith. I have a question for Brenda and also the previous speaker on the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It's a very progressive move on the behalf of African nations to bring about integrated trade on the African continent. My question is really this, that even though, as you indicated, most African countries have signed up and ratified the free trade agreement, the problem seems to me that there are still issues over the rules of origin, and more relevantly and practically, many African countries, with very few exceptions, haven't actually implemented a proper tariff phase down. And so it's very difficult for the agreement to be put into practice. It's very difficult to implement it. Related to that, it's an agreement, as you indicated, Brenda, an agreement on trade, but it doesn't yet deal with services, which is obviously key. And then finally, the other point I would make is it's very weak, it seems to me. I know there's a protocol on development on this. It's very weak on investor-state dispute settlement. And that's obviously a real concern for investors, given that some African countries, led by South Africa, have terminated their bilateral investment treaties with the European Union. So I'd be very interested in your comments on that. Thank you.
Looking at the speed with which the agreement was signed, and also looking at the number of countries that have signed the agreement, we need to move from the political will to the actual development and negotiation of the protocols. I was just saying that the African countries need to move beyond just the signing up and ratifying the agreement to actually developing capacity. The member states need to have the capacity and knowledge to be able to negotiate these protocols, so that when the implementation of course has already started, so that as the implementation is ongoing, these protocols are really fine-tuned and contain the detail to make the trade, whether in goods and services, effective. And in that sense, I think it's really to implore the governments to put in place the implementing agencies and build the capacity that needs to be there for these negotiations to give any positive results. Thank you.
Thanks very, very much for that. We have an online question, and it's from a gentleman called Sean Curtin, who would like to be unmuted so he can actually address his question directly to all of us. Can we unmute Sean if he's still online? Thank you. If we're having trouble unmuting Sean, I can read his question as it's been presented to me. And that is, will Japan be able to help African nations escape debt traps as Japanese Foreign Minister Yoshimasa Hayashi recently pledged? And how can Japan do this? Sean doesn't say which person he wishes to address this question to. Do any of my colleagues have an answer at this key stage to? Yeah, Sean is asking whether or not Japan can play a role in helping Africa, particularly in terms of escaping debt traps.
Hello? Oh, okay. Thanks, Prof. And thank you to the questioner. Surely Japan has played a role in the past. In Southeast Asia, Japan played a big role. The Southeast Asian countries which have developed now, or which are whose arrows of development are surging forward. Or a lot to Japan in terms of institutions, building institutions of government, of democracy, and other things. Japan has also been enabling those countries with aid through its JICA, the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. So Japan has this experience in Southeast Asia. It can play that role in Africa. We need a number of players in Africa so that we are not indebted to only one country. We are not at the mercy of one player. Let's have a diversification of players in Africa so that we can pick and work with those that contribute to our economy. So Japan should and can play a big role.
Thank you for that. Yes, so let's have a question from our colleague in the audience, please. Yes, please.
My name is Nelson Mutanyi, Center for Policy Dialogue, based here in Lusaka. My question is directed at Gordon. I appreciate his analysis of the challenge that integration faces in Africa. The issue of what he calls bilateralism as opposed to multilateralism. Then he suggests that what we need in Africa is ethical leadership. I want to understand what that meant by that. African countries are well resourced. We have countries that are so rich in resources like Angola, DRC, and others with oil, and yet they're very poor, and their governments, leaders are very rich. So how can you advise on how ethical leadership can be achieved, and also what motivates governments to actually get involved in these what you call deals behind the curtain? What motivates that? Is there a way of changing the laws? Because here in Zambia, we do actually have provisions in our constitution that Parliament should approve debt, the loans rather. And yet this has not been applied. It has not been, up now, it has not been operationalized. So maybe you can address that issue of how ethical leadership can be achieved in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I respond to his question, I need to make a quick point on the question on Japan. I guess the question I used Japan because Japan is a country that is indebted. In fact, the last time I checked, you guys can check, its debt, sovereign debt, not sovereign, but debt was over 300% of the GDP. But most of its debts are within the country. It's not from outsiders. It owes to the industry and local market. So that's why perhaps he was or she was asking the question. So I would like to say Japan, like I said earlier on, has experience in handling debts because it is that country that has debts itself, but it is managing them. It's paying its debts. It's servicing its debts. So we can learn from them. To you, sir, I do not have an answer. I can't pretend to have an answer to that difficult question. It's a difficult question. We have a number of countries with good laws If you check some of the laws, Zimbabwe, I can give you the example of Zimbabwe, which adopted a constitution in 2013. That constitution has got a lot of checks and balances. And it was agreed upon by the Generality of Zimbabweans. 95.4% voted in a referendum to say this is a good constitution. So you can have good constitutions, good laws, good policies, but without political will, it's a problem. So we'll then need to have the citizens, various citizens, the institutions of accountability in a country, your media, your opposition, your civil society, business, and everybody making a statement and ensuring that they compel their governments to build ethical leadership and moral economies. So that's my submission, but I can't pretend to say I have answered you.
Thank you for that. That's a completely magnificent question. And of course, Gordon has shown the difficulty of trying to answer that. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't go on because this is a conference with many sessions, and we've come precisely to the end of our allotted time. There are questions lining up online now as well as in the audience. Please, I do encourage you to talk to our speakers. If I can just make one brief addendum to what Gordon was saying about Japanese relations. Some of the finest ambassadors that I've ever met working in Africa were in the 1980s, Ambassador Sato from Japan here, and very recently in Zimbabwe, Ambassador Iwado. These are people who took a real interest in understanding the countries to which they were posted, particularly to prosecute what the Japanese call their sunshine policy, while at the same time, as Gordon was saying, managing their vast internal debt and trying to present a balanced picture of probity and ethical behavior to the outside world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry there's not more time for questions. I think that you'll all agree with me that it's been a very deep, very provocative, and I think a very important session. I want to add my thanks again, along with that of the speakers, to the organizers at Chatham House for the amazing skill which they've put together, re-put together this particular conference. We're going to have a short break now and reconvene, where the session will be chaired by the British High Commissioner to this country, His Excellency Mr. Woolley. And that promises to be a very interesting session. Among the speakers from Beijing will be my former PhD student, Hai Wei Li. So I'm very proud that she'll be able to do that. But everyone, 10 minutes break, and then we'll reconvene. And let us thank the speakers once again for their wonderful presentations.
Yeah, we do get quite a lot of Al Jazeera. I don't see Hungary. Okay, we're starting the second session of our conference. Welcome back to the second session, and I hope you had a good break after a very interesting and a very great discussion in session one. This session will be looking at partnerships for future development. We heard a range of views in the previous session looking at foreign policy and integration priorities for African countries, how countries in Africa are engaging with partners, their integration priorities, and how they exert influence. In this session, we'll look at specific partnership areas such as education and skills transfer, but also how these partnerships and associations impact growth and development. Unfortunately, one of our panelists, Pippa Morgan, has been unable to join us this morning, but we still have a strong panel that includes McDonald Chipenzi, who is the Executive Director for Governance, Elections, Advocacy and Research Services and Chairperson of the Council of NGOs in Zambia. McDonald is also the author of one of the 2 conference discussion papers that can be accessed in the resources page. You can also access it using the QR code in the agenda or via the link in the chat box for those of you joining us virtually. We also have Dr. Lubinda Habazoka, I hope I pronounced that right, from the Graduate School of Business at the University of Zambia. And Dr. Hangwe Lee, who is advisor at the African Views Organization, who is joining us virtually, I believe from Shanghai. Before we start the session, I just want to remind everyone of some of the house rules. Just to be reminded that this conference is on the record. This means that those present may use the information from the meeting and may identify the speakers or any of the participants. Also, of course, this is a hybrid conference, as we saw in the previous session. We have audiences joining us virtually, as well as speakers, of course. So those joining us virtually via Zoom, please feel free to send your questions using the Q&A box. You're also very welcome to raise your hand so that one of my colleagues in the Africa program can identify you and unmute you to ask your question live. We do also have audiences joining us through Facebook Live. I do apologize to them for not being able to ask questions in this conference. Please feel free to tweet during the conference. As I say, this is on the record. You can use behind me, you will see the hashtag that you can use for your Twitter, CHAfrica. And without further ado, now I would like to invite our first presenter, McDonald Chipenzi, to tell us a little bit about his paper as well, so something that he has outlined in his paper. He will be speaking on perspectives on the role, he'll be providing us his perspectives on the role of civil society in Zambia's foreign policy. Over to you, McDonald.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, fellow participants. All protocols are recognized. And thank you so much, moderator, for this opportunity. My role is basically to share some perspectives on the role of civil society in the Zambian foreign policy. Like it has been shared with you, I'm actually the chairperson of NGOs in Zambia. I've been the chairperson, the vice chairperson from 2012, chair 2018. So I've had some hint of what is happening within the NGOs and their role in the foreign policy. First and foremost is to recognize that there has been a growing number of NGOs in our country after the dawn of multi-party democracy in 1990. From that time, we are actually close to 10,000 NGOs existing in Zambia, even more, except that we have not done a good audit for the past few years due to different legal framework under which NGOs are registered. And this is why we are pushing for the NGO Act in order to ensure that all NGOs are coordinated under one legal framework and be able to know who is who and how many we have in this country. NGOs have played their role after the dawn of multi-party democracy as a sector that has provided checks and balances to the government. And because of that, NGOs have been seen as a sector that undermines government. And because of that, they have been perceived to be enemies of government, especially those who are in governance, those who are in transparency and accountability issues. They have always been perceived as enemies of government. And that has created some kind of a frosty relationship between government or the state and the NGOs, at times being accused as agents of imperialism, as agents of regime change. And because in Africa, and perhaps in Zambia, to be specific, very few, if any, NGOs that are funded by government. So we all rely on donor funding. And because donors have their own agenda, when they give you a fund, they will maybe working in democracy, in social service, in health. So you have to agree with what they have given you or what their country strategy is all about. And this is the framework in which most donors, most NGOs work. They follow what the country strategy of that particular donor has for them when they're applying for funding. And because of that, if you start saying that government's partnership with this NGO or with this country, which perhaps has a very bad record in terms of human rights, in terms of accountability, in terms of transparency, then you find that you are at loggerheads with the government because government feels they are good to go in bed with this government or this rogue state and not with those that are promoting issues of accountability. So therefore, since independence, since 1990, although before independence we had informal associations like the Welfare Society, the trade unions, the student unions. Those were the main civil society that used to give pressure on the government. But now we have all kinds of NGOs that are existing in our country. So, in terms of foreign policy, we have not had any serious engagement with government when it comes to development of foreign policy for our country as civil society. There is no formal mechanism that is in place
If there are any consultations that are based on who the foreign ministry knows better to be part of that consultation. So that in itself makes the civil society have very limited space to contribute to the foreign policy of our own country. And this is why you hear at times, in the recent times, maybe I'll start in 1976, somewhere there, where the Zambian government, had adopted some position in some conflict in the region, and the student had to protest against government, which caused some expulsions from university and so on and so forth by the student. That in itself signaled that government was not consulting other stakeholders in coming up with a foreign policy. The recent one is at the UN, where government had to vote on a certain position. And back home, they were being condemned. Why did it? Because our policy is like this. So it shows that the development of this foreign policy is not inclusive for people to appreciate. When we are sending representatives in those international fora, to appreciate that they have been sent and they will stand for what we believe in. And actually in our case, all foreign policies are actually an imposition from a party that assumes power. And you know that each political party has its own manifesto. And in that manifesto, they have their own foreign policy. So at the end of the day, when they assume power, they use the same manifesto to come up with the foreign direction, the foreign policy direction which they issue. So when they are coming up with those political party manifestos, they don't consult civil society. They don't consult anybody. Perhaps they consult on their own. Under UNIP, it was maybe the National Council, that is, UNIP was our first ruling party in 1964. So it was their own Congress, as a party Congress, as a party council, the executive, they are the ones who decide the foreign policy. Civil society are neither near that policy or not, we just hear. Even the ratification of treaties, international treaties, even the contraction of debts, it's rare that civil society will be called to say, this is what we want to do. What we see at the end of the day, when a government has accumulated so much debt, that's when they call now civil society, come and help us so that our debt is cancelled. But when they were contracting that debt, they were not consulting us. When it's time now that they are suffocated with the debt, they want to consult us so that we help them, reduce the debt or talk to the bilateral, multilateral institution to reduce that debt. So that is the state in which we are. Even when you condemn these people to say, please, this debt you are what? Then you become an enemy of the state. So with that, I can safely say that as civil society in Zambia, we have no any formal platform to input into the foreign policy of our country. And this is why we are now asking, and we are now recommending that the Council of NGOs, as a statutory body, created by an act of parliament, should be a formal mechanism on which government can consult when it comes to the issues of foreign policy. 2, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation must create formal platforms which can be used for consultation, genuine consultation with the NGOs on which policy direction, foreign policy direction government should take. Thirdly, is that civil society should not be seen as an enemy when they associate with other funding agencies, embassies, and so on and so forth. They should not start being called imperialist agents and so on and so forth. So that at the end of the day, there is that frosty relationship between the NGOs and the government, just because we are getting funding from donors who want to work with us in human rights, who want to work with us in democracy, who want to work with us in elections. So once that is done away, then we'll be able to have this relationship where the foreign policy should not be a shrine, where for you to access that, you have to go and ask your gods and the spirits to allow you to go closer. I think that should not be the case. So we want a foreign policy that everyone will see, that everyone will understand, that everyone will criticize, that everyone will appreciate. Even when Zambia is going to bed with some countries that do not believe in elections, that do not believe in transparency and accountability and integrity of election, we should be able to understand, because we are an input in the foreign policy and in the direction that Zambia is taking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MacDonald. That was a very fascinating presentation. Indeed, we can't emphasize enough the importance of civil society in a country in terms of providing checks and balances. And as such, it's extremely important that there are mechanisms in place for engaging civil society or NGOs at all policy levels. We'll now move to our next speaker, who will be talking on a very important topic, especially in the context of African countries where young people make up a majority of the population. And skills development and education is at the center of many governments' thinking in terms of ensuring to provide jobs for an increasingly younger and growing population. Lubinda, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I hope you can hear me. Good morning to everyone that is here. Basically, I just want to share with you few views on international education and skills transfer, basically with an emphasis on Zambia. My presentation, I don't know who's going to be moving it. So I think it's in Zoom. Just a small commercial break. We'll be back. It works. Okay. My presentation is divided into 6 sections. I'll give you a brief introduction. Then because we can't talk about international education and skills transfer without having a feeling of what is the status of Zambia's education sector. So I'll give you a bit of our demographic indicators for Zambia. I'll give a brief overview of our education statistics. Then I'll talk about international education statistics, international skills partnerships, and then conclude by saying thank you very much for listening. Zambia, with a very young population and very fertile land and about 60% of Southern Africa's water resources, remains one of the most attractive tourism and investment destinations, with a population of around 18 million and the size of over 750,000 square kilometers. Zambia is a major producer of various mineral resources, among which are copper and cobalt. Now, why am I saying all these things? Because, to have minerals in the soil and not being able to add value to them to be able to produce goods and services is a resource case. And the education sector in any country's economic development agenda is very, very important. And if you look at Africa, its oil reserves are far much more than, the largest producers of oil in the world. But because, of low education levels in Africa and in Zambia in particular, we are able to produce, goods and services that show the quality of education amongst the population. The main aim of this presentation is not to talk about, not talk a lot much about copper, cobalt, and all these things, but basically to give us a brief overview of Zambia's education sector, and also to talk about international education and skills partnerships, partnerships between Zambian and foreign players. When you look at our population, this is actually one of the largest problems that we are facing. I know a lot of people will not agree with me, but Zambia's population has been, increasing at a very, very rapid stage. If you look at the population of Zambia in, say, 1970, we are somewhere around 4 million. In 1980, we are 8 million. And from 1990, when you look at 2010, we were about 12 million, and now we're about 18 million. So within 2018, between 2010 and 2022, the population is over 50, has grown by over 8 million, citizens. But when you look at the infrastructure, schools, hospitals, or infrastructure that support the livelihood of citizens, that growth cannot be seen. So this idea is just to show you why we need synergies, why we need partnerships, and one of the, it can be a problem if you look at it as how the population is growing and how the infrastructure is growing. But for those of us that have done economics, this can actually be an advantage, because this is basically, ready to use, skills. When you look at education statistics, yes, my figures are a bit old, but nothing has really changed. From 2015 to date, there are very few changes in terms of statistics. Our GDP moved from 26 billion to about 22 billion now. So you see, we had a small period of a bit of stagnation. When you look at, how many people we are producing into society from universities, the University of Zambia, the largest university, produces over 3,000 students. Mulungushu University, third largest, just around 1,000 students a year. The Copper Belt University, about 2,000 students a year. Those are the graduates, university graduates, for a population of about 18 million people. Let's look at trends in human development. I like to see 1980, our life expectancy was about 51.5 years, yes. And the life expectancy started reducing from 1980, and our lowest was somewhere around the 2000, when it was 43 years old. I think because of the years in 5-year gaps, there was a time we reached even 38 years. So you can see that, with the increase in technology in the world, our life expectancy in Zambia has been reducing. And this has got to do with that. The global, technology is, innovations are there in the world, but instead of increasing the quality of life in Zambia, the quality and life expectancy in Zambia is reducing. What is very sad is the Human Development Index. The Human Development Index consists of GDP per capita, life expectancy, and I've just forgotten one more indicator. But when you look at, the Human Development Index, you can see that we are basically around 0.58, and the figure for 2021 still remains at 0.58. And the perfect scenario should be around 1. 0 is worst and 1 is better. So we are just basically there on the on the half situation, and this basically shows you this has an impact on on a lot of things. When you look at the mean years of schooling, basically in this room, if we are Zambians, we are all in grade 6, grade 6 term 2, because the average number of schooling is 6.6 years. So you can't talk about development of a country. I'm an economist, so allow me to share into economic development. So you can't talk about any quality development in a country where you have, the average number of, years people go to class 6.6 years. You need to attain 98, at least 98% education for citizens to be able to, you can come up with policies, ideas, proper plans, national development plans, but if the people that are supposed to help, create that GDP, don't understand the direction in which you are moving, then as a country, you are not going to go anywhere. Borrowing a phrase from one South African politician, economic freedom is going to rely on education. Without education, we are nothing. We can't go anywhere. You can have 1,000 professors, but as long as the people that are supposed to do the shop floor work are not educated, they don't understand where the country is supposed to go. You are going to have vandalism, you are going to have, you are not going to have more like a coordination in terms of national economic development. When you look at government spending, Madam Moderator, sorry, there's one person who didn't come, so I'll speak a bit. I talk too much, So when you look at the share of education in the budget, these figures haven't changed, ladies and gentlemen. Our national budget is now is about 180 billion kwacha. But in terms of percentage, the story is very sad. In 2012, it was 17% of the national budget. Today, this year, 2022 budget, only 10% of the budget is going towards the education sector. 2020, in 2012, it was 17%. It reached its peak in 2015 at 20.2. Then, it just started going down. So we are not spending much on the education sector. If we go deep down into this figure, if we compare with other countries, my slide is notoriously small, but you'll believe what I say, I don't lie. Zambia is that, country that is in orange. Our spending as a percentage of spending on education as a percentage of GDP is about 5.2%, and we are beaten by countries such as Malawi. People that I'm not saying any bad things about Malawi, but I'm saying Malawi beats us. We are beaten by Senegal, Kenya, Burundi. Burundi beats us. When it comes to spending on the education sector as a percentage of GDP. So we shouldn't walk too and relaxed and thinking that, we are the United Kingdom. When we look at share of education funding by subsector, this is a very funny thing. Basic school, this is very good. Basic education gets the larger chunk, followed by administration. So we spend so much money on administering the education sector that the money goes actually to, to the schools, to the universities, to the colleges. We spend so much money, on administrative stuff than the actual process. This is more like spending so much money on the coach, on the team doctor, and the football players are not getting anything. This is basically the same thing with that. When you look at private institutions, by the way, when you look at education sector, education and skills training, skills education. Education is, a baby of universities, colleges, schools. Skills training in Zambia falls under private institutions. the skills that you have and look at how much we are spending. 0.2%, 0.1% of the total budget. So which skills can we talk about? If you don't have welders, if you don't have proper bricklayers, most of the bricklayers and the people that are working in the construction sector in Zambia are self-taught, you know. When you look at, I think when you look at the structure of education and skills in Zambia, I've already said that education training is a baby of conventional, training institutions, and skills training falls under TVET. But the problem with Zambia is that when you talk about TVET institutions, Zambians perceive this as a second choice education. So people will even, feel ashamed to say that they are doing electrical, whatever, at a TVET institution. When you look at collaborations, let's talk about primary and secondary education first. The national education collaboration. Zambia is a bit funny in that when we talk about international partnerships, Zambia looks at it from the perspective of being a receiver. We are expecting donations. We don't do partnerships that are aimed at skills transfer, technology transfer. We look at it from the perspective of what? Of receiving grants, donations, and so on and so forth. So for primary education, we have quite a number of international schools run by various, various countries, Italian International School, American International School, and, fees, unfortunately, range from $1,000 to way above $10,000. So you will see that these schools are only open for the elite, the upper class. The syllabus that is very common is the Cambridge. That is part of international partnering, so you can get British education, American education within Zambia. A negligible size of education in terms of tourism at this level. So you can't find the way we can send kids to go to the United Kingdom to do primary and secondary school education. You can't find such happening in Zambia. Like a Zimbabwean cannot just wake up and say, I'm sending my children to go and start, for example, at Chengelo or something like that. Schools, in terms of international partnerships, they benefit mainly from grants, and the main, providers of those resources are the European Union, the United States of America, and Japan. So, in terms of international partnerships, a lot of, in terms of schools, basic and secondary education, we are looking at it from the perspective of what? Of giving grants, the food, the food feeding program, all those are supported by the donor community. Very few linkages between Zambian schools and international schools abroad. So you can't find Munali linked, with a school in Sweden, for example. When you look at international higher education partnerships and collaboration, here the situation is a bit better. Of course, we also are begging, I hope one day the European Union, the United States of America, Japan and other donors will just say, Zambia, you have copper, cobalt, and all these resources will no longer give you money. So that we can, when somebody's being giving money, they'll just be recipients and they'll never develop. So I think we need to be taken to a corner where we can start looking at different types of partnerships. So Zambian universities host a considerable number of foreign students from the region, but the main destinations of higher education in Southern Africa remains South Africa at #1 and Namibia #2. A number of collaborations exist between Zambian universities and foreign counterparts. I'm director of the Graduate School of Business. I collaborate with from Europe, the Will Institute under the London Business School. So we have a lot of MOUs with international organizations, and those are to do to do research. Zambian universities do a lot of research. In my school, one of the research projects that are running is we are doing research between University of Zambia students, London Business School students, and ZAMSA, which was medical stores. So we are trying to improve their supply chain. So such collaborations are very common in Zambian universities. Zambia receives a lot of grants, of course, from foreign partners in the education sector. The same funders that I mentioned in lower school, they fund international school. Zambia receives a lot of scholarships from China, Russia, the USA, and so on and so forth. But weak linkages exist between universities and industry. In terms of international higher education partnerships in Zambia, international skills training, Madam Moderator, 30 seconds. International skills training. I was shocked when I was doing research on this topic that actually there's so much funding going towards skills training. And the most notorious funders are the USA, the United Kingdom, the European Union, and various United Nations agencies, the African Development Bank. But unfortunately, when you are looking at skills level, we are looking at people that would want to do skills training in Zambia are uneducated. The curriculum does not have courses to do with entrepreneurship. So there's very little, technology transfer. You find a person and there's a weak linkage between industry, the funder, and training institutions. So you find that you train people, there's no funding for them to maybe start a business. There's no funding because you can't train 1,000 bricklayers and expect all of them to go and find, jobs at companies and so on. So those people need some form of, maybe construction companies and so on and so forth. So a proper model is yet to be developed, which is going to be such that when funding for training, skills training is there, there's also industry that requires these skills and so on and so forth. But one of the things that I would like to say in conclusion is that in terms of skills, because of so many universities opening up in Zambia, we are suffocating the skills, skills level training to a level whereby you can't find even professional welders in Zambia. And in terms of international collaboration, I'd like to mention to this August House that we have even welders coming from as far as South Africa because our Zambian welders are unable to do a professional job. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure speaking to you. Madam Moderator, thank you very much for giving me ample time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us such a comprehensive outline of the status of the education and skills development sector in Zambia, but in particular how different international partners are partnering and supporting Zambia in this field. There is clearly a lot of interest and support from partners, but it is also important that this is linked to generating the type of level and level of skills Zambia requires for its developmental agenda. Our final speaker in this session is Hangwe Lee, who has been patiently waiting online to speak to us. Hangwe is an advisor at the African Views organization, and she will be speaking on the political roles of contemporary Chinese association in Zambia. Just a reminder to everyone that all our speakers' biographies are available in the conference package that is on your table. Hangwe, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mulibuanji. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's my great pleasure to participate in today's conference. Although it's quite regretful that I wasn't able to make it in person to Lusaka, a city that I call home for 2 years. So my last trip to Zambia was in 2019, before the pandemic. I was doing a research project with the late Professor Ian Taylor and 2 Polish scholars, Dr. Dominik Kąpiński and Dr. Adrian Polis. We were researching Chinese foreign direct investment in Zambia and its spillover effects. We visited nearly 30 Chinese companies, and we spoke to a large number of Chinese entrepreneurs and Zambian government officials, including several ministers as well as civil servants. And of course, there was the Edgar Lungu's period. And we focused on agriculture, manufacturing, mining, these 3 sectors, as the government of Zambia considers these 3 sectors as the key sectors of the Zambian economy. And due to time constraints, I don't think I will be able to go through the details of the project. as it involves both theoretical and methodological issues. But I can maybe speak about the policy implementation of the research. So basically, our empirical evidence shows that Chinese investment could have the potential to bring linkage formation and general spillover effects. However, that cannot be done without a stronger institutional capacity, especially in terms of local supply capacity. In other words, the necessary conditions for positive spillover effects are not always present, which is why policy interventions should be taken to develop them. Policy intervention and implementation are something also related to institutional capacity. But regretfully, what we observed during our fieldwork is that Zambian institutions that are supposed to regulating, monitoring, and facilitating foreign investors were understaffing and underfinancing. They were very ineffective in meeting their mandates and objectives. For example, as we know, the major Zambia institution established for the sake of FDI spillover creation is ZDA, the Zambian Development Agency. And it has been very challenging for the institution to fulfill its functions due to the very low budget. And they only got around 3 million kwacha in 2019, and they have no presence outside Lusaka. Its office in Ndola, Kitwe, and Livingstone have all been closed down. And they only got 3 persons monitoring the entire country, and none of the Chinese companies we visited were even aware that there is something like aftercare visits in Zambia. And our respondents condemned the situation when state institutions were used for personal or family benefits. Obviously, there have been a lot of changes in the past year, and the new government under President Hakainde Hichilema seems to be taking a different approach. But the challenges remain, and it's important to address them. In that sense, strategy and long-term planning are significant, which requires wider consultation with economists, with scholars, and also journalists and urban planners, NGOs, and civil society groups. Such efforts could also avoid the problem of economic decision-making being centralized in the president's office. Next, I also want to move the discussion of the role to the roles of Chinese Migrants Association and why understanding their roles are important. As when the organizer contacted me, they said it would be good to talk about some of the Chinese perspectives, especially from the perspectives of the Chinese community in Zambia. In fact, as I just spoke about economic linkage and FDI spillover effects, I do believe the Chinese associations could have the potential to play a more positive role. So what do I mean by Chinese associations? Basically, they are non-profit organizations legally registered by Chinese community leaders in Zambia with different purpose, from supporting the everyday life of Chinese migrants to promoting social and economic opportunities. There are around 25 of them in the country, from hometown association to business chambers. And these associations are highly developed. And it's really a fast growing network in terms of quantities and also in terms of functions. The largest group of Chinese associations in Zambia are chambers of commerce or business associations, and this aligns with the fact that Zambia attracts Chinese migrants mainly for economic reasons. So according to a McKinsey report, which I also participated, there are around 900 Chinese companies in Zambia, of which 90% of them are privately owned. And the most influential Chinese business association in Zambia is the Association of Chinese Corporations, which aims to promote interaction and communication between Chinese and Zambian companies. So as we know, a lot of research have been focused on the Chinese state-owned companies, the SOEs, but a considerable number of Chinese companies in Zambia are actually small or medium-sized private firms they have very limited experience operating internationally. So when I was in Zambia, I occasionally saw some local news on labor law violation by Chinese firms. And oftentimes it turned out that these small entrepreneurs didn't really realize that regulations in Zambia were very much different than what they were used to in China. And many of them do not even speak English. So under this background, some of the Chinese community leaders and the associations have been working on some initiatives, such as translating local laws into Chinese and assisting first-time Chinese investors in understanding local regulations. I think such efforts are really important. So I would say on the ground, the relationship between China and Zambia is far more diversified. There are many different actors acting in the country, and we need to acknowledge that. Because oftentimes when we speak about China in Africa, we often think about the China that is central government-led, very much driven by geopolitical interests or the Chinese state-owned companies. So what I want to say is that among the various actors, Chinese associations are definitely significant actors when analyzing contemporary China-Zambia relations as they are becoming more and more active. And we have just talked a lot about how Zambia-China relationship can be rebalanced in order to benefit Zambia more. And we have seen state-to-state interactions or government-to-government interactions. For example, we just witnessed the visit of Zambia Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kakubo, to China's Anhui province. And in fact, he is the first foreign minister of a sub-Saharan African country to visit China since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. I do think such conversations are crucial. In the meantime, I do think there needs to be more interactions, engagement, conversation with the civil society, including the Chinese associations that I mentioned. Thank you very much. I will end here.
Thank you very much, Hangwe, for that very fascinating presentation, very informative one. We will now open for questions and answers with our audience. To indicate whether you want to ask a question. And for our audiences online, please feel free to continue sending your questions through the Q&A box, but also you're very welcome to raise your hand as well. The lady over there is...
Good morning. My name is Asanju Maseka, and I'm part of the Common Future Conversations, which is the youth platform that engages with Chatham House. So my question is targeted at Dr. Luvinda Havazoka. We've seen with the COVID pandemic that a lot of strides made towards reducing poverty and even improving metrics such as health and education have been impacted. What do you think that the Zambian government can do using their digitization strategy to help improve these metrics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to add, the Common Futures Conversation is a Chatham House centenary initiative that aims to bring together young people from Africa and Europe to discuss common concerns and their ideas on big global challenges. Lubinda, do you want to take that question first before we move on to the next one?
I didn't hear it.
Do you want to? I think it was quite very quiet on the mic.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So I was saying, with an impact of the COVID pandemic has been that a lot of metrics made towards reducing poverty, for example, we've actually seen that the world has taken some steps back on the strides that we had made towards that. What do you think the Zambian government can do using their digitization strategy to reduce these gaps?
So I think that it's very true that COVID has had a negative effect on various sectors of the economy, and in particular on programs that are to do with elevating poverty or poverty reduction. I think that when you look at the measures that government put in place, or the actual effects of COVID in Zambia, you are going to find that the banks, for example, made huge profits, huge profits. And other sectors, really suffered. So when you're looking at how we can help, people revamp their activities, I think before we even move digital, we need to see how we can help those that were operating before COVID to reboot their operations. I'm talking about the retail industry. I'm talking about recreation, restaurants, nightclubs, bars. In terms of food, I don't think we had, the majority of our citizens depend on land for their livelihoods. 80% of the informal sector is the agriculture sector. And that's where you find a lot of people. We have seen measures of, food, social cash transfer, food, but it's very true that we can use the digital world to empower citizens. And if you look at the structure of our unemployment, because those that were hit hardest are those that are poor and they're unemployed because they don't have sources of income. So when you look at the overall structure of the number of people that are economically active, but they're not in employment or they're not in school, it's the youth. Now, for this segment, this is a segment that does entrepreneurship, that loves the digital world. So if we have to target people, I don't think it's appropriate in this phase, looking at the population, the youth are woke in Zambia. Of course, we have different types of youth, but I don't think it's a good idea to give them fuel tankers, the Black Mountain, to go and scavenge on. We need to find smart solutions for the youth. We need to find incubators, mentorship programs. There's a company in Zambia called, I don't know whether it's a company or it's an incubator, it's called just on Thabo Mbeki. They are called, they're an incubator, So the Zambian government needs to start funding such smart things. You cannot, I know people that even if I gave them $1 million and told them you are going to be the biggest farmer, you'll be growing chicken, after 2 months, though, they won't have that money. So we need to start identifying smart interventions for each segment of the population. Digital is one. Digital, who does that? Youth that are educated, that are able to do coding. I was just reading 2 days ago, Russia is under sanctions. And Russia, when you reach 18 years, you go and serve in the army. So that year they disturb your career. So they have said all the people that are going to do IT, they are not supposed to, they won't go and serve in the army, So why I'm trying to say the IT and the digitalization is very, very important. Nowadays, there are some people that if there was no Zoom, people are going to be packed here, but people are watching us from everywhere. So we are not supposed to just be users, we should be developers. Kenya is a success story that you can find in Zambia. So we need to go and copy that. And as citizens, I think you should stop, supporting what was in the past. These things of Black Mountains and Blue Mountains, fuel tankers, and what? Those are long gone interventions. There's nobody, trust me, come after 5 years, I'll be here. Those people that received those things won't go anywhere. So we need to find for them smart interventions. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. I might take a cluster of questions for different speakers in the interest of time. There was a very good question from Chisanga Mukuka. Is Chisanga able to ask the question live? Otherwise, I'll just read the question. So Chisanga is asking to you, MacDonald, you point out that Zambia's civil society organizations heavily depend on international donor funding to run their respective activities. And her question is, what intervention can be made to promote local funding and resources for the civil societies in Zambia? In addition, there were a couple of questions for Dr. Lee. First one is, to what extent has China-Zambia relation improved economic development in Zambia? That was from Pabon Pabon Baribene. And Sean Curtin also asked, do Chinese citizens living in Zambia and other African nations need to engage more with local people? And if so, how can they improve people-to-people engagement? And if that's okay, I'll take one final question, which is someone who's been patiently raising their hand. Zenge Simakolori, apologies for my pronunciation. Please, you can unmute yourself now. You have been granted ability to speak.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, so it's Zenge Simakolori. I'm a global affairs student from King's College London, and I also host a podcast on African affairs. I guess this question is to panelists generally. I'm interested to know what panelists think of the new Dawn administration's foreign policy's trajectory. Lungu visited China within 3 months in office in 2015. President Hichilema visited the US and the UK within 3 months of coming into office. So I'd like to know, also the foreign minister strategically is an MP from Kapirimposhi, where Tazara is, visited China, as Huang Li said earlier that he is the first African minister to visit China since COVID. Now, generally, would you say that Zambia is shifting to the West, or is it basically recalibrating or rebalancing its foreign policy positions? What repercussions do you think this would have on Zambia and generally?
Thank you very much. Can I start with you, MacDonald, to address the question that was specified for you? And if you have any comments on the final question, also be great if you could share that.
Thank you so much. Zambian names. So thank you so much, Sanga, for this question. Yes. It's true that, like I mentioned, most actually, 90% of the Zambian NGOs, civil society, are funded by foreign or international agencies and not locally. And what are the interventions? The only interventions that are available now, since volunteerism has died, it's no longer now a thing that you can talk to people to say, no, social enterprise, where you register an NGO, but you can still do business. Register a company that will produce some kind of profit for your NGO to survive. Or you go into real estate, where you build, if you can manage, if that donor can help you build an infrastructure, put those infrastructure on rent, then you'll be able to generate income locally. There are no local donors that are willing to support, especially NGOs in governance and human rights. But you find some local donors in social service NGOs, all right? And some of the social service NGOs have come up with the same social enterprise, like you have Vision Fund, which is run by World Vision, okay? So they are in such kind of enterprise to generate more money for that. So I think that is that's where we are shifting now. And we have had a lot of meetings with the EU to try and capacity build NGOs on social enterprise and how they can be done. On the issue of shifting foreign policy, like I said, NGOs are not consulted on this. So we are just also guessing like Smagoro is guessing. Are we shifting to the West, or we are in the middle, or we are still in the East? We are still looking in the East. None of the government official, and I wish the Minister of Foreign Affairs was here, to tell us exactly where we are in terms of direction. Are we going to the East and going to the West? But of course, I think Smakore brought in an issue of cautiousness, that as we move, can we be like a chameleon? Every step that we put on, where we step, we must calculate it so that we don't rush like a lizard and end up going into the fire. So I think so far we can see that the New Dawn government is more on the issues of accountability, on the issues of transparency, on the issue of human rights, on the issues of corruption fight. So you can also see that because of that direction, there are countries that support that kind of thing. All the other countries don't support human rights. Okay, they don't have any issue, any story about human rights, corruption, and accountability. So with that kind of approach from the government, then you can see where their eyes are actually directed and not the other side. I hope I've responded to your question.
Thank you very much. Hangwe, can I come to you for the couple of questions that were addressed directly to you?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Moderator. So let me first address the question about from Barry Bennett. Her question is, to what extent has China-Zambia relation improved economic development in Zambia? Well, I think there are many different perspectives to answer the question. There is a historical perspective, because we all know that the construction of Tazara Railway has definitely deepened the bilateral relations, and Zambia was in fact the first African countries to host a Bank of China's overseas office, and it actually goes back to all the way to 1997. And Zambia is also the first country in Africa to have Chinese agriculture investment. But of course, there are also many other concerns. For example, I think especially among local Zambians and civil society groups, for example, whether Chinese investment is a threat to local companies, whether the Chinese investment has developed strong business linkages with local partners and also local suppliers. As I just mentioned briefly, for example, our research, what we focused was where the Chinese companies are sourcing most of their inputs from Zambia or from China or from South Africa or from the West. And what we found was that most of the inputs the Chinese companies produced were from China, South Africa, or Europe. And we actually asked why, and many of our interviewees told us because they cannot find those inputs in Zambia, be it big machines, be it requirements, be it plastic bags for or so on and so forth. So put it simply, I think many of the questions, especially such as the spillover potential of Chinese investors, is rather weak, but this shows the systematic linkages between Chinese investors and also local suppliers, and those identified also low technology inputs offer limited hope for better performance of indigenous firms. But having said this, I don't think this is to say that Chinese investments are lack of potential in terms of generating more positive effects, but definitely it needs to be driven by relevant policies, as I just mentioned. I think Professor Justin Yifu Lin also mentioned that structural transformation of the African economies can be potentially helped by Chinese investments, but it clearly not the role of Chinese investors, and also cannot be expected to by the Chinese. Relevant institution policies and also strong state capacity are very much needed. Okay, I hope I have answered the question. And there is also another one regarding to the people-to-people engagement, which I think is also related to my talk about Chinese associations in Zambia. As I said, they are very active actors, and they are independent participants in the China-Africa relations and also in China's foreign policies. And I do think they could have a positive role, and they could be the bridge connecting individual Chinese and also the Chinese embassy and also the local society, because I have actually been seeing these associations, especially community leaders, try to have different kinds of initiatives to try to better integrate with the local societies, functioning such as cultural or philanthropic intermediaries by frequently organizing culture and also charity activities. And of course, they have their own purpose. Some of the purpose including spreading Chinese culture, and also some of the purpose include a better image of the Chinese in the country, because we know that the country we have witnessed that the anti-Chinese sentiment in the country, especially during election campaigns. So I think definitely they could, like these civil society groups and also the Chinese associations I mentioned, can play a much more positive role in building a more close relationship with local people. And I think that's really important. And I will just briefly maybe talk about the last question, and which I think is not an either or questions, because I don't think African countries always need to pick up side. And I think, yeah, African countries, including Zambia, as we've seen, they have been seeking to play a greater role in multilateral efforts without becoming a pawn in China, US, or China West wrangles. And so I think it's really a question of how the Zambian government can navigate the bilateral or multilateral, regional and international relationship to develop and to deliver developmental benefits, and to create a more to create a good international environment that can benefit Zambia. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just are 5 minutes late, so I wonder if I could just do one final round of questions with hopefully very, very brief answers from our speakers. The first one is in our room here. If one of my colleagues could please give the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kanenga Hagai from the University of Zambia. And first of all, I would like to disagree with my colleague McDonald Chipenzi with his assertion that there is no consultation regarding the formulation of Zambia's foreign policy. Perhaps the appropriate word to use is there isn't wide consultation. And I can attest that as someone from the academia, have actually participated along with other civil society organizations whose work relates to Zambia's economic relations with other countries. Of course, civil society organizations in some circumstances have participated under the invitation of the government in the formulation of Zambia's foreign policy. Perhaps certain civil society organizations could not have participated at some point regarding their work. So I disagree with his comment to state that there is no consultation. I think that's a misplacement of the word itself. There is consultation, but not wide.
Thank you.
Also, just a comment
Very
on
briefly.
Zambia's relations with China, riding on other people's comments and submissions. I would like to state, first of all, that actually now China is a very strategic partner that Zambia cannot ignore. Two, it is not China's responsibility to make sure that the relations contributes to Zambia's economic development. It is actually Zambia's responsibility to ensure that its relations with China does contribute to Zambia's development. Today, in terms of trade, Zambia has about 3.7 billion US untapped trade potential. Of that, China accounts for 2.2 billion, which is like 59% of Zambia's total untapped trade potential. Of course, China is Zambia's second largest trading partner and a key source of investment, a key source of development finance. So it is up to the Zambian government to strategically balance and make sure that its relations with China benefits the people. So we have a responsibility as a country to make sure that with all the countries that we engage with, the engagements are to the best benefit of our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll give everyone 1 minute to address some of the points, but if I can just add, there was a question that came through the Q&A box via Zoom as well, on how can rural youth communities best turn their produce to cash? What does the agriculture, commercial, private sector need to spread in its outreach? I thought I would add that because we haven't really covered agriculture, but the importance of the sector cannot be undermined. So I'll give you each 1 minute to just address some of these points.
Thank you so much. Let me maybe respond one question where my comrade from UNZA is saying disagrees. Well, I sit here as the chairperson of the NGO, and we have an office where the government has to direct all questions or invitations when it comes to consultations with the NGOs. And I can assure you that from 2012, when I was vice chairperson of the NGO Council or the Council of NGOs, we have not received any formal invitation from the government. So this is why in my presentation I said there were NGOs that could have been friendly and academia that could have been friendly to the regime then, or even now, that could have been invited. So that does not say, that does not mean that the civil society body has been consulted. So that is, I think, the fact on the ground as I sit here as chairperson of the Council of NGOs. So yes, there could be some peripheral participation because of your connections, your expertise, and so on and so forth, but not through the body that is mandated to do so. Coming to what was the other issue, and I also mentioned that it is limited, and that's why we are calling on the government now to open up the space, and also maybe the NGOs to have interest in the foreign policy formulation, which I think some NGOs or many of the NGOs don't have that interest. This is perhaps an opportunity for us to start serious engagement with government through the body established to ensure that NGOs are part and parcel of the foreign policy formulation and implementation in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final comments, maybe from Hangwe first, and we'll conclude with you.
Well, thank you. Okay, I actually don't have any additional points regarding to this question. Yeah, thank you. I think I have said enough.
Thank you very much, Lubinda.
So I'm always lucky to have 2 minutes. So first of all, I would like to say that in terms of foreign policy, from 2002, of course, there was a balance. Then when we had HIPIC, we tilted towards China up until 2017, because I know I have more information, we were more like non-aligned. And of course, Chinese investments in Zambia mirror what is basically happening across the globe. I always say that don't cane Zambia, because the Waldorf is Astoria, where the president of the USA stays or used to stay every time they go to the UN, was bought by the Chinese. Now imagine if it was something sacred to Zambians that was bought by the Chinese, it was going to be, wow, the Chinese have done this. So I think the foreign policy we should have in Zambia is that of non-aligned. You know, we should do business with everybody. Because to be very honest, I'm going to be very blunt. There's no country that is the best friend to another one. Politicians serve the interests of the citizens. So no matter how, for example, Botswana loves you, when it has to choose between the relationship between Zambia and Botswana, for example, the Botswana will choose Botswana. You know, so for me, we need to be non-aligned. We are not part of the East-West. We don't have enough reserves to do that. Let's just do business. Whoever comes, comes. You know, we know what type of relationship. There's something that says that when a Chinese comes into Zambia, they leave a school. When the British come, they leave a lecture. So you get what comes your way, you know. So don't. Then in terms of agriculture, the problem with our agriculture sector is that everybody can grow things. They have the strength. They can do whatever they want to do, but we don't have markets. There are no integrators. You know, people say no, foreign investors are taking advantage of Zambian citizens, but you're looking at foreign investors coming with a lot of experience. So they're able to integrate their production. When they come, they're not producing 2 tomatoes. They have come to do thousands and thousands of tons. And the wastage, they produce ketchup and whatever. But for small Zambian, you know, farmers, what we need to do is to move agriculture discourse from feast. We can't just be doing feast. I was born feast. You can't be doing that. I mean, this is 2022. We need to do smart farming, you know. What do we need to do? Those that grow tomatoes, there should be a company created that goes and buys 2 tomatoes there, 2 tomatoes there, and they integrate and they send to wherever that tomato wants to go. Zambia has the best meat, one of the best, tastiest meat in the world, I'm telling you. I've eaten beef in London before. But we can't take our beef to the European Union. So when you are, you know, problem with Africans that when you sit with the European Union, you are discussing how much money you should be given for free to take to the primary schools. Tell them, look, I've get to have nice beef. When you come to Lusaka, you eat it and you never get sleeping sickness or whatever. You don't die, you eat. The British High Commissioner eats our beef and is not dead. So can we export to your country? That's the type of talk we are supposed to do. But we just, when we see the Europeans, for us, it's just begging. So we need to do smart things, you know, smart thinking, you know. So there are 2 examples. Zambeef. There are farmers out there in the villages that are growing things for Zambeef. Zambeef is vaccinating the cattle, teaching them how to deal with cattle and so on and so forth. They are integrating. Some of our beef is in Nigeria. There's Parmalat. You know, Parmalat also has farmers. They teach them how to feed the cattle and all those things. Those people are making more money than teachers, engineers, and what. From just holding, if you have 10 dairy animals, You are making more money than a guy who lives in Kablonga. So we need to start thinking smart. How are we going to integrate this thing? Not when you just see the European Union, you are just asking, no, please, Euro bonds, please help us. No. Let's start trading with the world. We need to start, we are all educated now. Everybody in this room is educated. Let us start thinking at another level. Why can't we send these things, our products to Europe? Why? They are fighting now, NATO, Ukraine, what? We should be chancers. Go and get, Russia is selling their oil at 20% discount. Go and get it. What are you voting for? You don't have oil, go and get the discounted one. Then go to the UK and say, look, your sugar is expensive. We have Mazabuka, we are bringing you sugar. What's the problem? Is it pollen that is bad here or in the sugar? But you are drinking tea and you haven't died. So we can bring it to London. That's the discourse we should start having as Zambians.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Luvinda. Okay, so we have come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for your presentations, Hangwe, Luvinda, and MacDonald, and for answering candidly to all the questions, to the diverse range of questions that we've received. We're breaking for lunch now. Lunch will be served downstairs, just literally underneath this this room, in the restaurant. So we'll reconvene here at 13:30 for the next session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
That was awesome.
I think it's fair to say that when it comes to relationships between mining companies and host governments in Africa,
Echo, what's up? Can you hear me? Oh, what's up? Echo, what's up? What's up? There it is. There it is. Hear me. Can you hear me? Yes. Don't worry about the volume. Just say, can you hear me? Worry not about the volume. Yeah.
Darren? Darren? You shouldn't say Darren. I see it.
members of the Zambian government, fellow ambassadors, high commissioners, members of civil society, academia, various organizations represented here today. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the first of the afternoon sessions of this wonderful event. My name is Nicholas Woolley and I am the British High Commissioner accredited to Zambia. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be asked to chair this next session on regional environmental priorities. I do so and in my capacity as my country's representative here, who as the United Kingdom represents the president of the Conference of Parties of the UN climate change process, COP26, which was hosted in Glasgow a few months ago. And our presidency runs through to November when COP27 will be held for the first time here on the continent of Africa in Egypt. Just a couple of housekeeping points to mention. We have a number of people here in Lusaka in person, but it's also a hybrid event. So I believe a majority of people are joining us online. Can I remind everyone that this session will be on the record and in fact is being streamed live on the Chatham House Facebook page. It's designed to be participatory. So please do step forward with any questions that you have, either those in the room or online, and we'll ensure that once the guest speaker has given his remarks, there'll be an opportunity for some questions, and also you can use the chat box for those of you online as well. So please do feel free to contribute to this debate. As I mentioned, this is on regional environmental priorities, and the 2021 COP26 summit of the United Nations Climate Change Conference, which was held in Glasgow in the United Kingdom last year, was by many measures a great success in terms of what the negotiators from all of the UN state parties agreed at that conference. Just to recap some of those agreements, first of all, they agreed to keep alive the aim to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, with specific mention of the role of fossil fuels in climate change for the first time at a COP, in a COP document. Delegates agreed to call to at least double adaptation finance by 2025. They agreed progress on Article 6 of carbon markets and agreements on halting and reversing deforestation, and also on new commitments to assist a just transition away from coal. Zambia played a key role as part of these discussions and negotiations at COP26. They signed a number of pledges, including on halting and reversing deforestation by 2030 and committing to a clean energy transition. President Hichilema himself attended COP26, fresh after his election here in August, and indeed spoke at the event. And just to highlight one of those remarks that President Hichilema made to the conference, he noted that we only have a small window of opportunity to ensure that we collectively take decisive action and prevent the negative impact of climate change. Note the word collectively. Climate change is a complex problem that requires cooperation and collaboration among nations. No one alone can solve the issue. So as we move towards COP27, there's no other way to address those challenges than working together and building on the successes of COP26. There's still a lot more we can do, which is why it is so fantastic to have this session today and to have the pleasure and honor of introducing Mr. Ephraim Shetima, who is here with us today. Mr. Shetima, who many of you will be familiar with, is the Zambian Director of Climate Change and is also now the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators. So we're working to formulate a united African position on key negotiating points to ensure that COP27, the African COP, achieves objectives for lasting and deep positive change for the economies, people, and environments of this continent. So without much further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce the speaker, and invite Mr. Shatima to address the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your kind words and introductions. And probably before I start speaking, let me just convey our gratitude to the hospitality that we enjoyed in the beautiful city of Glasgow during COP26. We think that that was well arranged, and we need to remind ourselves that this was done in the context of COVID-19 when it was almost at its highest, but the measures that were put in place were excellent, and it ensured that the proceedings went well. And I think the outcome from Glasgow speak for themselves. So I just wanted to extend that. And if I may adopt your protocols, Your Excellency, I just want to recognize all the dignitaries, the excellencies, the ambassadors who are here, and all invited guests, and also just to appreciate being invited to speak at this forum. Like His Excellency the High Commissioner indicated, I'll be speaking in my capacity as chair for the African Group of Negotiators. And I know that the topic is on the priorities, environmental priorities for the region. And as you may understand, that's quite a complex subject because Africa itself, having 54 countries, is a complex region. We have different regional priorities in terms of both the geography and the social situations are not the same. And so if you are to talk about environmental priorities, you'll have to look at the broad spectrum of the issues. But I think it is important probably to indicate that climate change probably is an underlying denominator now in terms of all the challenges that we have as a continent. Whether you are looking at air pollution, or water pollution, or diversity degradation, or indeed the depletion of wildlife in other parts of the continent. The bottom line that comes to your mind when you analyze most of these issues, the impact of climate change is exacerbating most of these challenges that Africa faces. And so the priorities inevitably have to hinge on how you address climate change as a continent. And so I'll speak from that perspective. Of course, addressing climate change, like we all know, requires that we deal with the root cause of the problem, which is addressing the greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to global warming and ultimately climate change. If you take Africa in that context, of course, the situation is such that the contribution from Africa has been quite minimal, both historically and at the moment. I think around 5% of the global emissions come from Africa. But that doesn't mean that we sit on our laurels, because the growth of these emissions across the continent and in a number of sectors are high. That is where the issue is. The growth of emissions in most of the developing countries, including Africa, are high. What that means is that we need to address that so that we pursue low carbon development pathways and reduce the increase in the emissions. So that's one. The second part is, of course, adaptation. African countries are already impacted by climate change. Most of our fragile sectors, if you're looking at this agricultural sector, for example, irrigation levels in Africa are quite low. So we have a high dependency on rain-fed agriculture. And what that means, any changes in the rainfall pattern, whether you receive too much of the rains or too little of the rains, means that the agricultural sector is impacted. And so building resilience in the agricultural sector is key to ensure food security. When you look at the water itself, I think climate change, most experts refer to it as water change, because I think water is at the battlefront of climate change in terms of addressing it. And water is quite an issue in Africa, whether you're looking at the Sahel region or even the sub-Saharan region itself. We do have challenges of water. And so adaptation and building resilience, ensuring that we can have access to clean drinking water across the continent is key. I think broadly you can run through all the sectors. You would find that adaptation or responding to this challenge of climate change and ensuring that sustainable development can proceed while addressing this is quite important. And so from our context, Your Excellency, we very much appreciated the success that was made on adaptation, in particular, adopting and operationalizing the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Global Goal on Adaptation, the 2-year work program that was adopted, which has ensured that countries will now have to work for the next 2 years to see how we can operationalize that global goal on adaptation. This was an important outcome because it is driving us to have a balance between mitigation and adaptation. As the saying goes, what you can't measure, you can't manage. We are able to calculate in terms of emissions on the mitigation part, and that's why it is very easy to be able to assess, because you can calculate the tons of carbon when you're addressing mitigation, which is why it is even easy to mobilize the support, I think, in terms of addressing mitigation. It has been shown that a lot of resources, global finances are flowing more to mitigation. Of course, there have been efforts to see how that can be balanced up with adaptation. But the challenge is, how do we ensure that you can indicate and track progress in how you are building resilience, for example, in the sectors that I talked about? And that's where the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal and adaptation is important. It is taking us to operationalize Article 7 of the Paris Agreement, which establishes the global goal and adaptation. Ultimately, we should have some indicators, whether these are qualitative or quantitative, but they are measures that will help you show how we are moving in building resilience. And I should indicate that Zambia is a pioneer in this, Your Excellency. The revised NDC that we submitted in July 2021, actually on 30th July 2021, is one of the few NDCs, if you go to the website, which has an annex at the end where we tried to indicate to show the indicators that we have developed. Of course, so far they are only qualitative, but we think that is an important starting point because we are able now to start tracking progress. How are we enhancing resilience in the sectors, both in the biophysical and even the human systems? So that outcome, in our view, is very important. But of course, we think that it should be coupled now with adequate means of implementation in how we move forward in operationalizing that. The other key priority that I can talk about in terms of the African context, and this is linked to raising the ambition, because I think in Glasgow, we all agreed that the aggregate efforts globally in addressing climate change falls short to put us on a track that is safer. We cannot attain the 2 degrees Celsius that we've been targeting, that we ensure that global warming doesn't go beyond 2 degrees, let alone the 1.5 degrees, which for most developing countries, the most vulnerable, is the safest bet that we have. But to ensure that we can raise the ambition, putting in place mechanisms like the market mechanisms are important, because that is one channel that we need to bring in the private sector into addressing climate change. And so Article 6 and the outcomes on the mechanisms that will help the carbon market thrive after Glasgow was also an important, and we think for Africa, it's an important priority. But then we also know, at least those who follow, that Africa didn't fare very well in the carbon market under the Kyoto Protocol, particularly the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanisms. Basically, the continent wasn't fully prepared to participate fully in that one. And our hope is that we ensure the continent is adequately prepared. This means that apart from just unpacking what the rules that were adopted entail for the private sector, for example, and the financial institutions, it would also require some capacity building and ensuring that Africa is among the front runners once the carbon market under Article 6 is up and running. I think in the interest of the Chatham House rules, I know that I'm not supposed to dominate the discussion, Your Excellency, but those few points that I've highlighted would be key to stimulate the discussion, and I'll be ready to respond to some of the comments and questions. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chitima, for those remarks, which covered quite a broad spectrum of the issues that are live now and will be live going forward to COP27. The opportunity now is for those either in the room to please raise their hands if you have questions or remarks that you'd like to make, or if you are watching and participating online, please virtually raise your hand and I'll be able to have your question fielded by one of the organizers of the conference. Yes, we have a point here in the front row. Please go ahead. The microphone's coming your way.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chitima, I just wanted to get...
Sorry, can I just ask everyone who's making point just to introduce themselves very briefly?
Thank you. My name's Brenda, Chanda, and my question is directed to Mr. Chitima. I just wanted to find out generally how African countries, and maybe specifically Zambia, are balancing the demands that are being made by the international community for adaptation measures, and also how these measures may affect the livelihoods of Africans, and what governments are doing to cushion communities that depend on, for instance, charcoal burning. For some people, that's a business, it's a livelihood. So to take away that, when you take away that, what is being given back to them? Thank you.
Thanks. I think what we'll try and do is take 2 or 3 questions, remarks in a group, and then allow Mr. Chitima to reply collectively to them. So we've got another question towards the back of the room. Again, if you could just introduce yourself and say where you're from, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mansa. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mwansa from Mulungushi University. And I just wanted to ask a question around within the framework of the Africa's deficit in industrial.
Sorry, could you just speak a bit more directly into the mic? We're having trouble hearing you at the front. Thank you.
Okay. Is this okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my question is within the framework of Africa's industrialization. So if you look at drives like the African Free Continental Trade Area, this is obviously premised on the back of a huge industrialization push, right? And Africa has a lot of natural resources, some of which are oil, coal, right? So in order to industrialize, there's going to be this need to use this so-called dirty energy. So don't you think there's some sort of paradox between Africa correcting its industrialization deficit and also this push for climate change in terms of adaptation and mitigation? Thank you.
Thank you. Another good question. And we've got one final one in this round over to our left. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian from Zambia. Find out from you, Mr. Chitima.
We have the mic volume just put up a little bit so that we can hear the gentleman address his question.
Okay. I just wanted to find out.
We're going to get you a new microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out whether as a country we do have policy. I heard you mention that Zambia signed a protocol of sorts in Glasgow regarding coal. And I'm just imagining with all the ambition around the investments that are coming up, I don't know whether, for example, the public would agree that we shut down the Mamba coal mine and also the power plant. And also we've seen in the region, for example, Uganda just signed a $10 billion investment deal for their petroleum. Who knows, maybe in the near future, Zambia could make discoveries in the basins up north and also the western side where we had Namibia making discoveries. We have an energy transition policy. If not, are there any plans so that we have a soft landing in this sector?
Thank you. We'll just ask Mr. Chitima to come back on those three questions before taking others. So, Mr. Chitima, a point there around adaptation, one around industrialization, and then one linked to that second one around the use of coal. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and I hope I'm audible at the back. Thank you very much. I think the questions both from Brenda and Mwansa are quite similar, although I didn't get the last one very well. And I'll start from the convention. Right from the convention, in terms of the objective, you'll find that it recognizes the issue of development and also particularly ensuring that poverty is reduced. So whatever we are doing in addressing climate change has to be done in the context of sustainable development. And most of the decisions up to even the Paris Agreement does recognize even Africa's special needs and special circumstances. And so even when decisions are being made and negotiations, we emphasize on the fact that poverty reduction, for example, sustainable development are overriding priorities for Africa, because we cannot address climate change if we abandon sustainable development. But then the context in which we are, in terms of development paradigm itself, it's shifting. The issue of coal and other fossil fuels, the decision was a very delicate balance that had to be struck. If you read that decision, it talks about phasing down. It gives you that, it recognizes that in a number of countries, this will have to be transitional. And you are talking about just transitions, in fact, in plural, just transitions. So there is a recognition that countries are at different trajectories of their development. And so in terms of how they move to green energies and other green production systems, it will not be at the same time. There will be gradual, there are things that have to be put in place for countries to be able to transition without disrupting their production processes. But the bottom line is that the future that we are going through requires that we develop at a different trajectory through a low carbon development. And evidence is showing that you do much better through development, through the low carbon development pathway than you would with the traditional approach. I think if you just take a simple example of our own economic context, if you take agriculture, for example, and I'll come back to that because it's an important aspect for us. There have been studies that show how productivity improves with conservation farming and other climate smart technologies, even in the context of climate change. So some of the measures, most of the measures, in fact, that countries are taking are both in their self-interest and not just for global interest in terms of addressing climate change, but also just to emphasize that in terms of adaptation measures, even most of the mitigation measures, there are a lot of core benefits which actually accrue to the country and not just for the global public or the global community. If you take, looking at our water bodies, for example, if we say we need to undertake measures such as conserving our forests to ensure that rivers continue flowing, the benefits that will arise from that are mostly local and to the countries. But what that does is you also address your carbon footprint as a country. And so you're addressing both domestic development priorities, but also contributing to the larger global efforts in addressing. So probably it's a perspective that we need to change. This is not something that is driven from outside to say Africa needs to make this contribution. And so it's at the detriment of our development. No, it is also in our best interest, but admitted poverty reduction, sustainable development remain key priorities that are factored in any decisions that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shatima. It's only a short session, unfortunately. So we will take, I think, just one final round of questions, either from those in the room or those online. And we had one hand up towards, two hands up towards the back. Any advance on two? Or perhaps let someone online, if they have points to make as well, as the final one.
My name is Blessing Mataka from Mulungushi University. On the subject of climate change, I think much of the discussion centers around the threats or the threats that climate change is posing on human life. But can we possibly also not look at it from a positive perspective in terms of maybe the opportunities that we can actually derive from this phenomenon and possibly be proactive in addressing some of the issues? Maybe one of the major threats today maybe is the aspect of drought, and maybe commonly now, maybe because of too much rain or inconsistent patterns. But what are we doing possibly? Are we harvesting the water, or the water is just coming and just flowing away without looking to tap into the opportunities that this phenomenon is posing from a positive perspective? Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have a further question to the left.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Akufuna Muyunda from Common Futures Conversation and the Resilient 40 Africa, a youth network that is, of course, inspired by the UK government under FCDO. I'm particularly interested in finding out from the user. I know very well of the good work you're doing also under the ministry, but also as an individual. But my greatest concern has been access to information, especially when in as far as research and development is concerned in regards to climate change. We can talk about adaptation, we can talk about building resiliency, but if we have no information to work with, we have no data to work with, it's a very big challenge. I'd like to find out to what extent, as you convene as African group of negotiators, is this issue being considered, and what kind of support is required to actualize this, especially at the local level in Zambia, but also in every other African country. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that question. Do we have any further questions? I'll just see if we have any online as well. Ross. There's one question online.
Thank you. So this is on behalf of Zenge Simakoloi, who's asking, to what extent can Zambia maximize on value addition in copper given onset of EV industries and diversify at the same time? France and the UK have carbon emission-free targets in which EV cars are at the center. How can Zambia keep track on economic diversification whilst participating in the EV industry, which is reliant on copper and cobalt?
Thank you. Okay, so we had first question around positive perspectives, second question around access to information, and then that third final one on electric vehicles and economic diversification. Mr. Shatima, I'll let you take them all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think I'll combine the first and the second, the one by Blessings and Zenge, Malloy, because I think the opportunities, like you indicated, indeed, it's not doom and gloom on climate change. Of course, we wouldn't say it's something that we would have wished upon ourselves, but the transition that is happening, for example, provides opportunities that we can take advantage of and move forward. For example, the transition to electric vehicles that Julia has talked about, it almost puts us on the same footing with the developed countries, the industrialized countries, because everyone is moving in that area, meaning that we can take advantage and make that as a niche as developing countries, and probably take advantage of that and be some of the manufacturers of these vehicles. I know when he was referring to copper, coal, and others, some of the minerals that are required, for example, to produce batteries for these electric vehicles are found in developing countries, including Zambia. So those are opportunities as this transition is happening to move away from the fossil fuels, going to electric vehicles. We should position ourselves to see what is it that we're going to be contributing. And so those are some of the areas that we take up as opportunities. In terms of access to information, Akufuna, yes, this is critical. Access to information on climate change is very important. Now, not only access, because I'm sure when we talk of access, it may just be referring to, do we have access to government policy documents? Do we have access? But actually, we should start from simplifying the complexity of climate change itself and make it accessible to the ordinary person in the community who should respond to that. So even before we come to talk about access, the issue is, can we simplify this complex subject? Can we even translate these into languages that our common people on the ground who should be making their livelihood decisions can have and access to that? And that is what is critical. We've had attempts on that, but I must admit there's a lot of work that requires to be done to do that. But the efforts that we've taken, including if you are watching, particularly in the Zambian context, popular TV programs in local languages, you see scrolling messages on climate change as translations just to sensitize the public. But in terms of access, and particularly now for social media, because this is what is trending, anything that you do, government is moving into e-governance, and you've seen a lot of accessibility in terms of information. I can indicate, for example, that the department was authorized to have a Facebook page. We do have a Facebook page as Climate Change Department where we feature most of the issues that we do. And this is making it to have the feedback quite quickly from the public, particularly our youth generation. They are very quick to respond and make comments on what we do. But for documentation, usually most government departments, including ours, upload most of the documents online. But of course, there are improvements that we need. But access to information on climate change, if people are going to change their behavior and contribute to the effort, is quite key.
Thank you. I can see that the chat bar online has got a number of messages coming in. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I think it's been a very rich discussion. This slot after lunch is often a tough one, but Mr. Shatima, you've given some very poignant remarks, food for us all to think about, and in a very engaging way answered and addressed many of the questions that you've been asked during this session. It's very clear that climate change is an issue that increasingly matters to all of us here in Zambia, more broadly across the globe. We are already feeling the devastating effects of climate change. And so the importance of working together is going to be paramount if we're going to address and tackle, mitigate and adapt to the challenges ahead. So it's in that vein that I'm proud that the UK as current COP president is working closely with Zambia and with others across the international spectrum in order to ensure that the successes that were achieved in Glasgow continue moving forward, and that we drive that momentum through to COP27 and beyond here in Africa, in Sharm el-Sheikh later this year. So it just leaves me with a final warm and appreciative thanks to Mr. Shatima for coming and speaking to us this afternoon, and to all participants as well for being engaged in a very rich, thought-provoking discussion. Thank you.
Your Excellency, it was a pleasure.
We'll just move to the next session of the conference on regional infrastructure. So please, if I can invite the chairman for this session, Mr. Sylvester Kasuka, as well as the panelists to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are we audible? Can you hear us? Sound people, can we be heard? Okay, thank you very much. We will begin this particular session by allowing the members to do some introductions. And one thing that is very clear about issues of infrastructure in the continent and the purposes of regional integration is that Africa's infrastructure status. Oh, thank you very much. I think I'm now clearly being understood. Yes, I was saying that issues of infrastructure in the continent are of great concern, considering that Africa's infrastructure deficit is one big undoing to the African economy. And it is estimated that the continent loses about 2% of its GDP per year. Despite the enormous resource base that the continent has, we do find that we are barely connected. And many a times, if you want to go maybe to a certain African country, you are forced actually to fly out of Africa for you to fly back again to go to a country that is not very far from you. Connections between the east coast of the African continent and the west coast is more or less non-existent. Many countries that have resources that can be shared just across borders can barely do business with one another. Intra-African trade is barely 17%. And we do realize that even though there are big policies, there are big ideas that have been put on in policy by the leaders in the continent, particularly under the African Union, we can not be able to achieve much. And Africa is known to have missed out on industrialization, particularly on the last 3 industrial revolutions, basically because of lack of infrastructure. So the team that is going to take part in this particular conference session are here with us, and I would like to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm Barbara Mumman. I'm from South Africa. I represent a consulting firm that is involved in trade and transport corridors in Southern Africa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Primrose Bima. I am a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Cape Town's Institute for Democracy, Citizenship, and Public Policy in Africa.
Yes. Yes, I believe that you do have the speaker biographies there, but I can do a little bit of some introduction so that I don't leave it too dry. Barbara Moman is a trade and transport corridor specialist focusing on regional integration, regional economic development issues, and enabling the critical link between policy and implementation. She has worked extensively in both the public and private sectors in various capacities over the past 30 years. Since 2006, she has worked in the trade, transport, and development with 5 years as the chief operating officer, and then 8 as CEO of the Maputo Corridor Logistics Initiative, Corridor Management Institution for the Trade and Transport Corridor for Mozambique. I can leave it there. The rest you can be able to access. Having any participants online?
We can barely hear you. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
No, you are very faint. I don't know what's the problem with the mic.
I think the sound system is not optimal. You can hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you, all right?
Is it me? So are you saying it's my mic?
Yes, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'll go ahead. Wakabi is my name, and I work with COMESA. COMESA is the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa. We are based out of Kampala, but have staff around the continent, and we work on issues of ICT policy for good governance and development. Very glad to be on this panel. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay.
From the FDB?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Brenda. I'm the Chief Regional Operations Officer based in Abidjan. I work on issues of regional integration, I think which cuts across all the spectrum. Infrastructure, financial integration, I deal with those things. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Barbara? We have less than 10 minutes. If you reach 10 minutes, we will have been very generous with you.
Thank you very much. And a huge thank you to Chatham House for the privilege of participating in the discussion today. I'm going to look at this discussion particularly from the perspective of regional trade and transport corridors and the challenges and opportunities for doing trade in East and Southern Africa. And I want to focus on, I think, 6 or so points, which I will race through, not because they're not important, but because I have a big finger waiting for me. The first is that there is no regional integration without infrastructure development. And I will give you some examples in a minute. But I'm not only talking about road, rail, ports, border posts, terminals, but I'm also talking about technical, digital, and obviously the infrastructure digital highway. And the Maputo corridor is a prime example of how infrastructure development has supported regional integration significantly, with over, I think since the late 1990s, over $500 billion invested in the corridor region, across the corridor region since late 1990s. This is in road, in rail, in the port of Maputo. And it still has probably one of the most successful cross-border public-private partnerships that covers a bilateral agreement and a bilateral function on the track N4 road corridor, which is concessioned until, I think, 2028. The second is we need significant political will. And this is essential for regional integration. We're facing, I think as one of the previous speakers said, and I forget who it was exactly, we face enormous protectionist approaches to trade and the movement of people. And what we need is significant political will, which includes a review of, amongst others, foreign policy that deals with multilateral engagement, with infrastructure development, industrialization, corruption, and the operation of our regional economic communities. Foreign policy and multilateral engagement must be intentional and deliberate to take a view of a regional focus. And this takes significant effort to understand and engage with the socio-economic realities and policies of the neighboring countries. This also means that we need to include, and I will be using these words a lot, intentional and deliberate engagement on a bilateral or trilateral or multilateral level. Infrastructure development, excuse me, should be as intentional and deliberate and strategic in enabling what I call the three essentials for successful trade and regional integration, and that is reliability, predictability, and efficiency. And quite often what we see is some haphazard arrangements that are introduced when a crisis arises without much communication, which dramatically impacts on the cost and the efficiency of trade. We saw this during the COVID time, where there was a lack of real discussion between SADC partners around how COVID impacted or should be dealt with, and COVID testing should be dealt with by drivers and trucking operators, for example. And the cost and the time involved in delays is significant, and eventually those costs are passed on to the poor. We also see at kilometer 4, for example, in Rosana Garcia, parking fees that have added, I think, roughly 68% to the cost of, and I'm just talking one sector of trade, and that is bulk transit trade to the port of Maputo. And this has added no value in terms of efficiency or reduced time travel to transit cargo. Again, we are looking for an aggressive pursuit of industrialization. This is critical to ensuring long-term sustainable development. And in the end, we want sustainable development to benefit the communities, the marginalized communities. With Africa's abundant natural resources, I think this makes for a very strong imperative. At this point, in most of our trade corridors, our natural resources are racing their way off the continent. It's a difficult, and I know it's a complex discussion, that beneficiation of raw materials is not necessarily always the magic bullet, but we do need to match the need for industrialization with what needs to happen in the region and take a regional approach in that industrialization process. The fourth area I would like to look at is corruption. It's not something that anyone talks about in conferences very much. They'll mention it in passing, and we will commiserate over lunch or tea. But quite simply, corruption is what is keeping Africa poor and dramatically compromises the ability of the poor to gain access to reasonable economic activities. Without really intentional activities aimed at reducing corruption and creating capacity, ethics capacity, and integrity capacity in business, we will constantly be on the losing foot. And I will not even have to tell you the stories that abound in this part of the world. And I speak not only of Zambia, Zimbabwe, but of South Africa as well. The fifth point is that we need a regional economic community which supports, and I have in bold writing in my book, implementation and monitoring of the implementation of agreements. These regional agreements that are signed, some of them in the late 1990s and still yet to be implemented or actually put into action must be a priority. I'll give you an example. In Mozambique, it's required that one pays almost, I would say probably about 800 kwacha per entry per vehicle. This has created enormous cost to trade. Apart from which, the time taken in a manual process, which has very little integrity in terms of where that money goes, and quite obvious public awareness that in order to get your temporary import permit, you may have to pay a bribe, in direct contravention of the SADC Protocol on Trade. So intentional, deliberate, and accountable partnerships between public and the private sector is what is required in all of these elements. What we see so often is dysfunctional engagement between governments and the private sector on policy and on implementation, on development of processes. This is not rocket science. We need to discuss these things with each other in an open and accountable way. And I'm certainly have been on that track for the last sort of 18 years in the input corridor. And it is essential that public and private sector work closely in every sphere. It's complex, but it's vital that we keep the accountability and that we have a sense of realism. Quite often, government policy is developed in a bubble. Seldom is it developed with the consultation of private sector until it is complete and out for discussion, and then we enter into a tick box exercise. And I'd like to say that in the management of corridors, trade and transport corridors, corridor management institutions are absolutely essential. These arrangements, for example, on the North-South corridor, we have no institution. We no longer have an institution on the Maputo corridor due to the complexity of issues around the way in which the agreements have been drafted at regional economic community level. And it's time that those change. And I can't go into that detail now, but essentially just to say that without a major shift in the way in which things are done, we will not win this economic battle on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Kindly note that this conference is both online and also physical, specifically in this room. Kindly also note that those who are online, should you require to make a contribution, should you require to ask a question, you need to click the button for raising your hands. You are also allowed to post your questions by sending, I mean, if you are asking physically, then you need to be very clear. And those who are also online are also allowed to ask questions. You can tweet CH Africa, hashtag CH Africa. CH is capital, and Africa begins with a capital A, and the rest more letters. As we make progress, we'll continue to update you as necessary. Let's have the next speaker. That's Dr. Primrose Bimba.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to Chatham House for the invitation. I hope that this presentation will be a meaningful contribution to foreign policy specialists and, more importantly, to line ministries which contribute towards their country's foreign affairs engagements. So my presentation highlights that the main challenges faced by the regions in question, which is SADC and COMESA, include poor coordination of border management processes, slow uptake of the one-stop border post concept, especially in SADC, and the absence of standardized, well-linked ICT systems. So in terms of transport networks, I think corridors are essential for regional infrastructure development. Studies have found that being landlocked increases time to trade, and many states in this region are landlocked, forcing them to rely heavily on road and rail networks. There is need for better coordination among national road and rail system operators in the region. In terms of the improvement of road and rail transport routes, regional logistic efficiency is still low. Positive developments over the past decade include the Kazungula Road and Rail Bridge over the Zambezi River to link Kasane, Botswana, and Kazungula, Zambia, on the north-south corridor, which is the main transportation artery linking South Africa, all the way up to northern SADC counterparts. However, the corridor is characterized by deteriorating road conditions and poor connectivity in some parts. The problems are compounded by the lack of dedicated road maintenance funding. SADC and COMESA countries have limited rail networks. An infrastructure project preparation fund has been set up to finance the rehabilitation and upgrade scheme for the North-South rail link. However, a memorandum of understanding has only been signed by operators from Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. In 2021, COMESA reported that the fragmented nature of railway operations has contributed to the non-standardized and poor service quality due to poor coordination. One of the proposed solutions is, of course, the adoption of a regional solution where the railways operate as one unit to effectively compete against road transport. And then customs delays. Border crossing areas are the most intricate nodes along the trade supply chain, so customs delays are a major constraint. According to a UN-wider 2020 report, burdensome border and customs procedures accounted for 70% of the delays in cross-border traffic. Constant border congestion, delays, and long turnaround times have a negative effect on the cost of doing business in the region. Research reports on border post operations across COMESA indicate that the multiplicity of agencies present at border posts jockeying for position undermine prospects for effective management of border post operations. In my research, I've spoken to specific officials who are familiar with customs processes at borders between DRC, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana, and they indicated that processes were slowed down by administrative hurdles pitched by different agencies, including customs, clearing agents, and the police. Overall, they acknowledge that SADC and COMESA, I quote, are mere trading blocks which have helped member states to pay less or no duties, but in terms of border crossing, nothing much has been done to alleviate what they called travelers' plight, close quote. The situation became worse with COVID-19 regulations, for example, testing regulations, and the lack of a harmonized COVID-19 cross-border framework. Travelers mostly rely on word of mouth and officials' discretion relating to updates on what documentation is required. And then when it came to lockdown regulations, we saw that border opening and closing times changed according to each member state's COVID-19 mitigation plans. Furthermore, changes in travel and curfew hours had a negative impact on travel time. Dependence of governments on customs revenues in low-income member states encourages protectionist reflexes and lack of coordination. The turnaround time for clearance is determined by the autonomy exercised by authorities of different member states when it comes to border processes. From the interviews I conducted again, this was said to be common, for example, at Kasumbulesa and Beitbridge entry points. In addition to officials not cooperating with officials from the next country, there are poor levels of cooperation within country. For example, East African studies indicated that in some instances, when police compete with intelligence officials, immigration and revenue services, there are further delays, also associated with the soliciting of bribes, thus lengthening processing times. When I say one-stop border posts would yield significant outcomes, I think, for instance, we can look at how the turnaround time for trucks plying the corridor between Mombasa and Kampala reduced from 18 to 4 days, while cargo clearance times reduced on average from 2 to 3 days to between 8 and 12 hours. The introduction of a one-stop border post at Chirundu between Zimbabwe and Zambia in 2009 also managed to reduce time needed to clear a truck from about 120 to 25 hours. Presently, the average is expected to be about 18 hours, mainly due to system inefficiencies, which therefore links to the next point on ICTS interventions. So there's a popular contention that poor infrastructure is often singled out as the most outstanding and easily noticeable border crossing challenge, hence the heavy reference to road and rail. Thus, huge projects to provide border infrastructure are being undertaken at the expense of soft infrastructure. COMESA and SADC have been lagging behind in implementing customs programs such as digital reforms, purportedly due to the high cost of implementation. Most computerized processes are conducted manually with very little coordination between stakeholders on opposite sides of borders. Adoption of computerized single window, one-stop border systems would eliminate duplication of processes. In addition to ICTS reforms, the continent needs enhanced security of power supply. The full operationalization of the Cape to Cairo electricity corridor is definitely long overdue. We need to take note sometimes of the popular phrase, the system is offline. So there's also the issue of ensuring reliable access to internet facilities as well as electricity supply. Sometimes backup plans are not adequate. There are port officials who reported that the uninterrupted power supply, UPS equipment at their duty stations did not have the capacity to support immigration servers. There is evidence that paperless reforms reduce time to trade. In East Africa, Malaba one-stop border posts along the northern corridor between Kenya and Uganda managed, Thank you very much. So I was saying the Malaba one-stop border post along the northern corridor between Kenya and Uganda managed to reduce time to cross the border from 48 hours to less than 6 hours in 2012, owing to the employment of soft reforms. The soft reforms at Malaba include joint operations interfacing the two countries' customs IT systems, enabling pre-lodgement of declarations and data sharing, and streamlining the flow of traffic. The Malaba case demonstrates that, apart from physical infrastructure, ICTS interventions are also critical in reducing time to trade. My concluding remarks, most researchers have noted that the East African community countries seem to be more organized. In 2010, member states expressed commitment to an East African Legislative Assembly on one-stop border posts. They aimed to establish 15 one-stop border crossings, and by 2018, 13 had been operationalized with trained personnel. Despite indicating the establishment of joint customs control as its core mandate, SADC states have not invested much energy into the model. For example, why do we still not have a one-stop border post at the region's busiest border, Beitbridge? South Africa claims that Zimbabwe's systems are dated. Zimbabwe claims that there's dearth of cooperation. So a lot is still to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Primrose. And of course, you heard that she is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute of Democracy, Citizenship, and Public Policy in Africa, IDCPPA. She has also worked in the academia, diplomacy, and with many think tanks. And I think you can see the wealth of knowledge that she has. And I'm glad to hear about Malaba, which was the first border post that we did plan in East Africa, and I was involved in that planning. And I'm happy to hear that it's working, even though it's next door in Kenya. I would like to say that kindly remember that you should be tweeting, and we know that all your necessary phones are working, and use hashtag CH Africa. CHA is capital, and the rest of the letters of Africa are small letters. The third presenter is Dr. Wairagala Wakabi. Is the executive director of the collaboration of international ICT policy for East and Southern Africa, CIPSE. His research interests lie at the intersection of information and communications technology, ICT development, and citizen participation, and stretch from use of new media in citizen participation and public service delivery to digital rights, open governance, and innovation in, I don't have my glasses, in ancient technology. Dr. Wakabi. Are you there?
Hello again, and thanks so much again for the invitation. I'm very glad to be speaking about issues which COMESA works on, issues such as cybersecurity and digital rights. We know that across the continent, there's been a growth in the penetration, access, and usage of digital technologies, yet key challenges remain, and these range from affordability and exclusion to cybercrime to violation of digital rights. These challenges obviously undermine the uptake of ICT and also undermine the transformational potential of digital technologies. Yet, as we all know, not least in the advent of COVID-19, the use of ICT is taking center stage in many facets of life, whether that's in education, work, business, public participation, or financial inclusion. But we realize that the spread of digital technologies exacerbates some of the digital threats, but also raises concerns for actors such as government, that some of whom are making moves that undermine digital rights, whether that is laws that undermine civic rights, whether it is network disruptions, and whether that may be policies and practices that result in too unequal access to ICT. So what are the areas of partnership we are seeing, or what are those that we need to be seeing in the region? Would be collaboration in investigations and information sharing, because as we all know, cybercrime is often a multinational crime that knows no geographical boundaries. Indeed, in the laws of very many countries, it is clearly stipulated that crimes that are committed in country B, as long as they are against country A, they can be committed by, they can be tried in country A, or as long as they are committed against a citizen of our country, we'll be able to try them regardless of where the person who has committed them is. But the problem is that outside of the Interpol and some regional police associations, this international cooperation in investigations and information sharing and prosecuting cybercrime is often insufficient and unstructured. At the level of SATs, the computer emergency response teams, at the level of the RECs, the regional economic communities, we probably need to see more structured cooperation and information sharing than we are seeing. The other area I would like to speak to is that of common top-level legal frameworks and policies. We have seen, for instance, the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, the African Union about 7 years ago. We also have the AU Personal Data Protection Convention, which was just passed, I think, last month. But also the regional economic communities, I think 8 of them, many of them have frameworks that touch on cybersecurity. That's a good step. But there's a need to go beyond making these regional policy frameworks to domesticating them at regional level, effectively implementing the regional enabling laws, and sufficiently funding the authorities that are set up to implement these laws, such as the data protection authorities. We are not seeing that. We also need to see more harmonization on areas such as cross-border data transfer. This is hardly happening, although there are some notable exceptions at the East African community, also in ECOWAS, where areas like data export regulations are harmonized at the top level, REC level. But it's worrying, obviously, that for the African AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, only 14 countries have signed it, only 8 have ratified it, which is indicative of the level of seriousness some of the countries attach to areas of data protection and cybersecurity. The other area, obviously, is capacity development and knowledge sharing. And this is not only for government departments, it's also for key institutions like banks, like telecom companies, like e-commerce entities, but also for the judiciary, for parliaments. This is an area in which there's a lot of need for capacity development. And we are seeing some entities like the AU, like the Council of Europe, like the African Union, which are fostering partnerships in order to build capacity at various levels, both with the continental entities, but also at the level of countries where they are helping with the policy making, with building capacities for the judiciary, for instance. But that, again, is not sufficient, which we have been able to see at the moment. The other area, which is really key to fostering partnerships and capacity development in cybersecurity and digital rights, using the peer review mechanisms and periodic reporting on cybersecurity and digital rights. There's a temptation for many of our governments, particularly those where there are democracy deficits, to use legislation, especially that on cybersecurity, to stifle dissent. It's the case in many countries that laws on computer misuse and those other cyber laws have been utilized mostly to muzzle critical expression and organizing as opposed to fighting technology-enabled crime. Think about Uganda, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, even Kenya, Nigeria. In fact, I just saw an article where the ECOWAS Court of Justice only last Friday ruled that the Nigeria's Computer Crimes Act does not live to international standards and needs to be revised, repealed specifically for this reason. What that implies that a system where multinational institutions are able, to get and to do an audit of how countries are performing, where countries are able to review how other countries are performing would be desirable. And in this regard, I am thinking of the African peer review mechanism playing a role here, but also countries need to report on international human rights monitoring bodies, such as the Universal Periodic Review at the UN, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, for instance, whose principles actually require states to report annually on how they are complying with the declaration. Two more points. The level of participation in international norm-setting mechanisms is quite low in African countries. So there is a need for partnerships to develop inputs, generate common positions, speak with one voice on issues of common continental interests. Contributions to bodies such as the Global Internet Forum on to counterterrorism are low. Contributions on the ad hoc committee on comprehensive international convention on countering the use of ICT for criminal purposes have been very low. And another ongoing process, the UN open-ended working group on security and the use of ICT, which is ongoing, has been really limited for various reasons, ranging from logistical to financial to capacity to political goodwill. And my last point.
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute is enough for that point. Is the issue of sharing common digital infrastructure. There's a lot that is happening positively in the area of developing marine fiber cable. A lot of private sector involvement with government entities and international entities and international funders is ongoing, both for marine, but also the backhaul to link landlocked entities. The other one, I'll cite Dr. Bima, who spoke before me, cited the East Africa region. I think there's been quite some positive development there with the One Network East Africa. It's a roaming initiative where mobile operators negotiate and reduce almost to zero roaming fees, which results into greater access, better affordability within the region. We need more of such cooperation within the region, but all of these will take logistical, financial, political goodwill in order to be properly navigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly note that those joining us on Facebook will not be able to take live questions. And also this session, this conference is on record. And as such, you should be able to access the records, and you should also be able to know those who are participating, in addition to getting further information for use. I will therefore move to welcome Dr. Lufeyo Banda. He serves as the Chief Regional Operations Officer in the Regional Integration Department with the African Development Bank, FDB. In this role, he assists the bank with the implementation of regional infrastructure and industrial projects, the operationalization of the SADC Regional Development Fund, and developing new regional programs to support regional financial integration. Dr. Banda, you are welcome.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, visible.
Okay, thank you. Basically, I've got roughly about 11 slides, and I'll put it in presentation mode. And I'll talk you through the issue of regional infrastructure. Like it has been mentioned, infrastructure is very key in terms of whatever we are doing, be it within the realm of trade, free movement of goods, people, or all those. I think it's very critical. And I think these are my key areas in which I'll focus on. Briefly, I'll talk about the background of infrastructure. Then I'll look at 3 key areas. The key challenges of developing regional transport corridors and progress made within that and the challenges. Then I'll look at lessons on corridor management, that is efficient and effective corridor management. Then I'll look at the issue of how do DFIs finance projects, as well as ensure that at least they are selected through the criteria we normally use. As a world background, inadequate infrastructure remains a bigger and major obstacle towards regional economic communities, be it growth, be it integration. I think we face huge challenges. A good example I can give here is if you are exporting flowers from Zimbabwe to Zambia, there might not be maybe some means of maybe quickly moving those flowers to Zambia or from Zambia to Zimbabwe, and you might end up going through South Africa. That is a challenge. In terms of financing, SADC has done some work in this area, and their estimation is about 4 billion until 2027, which translates to roughly, a huge sum of money in terms of bridging that financing gap. And there are many reasons attributed to this equally. Issues to do with project preparation facility, my colleagues have mentioned about that. We seem to be really lagging behind. We don't seem to have a pipeline of bankable projects. And because of that, we might not even finance those projects from the FDB or even from other development partners. And based on that, I would like to talk briefly about what progress have we made in terms of corridor projects, as well as in terms of the border posts. In terms of progress, there has been a little bit of some more work which has been done, and I must, admit here. One of them is Kazungula, which has just been commissioned not too long ago, and the one-stop border post also, which have been commissioned there. The aim is to ensure that at least there is efficiency in terms of the way we process the goods and the people as they transit through these border posts. We've got also Nakonde Tunduma between Zambia and Tanzania. It was finalized, and I think some more work is going on there. I think it's more commendable that I think we are moving in that direction. Bed Bridge, yes, it has been mentioned that there are teething problems there, and I must say that Zimbabwe has procured some resources from China, and they are working on the issues of readiness in terms of ensuring that at least as South Africa comes on board and they move together, I think they move together knowing for sure that Zimbabwe has moved in the right direction. There is also Mwami Mchinji, that is between Zambia and Malawi. That border poster was completed, and I think it's operational. Madimba and Chiponda, that is Mozambique and Malawi. That border post also was completed. Well, while all these things have been done, I think there are still challenges of interconnectivity, of ICT, challenges of harmonization of data. All those issues, they are still there as bottlenecks, and I think we are working on them, and collectively we could, achieve more. In terms of corridor development, there is a lot which has been also done. Maputo Development Corridor, my colleague mentioned about it. I think it has even opened up a lot of some trade. North-South Corridor, yes, there are certain sections, I think, which are not good. A good example I can mention here is Serenje Nakonde. I think it's almost near to impassable. I think the government has procured resources from African Development Bank and other partners. We are working on that, and I think we hope that will be achieved. Mpika to Chinsadi, it's another area we're working on to ensure at least those missing links, they are really, put in good, order, so at least, the transit could be easy and cost could be reduced. There is also the Dar es Salaam corridor, and this is Chalinza Toll, where there have been some upgrade to 6-lane traffic and the toll gate being put there. Those are equally, commendable, efforts, I think, which have been put there. In terms of realizing on the issues of trade facilitation, World Bank has just pumped in 380 million on trade facilitation, and this is on Maputo corridor. And here, again, it's the realization to say, look, corridors on their own, I think that is hard infrastructure may not help. I think we need issues of soft aspect of infrastructure to enhance trade facilitation within those. Then we can also talk about Nakara corridor, where the bank and the development partners are pumped in a lot of money. And I think the corridors, I think they are now, in good shape, though there is a little bit of some more work to be done. And I think this should also be linked to, the one-stop border post. And the Wavis Bay, last but not the least. And as you know, this is just a small and embryonic type of a synopsis of what I'm talking about, because we have got about 18 corridors within the SADC region. In where the port was commissioned, and I think this will open up, I think, in terms of traffic and trade facilitation going to the west, I think, as you go to. But in terms of, I think, the entire corridor, you find that some stretches are quite good, other stretches are not good. And I think we need to work also on the other border posts, I think, as you enter into the country called DRC Congo. And what are the challenges? There is slow domestication. And I will not belabor much of the point. The protocols, my colleagues have mentioned about this. SADC, COMESA, they are good at coming up with these protocols, the agreements, but domesticating them becomes a challenge. There is also non-compliance with regional agreements because it's just about moral suasion. There's nothing like you can take to task a country which does not comply. There is also weak administrative and technical capacity among member states in terms of domesticating these policies and ensuring that they are able to work. There is also the issue of inadequate financing. As you know, within SADC region, it's the only region without a regional development fund or regional development bank. And so when it comes to developing these corridors, it's dependent upon member countries themselves securing the resources. And that becomes a huge challenge. If we had the regional instrument, it will become very easy. That regional instrument could easily mobilize resources for this corridor. And there is also other challenges such as lack of regional transport plans, whereby plans are not really harmonized in terms of exactly what is supposed to be done on the corridor. There is also the issue of lack of corridor management authorities. There is only one which I know of, Abidjan Lagos Corridor Authority, and these authorities do a lot of work in terms of ensuring that the corridors are more effective, and I think maintenance is also carried out. There is also lack of harmonization of infrastructure plans between whatever the member countries are planning vis-a-vis what is being put in the regional plans, as well as ultimately the other development partners. There is complete lack of harmonization within that. And this brings me to the next point, which I would like to raise here. Efficient and effective border management. It's very critical because each time when you pass through the border, you find that there are a lot of cars waiting there. There are a lot of people. Then when you go inside, it is even very, very difficult even to transition within a certain period of time you'd want to transition. And because of this, we know that infrastructure is very critical at one-stop border management. And equally true, one-stop border does not mean that you stop in country A and you go and stop in country B. It's one stop. You stop only on one point and clear that. And there should be harmonization of policies. There should be harmonization of data. There should capacity. There should be a mindset of customs officials, not whereby they want to inspect the things even if they are sealed. No,
Banda, I know you must be getting through, Dr. Banda. You have 1 minute and 58 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Then I'll go quickly to issues of what are the lessons. The lessons are legal framework, organization structure. We can talk about those things. Then we can talk about operational issues, training needs, infrastructure and equipment. International cooperation needs to be there. But allow me just to talk briefly about how the DFIs also assist us in moving forward. We look at project preparation facilities, we look at project financing, we also look at de-risking of the project. This is where we come in, and we also develop what I might call CSPs. These are country strategic papers, regional strategic papers, and within that, we develop what I might call the IOPs, and that's how we support member countries in terms of implementing their regional projects, because that is very key. And in terms of selection of these projects, there should be some additionality. And development outcomes are job creation, government revenue, financial returns, foreign currencies. These things have to be looked at. In terms of private sector, we look also at issues of additionality. But allow me, as I close, to look at one critical aspect. And my colleague has mentioned this. This is the N4 between South Africa and Mozambique. This is one way in which you can easily mobilize resources easily from the private sector. In this case, in this schematic diagram, which I've presented here, you find that stocks and stocks came in with equity of 40%. There were non-sponsors from South Africa also who came in with 60%. What did it do? It led to more de-risking of the project because also the two countries put in what I might call the guarantees, and this led to more development financial institutions to put in more money within this project. If this can be used for the North-South corridor, For instance, Lusaka, Ndola, dual carriage way up to Lubumbashi. This could be a good model you can use. And in conclusion, Chair, and I'll take less than a minute here, allow me to say that regional infrastructure is critical, but faces challenges in development, as this usually involves 2 or more countries, and that in itself becomes very challenging. While much of progress has been made on developing corridor projects, more work still remains to be done, especially on soft infrastructure aspect. Prioritization of regional projects is critical and requires dialogue and alignment with national and regional plans. In addition to that, allow me to say that the bank is increasingly using innovative instruments to crowd in investment. So at least we can work together and I think implement these projects. With those few remarks, Chair, I close my I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banda. And I'm a good witness that the bank is supporting economic communities to develop transport corridors. Up to last year, I was the CEO for Lapset Corridor Development Authority that is creating the new corridor from the new Lamu port to connect the east coast of Africa with the west coast of Africa. And you actually sponsored the design and also the construction of some of the corridor sections. Now, we are now moving into the Q&A session. And beginning with those who are in the room, as well as those who are online. Tigisti, may I request you to check those who have already sent questions, and maybe you could read them out. And maybe you could assist me in finding out who are they that are also online trying to ask questions. And we only have less than 6 minutes. We'll be breaking for tea. We'll be taking 15 minutes, that tea break.
Yeah, there are a couple of questions that came through the Q&A box. The first one is from Joe Philpott, who's asking, regarding smallholder farmers, how can we encourage the private sector and private sector exporters who procure from the SHFs to facilitate conservation agriculture practices? If I can add the second question from Lauren Johnston. One of the goals of the Belt and Road Initiative is indeed to overcome those transport corridor challenges. What hasn't been done that should have been done to reduce the cost of these projects, directly or indirectly? Any countries in the sub-region, in your views, net better off despite the challenges? COVID has evidently added that sustainability challenges, reduced the return of this investment and extended construction times.
Do you have quick interventions?
Maybe I can just speak to by constraints related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I think with regards to the construction of infrastructure, what we have been ticking boxes against as successes are minimal. For example, with regards to the North-South corridor, when you look at how after the development of less than 70 kilometers worth of road in Zimbabwe, there's a celebration that phase 1 is over, and this took, I think, over a year to achieve. That means that although we have new constraints, much more could be done now, and much more could have been done, at least prior to the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay.
Quite honestly, hard to answer the first question. Access for small farmers and, in fact, the informal sector is something that needs urgent attention, in my view, and something that nobody really knows how to deal with. In terms of what needs to be done, I think the responsiveness of the whole accountability chain between national ministries and the departments within particularly in SADC, need to be aligned, need to be sharpened. In fact, they just need to really fire up their systems and get going, because it's the responsiveness that, or the lack of it, that really costs while people wait for decisions to be made. And I think we're looking, our experience is that it's taken 18 years to get the Lubamba-Rossana Garcia border post to operate for 24/7. The port has operated for 24 hours since roughly 2006. So, and that's not for lack of trying on the private sector part, it's just a real mystery to me how governments don't really listen to the private sector. And I think one of the key issues in infrastructure development is to consult users in the primary design stage, not once the design is complete. Because what our experience is that the designs certainly do not service the needs. And I think it's critical that we review a lot of our relationships between public and private sector and get a much closer understanding, accountability, and proper debate happening. I believe that there's huge hope if we can do that. And it's something that we're doing on the Maputo corridor at present, and is responsible for the 24-hour decision. So it's possible, and I hope that one day I can write a really nice paper on the model. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I borrowed 4 minutes, and I was allowed to go up to 15-20. So we've got 4 minutes. Tigisti, could you please add some few questions? Or are there questions from the floor? As you are looking for a question, definitely issues of regional corridors is, of course, becoming of great concern, particularly considering that we need to upscale infrastructure development across the continent. But of great concern is the inconsistency in policies, by countries that are actually neighboring one another, countries that are sharing a corridor. And you find that just the same way Dr. Banda said that there is lack of, let's say, regional corridor plans. Yes, come on board.
Thank you. May I find out whether in any of the corridors, do you have communities affected in the construction in any of the corridors? If so, how are they treated?
Yes, Barbara, you
can I come in?
Dr.
Yeah, I can come in. Yes. Any project or any road project we normally prepare and fund, the people who are along that corridors are properly compensated. There is no way a project is going to go to the board without taking into consideration what I might call RAP. That RAP has to be finalized, and a clear mechanism under which those people are supposed to be compensated has to be put in place. So I don't remember having dealt with any project. Even currently we are working on some project in Malawi. The issue of compensating and finalizing the RAP are very critical. But I just wanted also to mention, Chair, if you let me, I know time is running out, the issue of how we can reduce the costs. Briefly, project prep needs to be on time. And we do not have to prepare a project or develop a project when it was prepared 10 years ago, because we'll have to go back to those issues. Secondly, issues of procurement. We have to guard against this. Procurement. That's where a lot of corruption comes in. And if we can monitor that and ensure that at least we have got proper procurement rules or policies in place and they are followed, that can reduce the cost. Issues of harmonization are also very critical, Chair. These things can at least contribute to reducing of the cost in terms of the way we develop the corridor projects. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banda. Definitely, there's what is called the AfDB guidelines. There is also what you call the World Bank OP412 framework, and then there is the 8 IFC performance standards. All these are on safeguard policies that ensure that all project affected people are adequately addressed, compensated, and resettled. Yes, Dr. Wakabi is trying to speak. May we hear you?
Yeah, thanks. Lauren has asked a question related to e-commerce. I think e-commerce and innovation in the tech ecosystem is not going to work if we continue with the trend we are seeing in many countries of high levels of digital taxation. Governments need to cooperate and take moderate measures that enable more people to innovate, more people to access and meaningfully use technologies. That's not happening at the moment. We probably also need some cooperation within the region around harmonizing digital taxation, but also ensuring that we use universal service funds to get more people, especially the poorer communities, online and meaningful using technologies. Last word for me, if I may, just as we need to balance taxation and the need for innovation and more people to be connected, we also need to balance this issue of security and rights as we go about legislating and rolling out programs in cybersecurity and digital rights. Without balancing the two, I think we will be shooting ourselves in the foot and we shall be undermining for a very long time the transformative power of digital technologies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakabi. I hope there isn't any banning which, oh yes. We are over borrowing now. Actually, we are going into a time overdraft.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is rather a comment than a question. One of the issues we see the lack of standards, some of the corridor projects. We find that the higher income countries, the richer countries, who have the resources, when they build their own infrastructure, it's with very high standard. For example, talking about South Africa, they can have a highway with 6 lanes, but once you cross the border, standards and conditions change. Are the corridor authorities sufficient to deal with this problem, or do we need any more supranational bodies to address this? Thank you.
Dr. Banda, are you going to answer that? Or,
Yes, Chair. And I do agree with Dr. Mwaba, what he has said. I think the standards as you are moving away from South Africa keeps on deteriorating. And I think beyond just the corridor management groups we have put in place, I think we need to up the game and create authorities which would look at the entire corridor and see that it's implemented properly. And the standards, I think, are followed. I do concur with that. And I think we are still lagging on that space. And I think it's one area we can focus our attention on. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think we now have to wrap up. And I wish to thank those who took part in this particular session. That is Dr. Barbara, Dr. Primrose Bimba, as well as Dr. Wakabi and Dr. Banda. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And what about myself? Just some little round of applause. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a slight change to the program. Ahead of the mining session, which is coming up next, we're going to take our afternoon coffee and tea break now to give everybody an opportunity to have some fresh air and a little dose of caffeine. And we will be coming back, we'll say in the next 10 minutes, knowing that it might take 15. And then we'll get underway with the mining session, which I know a number of people are very interested in, and including dialing in online because of the importance of where we are. So you have 10 minutes for your break now, and we'll see you perhaps in 15. Thank you.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
question in our session about environmental issues, this issue of electric vehicles and what is global electric vehicle demand going to do for countries like Zambia that produce the resources that are needed for those, particularly copper and other rare earth minerals that are needed for that. And that's why we're having this conversation on strategic minerals. We need to understand what are strategic minerals as defined by African countries themselves. What do they see as strategic? What do Africa's partners see as strategic for their own manufacturing industries and their own development, particularly big consumer countries like China, where a lot of the product is going? We also know that exploration expenditure in the mining sector in Africa is too low. Expectations on the sector won't be met without bringing in new goods investment, and this needs good policy. Many of the discussions around the mining sector are divided between worries on the one side of resource nationalism, as governments seek to up their take and companies involved are worried about what this might entail. On the other side, governments are worried about the way in which their resources are going to be used, exploited, and whether or not those benefits are going to be completely externalized and what they are going to be able to retain themselves. Fortunately, there is good practice and there are lessons to be learned and there is good knowledge to be shared on what is the best way of doing this, what is the best way of unlocking the sector, and where does that middle ground sit. I'm delighted that we've got a panel here today who are going to be perhaps in an hour and a half, not able to fully resolve some of these issues, but I feel confident that we will be able to make a substantial and valuable contribution to this debate. And I know that there are others here in the audience who are also highly expert and will surely come in during the conversation. So you've got the questions in front of you that we're looking to ask. What are the key trends in mining? How should strategic minerals be defined? What is the impact of rare earth demand? What are the optimal policies, regulations, and legislative frameworks for attracting investment? Questions around transparency. And then important issues such as what is being done to improve environmental sustainability in the mining sector, and how are companies working with communities in this issue? And to answer these questions, we have a balanced panel representing business, people involved in policy making, people with long-term experience within the industry, and people who are from the civil society perspectives as well. So we're going to start with a video from Sheila Kama, who's a non-executive director at Tullow Oil, but she was previously the CEO of De Beers, Botswana, and has been involved in international organizations working on the mining industry at both the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Sadly, she wasn't able to join us because of the change of date, but we do have a short video from her. You will also find a much longer video of about 20 minutes long is shared on the link on your agendas. So the issues in the video we're about to see, she's going to talk about some of the issues around mining policy and the involvement of countries such as China in the mining industry here in Africa and in Zambia in particular. But she's also recorded important messages around ESG issues, as well as the decolonization of the African mining industry. So if you're interested in those issues, please do go and look at the video online. But we'll start now. Yusuf, if we're ready, we'll have that video from the messages that Sheila wishes to share.
I think it's fair to say that when it comes to relationships between mining companies and host governments in Africa, the single most, I think, perhaps reliable description of those relationships that they're complex. They're often oversimplified, at least in my opinion, but they are complex. But it also is often these relationships are seen as sort of being uniform, that you can speak about relations across the continent, across countries and across countries, but the way I see them is that even at that level, they differ. So I think it's good to just have that as an important point of departure. Having said that, I think an important characteristic is that there's a lot of misunderstanding. A lot of misunderstanding between the governments and the companies. And this misunderstanding, in my view, stems from several factors. First of all, investors fundamentally come from a different perspective. They operate in a different environment. They answer to different constituents, and their sense of what is successful and what is not successful differs from that of government. Their sense of what is value also differs from that of governments. Their sense of the pace at which things should move also differs from that of government. So I think this creates a lot of misunderstanding. The other thing that characterizes these relationships is that they operate under a lot of pressure. Both have a lot of pressure put onto them, but by different people and for different reasons. So investors are under pressure from the financiers to deliver a return on the investment that they make on the projects. They are also under pressure from those that own them, the shareholders, to provide a return on the investment that they have made. For that matter, if they come from what is called the global north, they also now increasingly are under pressure from NGOs who are expecting a certain type of behavior out of them. They are under pressure from the laws that are enacted in those countries that nevertheless police them even when they operate in Africa and not necessarily in Europe or the United States. The Dodd-Frank Act is a case in point, but there are laws also in the United Kingdom on reporting and in Europe. So these expectations define the environment in which they operate. On the side of government, government has huge expectations. First of all, as the government of the day, they campaign on certain promises. As a result, that gives rise to expectations. There's a very profound and legitimate sense of ownership on the part of citizens with respect to mineral resources. And with that brings expectations to benefit from the exploitation of these resources. The result of which is that that environment can be pretty tense. And so when I think about what the main characteristics of this environment are, those are the few issues, among others, that come to mind. Naturally, there's a lot of talk about China, and it is understandable. China is a giant. China has altered the diplomatic structure of the world. China has altered the trade structure, both in industrial, consumer goods, finance, and anything that you can think of. And so it's unthinkable China will not impact Africa's mineral history going forward. And to your question, the real issue is how will this manifest itself? So let me be clear. I do not look at China any differently. And the notion that somehow China's interest differs from those of former colonial masters, in my view, is false. The colonial masters came to Africa because they wanted to nurture their interest. Let me be clear, that is exactly the same reason why China is here. The only question we should ask is that now that we have had colonial masters coming from Europe and to a limited extent the United States, how does China's presence change things such that we can exercise leverage? And if so, how do we exercise that leverage? That is the only relevant question that, in my view, African governments ought to ask themselves. The assumption that China might solve problems created by others in the past simply is not correct. So when I think of China, I think, what opportunities does China present such that Africa can now engage China as a non-former colonial entity in a way that resets the environment in which Africa's minerals are exploited. So far, I have not seen that question being sufficiently put center stage. I have not seen African governments proactively answering that question. On the contrary, what I see, which is very much akin to what happened during the Scramble for Africa, is that it is China that is taking the initiative and coming to Africa with a strategy that is distinctly Chinese, meant to give Chinese the upper hand, not just in relation to Africa, but for that matter, in the geopolitics of minerals all over the world. Here are a few examples. One, a Chinese firm just paid about, I think, $300 million to buy a Zimbabwe lithium company. That was an initiative by a Chinese in Zimbabwe, and not by a Zimbabwe authority going to China and saying, we offer you this and these are our terms. That was China coming and saying, I want this and these are my terms. The same has happened in the DRC with cobalt. China now accounts for about 70% of the entire production of what are called critical minerals, in part thanks to the deals that China has made with the governments of the DRC. I don't see a difference. I just see that the minerals are going east and not north. But here and now, Africa is still producing the raw materials. Here and now, Africa is still having the minerals exported whole. Here and now, the Chinese firms in Zambia have not set up processing plants and manufacturing plants. So if this conversation is going to change, my sense is that it's going to be the African leaders to change it. And here and now, I don't see that. So China will change the geopolitics of the world. Africa will not. Africa will once again watch and be, if you wish, like the playground on which everybody else plays while we remain the audience. I think it's a great tragedy, if you ask me. There's been enough lessons that if with a little goodwill, we can turn this around. But I have to say, with a hand on my heart, with all the respect I have for my principles, I don't see it.
Yes, that's, I think, a useful overview for us to start the discussion here, sent in from Sheila Kama, who again sends her apologies. Now, as we turn now to start thinking about key issues within the policy domain and the regulatory environment on the continent, I can think of few better people qualified to talk about such an issue than our next speaker, Peter Leon. Peter is a partner and the global chair of the African group at Herbert Smith Freehills. He said, Peter is one of the world's preeminent mining lawyers according to the international who's who of mining lawyers. Now, I don't think it's just the international who's who of mining lawyers that recognizes this. I think it's anyone who's ever attended a mining indaba or a mining event on the continent. So I'm delighted to welcome Peter to the stage, who will be sharing with us some ideas about regulation and examples from elsewhere of what can be learned and shared. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Chris, for those very warm and generous words and welcoming remarks. And I was very taken by what Sheila Kama said, whom I have the pleasure of knowing very well, because the way, and I'm not going to talk about this afternoon, but maybe we'll come up in the questions. One of the things that struck me, working as I have in a number of African mining jurisdictions, is the complexity of relationships between mining companies and host states, and indeed communities. And that's one of the key issues I think mining companies have to grapple with in this era of ESG and pressure on stakeholder relationships. But I'm going to talk about strategic minerals this afternoon, bearing in mind that we're sitting in Lusaka in terms of the impact and importance of strategic minerals for Zambia, because I think that is perhaps something you want to hear about, given the importance of mining to the Zambian economy. I think it's quite significant that during the election campaign that President Hichilema won last August, he talked about getting Zambia to ensure it had speedy economic growth and development and a target economic growth of 10%. And in that regard, the president and the UPND, his party, have undertaken to increase copper production in this country from 800,000 tons at the moment to 3 million tons in the next 10 years. That's a very, very ambitious target. But to put in context, I mean, mining is absolutely front and center of this economy. It accounts for 10% of GDP, 70% of foreign exchange earnings, 30% of government revenue, and 8% of formal employment. Obviously, the government recognizes this, but the challenge here, and the Zambian government, the preceding administration, the Lungu administration, had a number of fairly unpleasant tangles with the mining industry, both with Vedanta and with Glencore. So the challenge is, how does the government go about doing this? But I think it has a particularly important or salient issue here, and that is the whole issue of the green energy transition, which I think Chris alluded to. Because what Zambia has is the second biggest set of reserves of copper and cobalt on the African continent after the DRC. And Sheila mentioned the DRC and Chinese investment in the DRC, but copper and cobalt are absolutely key strategic metals for the green energy transition. But in Zambia, the issue is, while copper is relatively well exploited, cobalt is not. And one of the reasons for that is investor uncertainty about the mining industry. Just to give you one example about how important copper is, if you take a wind turbine, which is obviously very critical for the green energy transition, a 3.6 megawatt wind turbine contains nearly 29 tons of copper. At the moment, there is a 2/3 gap between current production rates and future demand for minerals needed for the green energy transition. And actually, the work that's been done indicates that graphite, lithium, and cobalt could increase, production could increase by 500% by 2050 to meet the growing demand for green, clean energy minerals. And when it comes to copper, we're obviously dealing, and it's a bit of a seesaw, but we're dealing with a copper price, which on the 4th of March peaked at a price, I know it's down recently, of $10,797 a ton. So I mean, the benefits for Zambia of this green energy transition, given the fact that it's sitting with the second biggest treasure trove of these minerals in a much more politically stable and let me say it, democratic administration than the DRC, is extremely important. But having said all of that, the key elements for mining investment in any jurisdiction, and I've done a lot of work around East Africa, West Africa, and Central Africa, and my own country, South Africa, is you have to have a fair, predictable, and stable regulatory environment. In fact, all the research shows that after geology, regulatory certainty and predictability is the number 2 requirement that investors look at. And I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the environment in this country, particularly under the previous administration, was anything but that. But to be a bit more positive, I mean, the government, the new administration, or as it's known in Zambia, the New Dawn administration, has done some good things around mining already. One is it's reduced the corporate tax rate from 35% to 30%. It's removed the non-deductibility of royalties from corporate income tax. And it's also indicated it's now going to operationalize the Mining Appeals Tribunal. Those are all important steps, but I think much more needs to be done. And I think I'll give you one example. Copper output at the beginning of 2022, in other words, this quarter, is weaker than the production in the first quarter of 2021. And that's the time the copper price is going up. And to make us another point, the Fraser Institute, which comes out every year in advance of PDAC, which is the biggest global mining conference in the world, takes place in Toronto in March. This year it's going to be in June, and I normally attend it, said in relation to Zambia, and Zambia didn't get a very good score, that the permitting approval process, and I'm just quoting from them, this is not something I'm saying, was susceptible or permeated by political corruption, and the bureaucratic bottlenecks experienced in the permit approval process were a serious issue. And that is obviously concerning to investors. And I think the Ministry of Mines in this country now under the new administration recognizes this, because in February, i.e. last month, it imposed a 1-month moratorium subject to further extensions on the issuing of mining licenses. And that is, on the ministry's own admission, that is as a result of endemic corruption in the Mining Cadastre Office. And that is the body that's responsible for processing licenses. So if I could just talk about that very briefly. Zambia has a fairly modern mining code, the Mines and Minerals Act of 2015. And if you apply for a license, a lot of the mining code reflects international best practice. It goes to this Directorate of Mining Cadastre. It is then subject to review by a mining licensing committee, which has got to look at all the technical requirements for the grant of a license. And the committee, and again, this is international best practice, has to grant or refuse that license within 90 days. But the problem is there are a lot of governance issues in the way this committee operates. It's not clear when the committee reviews a licensing application, whether this 90-day deadline is suspended while the committee investigates a particular application. So it may be that the time limit doesn't mean what it says. The other problem I have with the mining code is it vests very wide-ranging powers in the licensing committees around the review of mining licenses, and the criteria which it applies are rather vaguely stated. So the problem is, and this is always an issue in any mining jurisdiction, is the criteria are fairly vague and fluid, and there's a high level of administrative discretion given to the mining licensing committee. That, ladies and gentlemen, is always a problem. Discretion, wide, unbound administrative discretion is always a problem for mining investors. So, my take on all of this, and I appreciate time is limited. If you look at what the OECD has said around mining and public powers, the key elements to have, the key criteria to follow for good governance are accountability, transparency, efficiency, effectiveness, responsiveness, and the rule of law. Public governance is absolutely essential for investors because that promotes trust, the sort of thing that Sheila was talking about, between investors and host states. Predictability is essential for mining investors because that enables them to know when they apply for a license, whether and when it will be granted. And another factor is the quality of the public service. And we've already seen this with the issues experienced here with the Mining Cadastre Office and the Licensing Committee, because the public service needs to be efficient, needs to be effective, and needs to be responsive. The other point I would make is it's extremely important that one limits excessive administrative discretion as much as possible. And that's my point about the Mining License Committee. And to attract investors, Zambia has to have a system which is fair, transparent, timely, and efficiently administered, and removes opportunity for corruption, which we've already seen in terms of what the government has done. it's absolutely critical that the system promotes certainty as to when applicants are going to obtain rights, what they need to do when the rights need to be amended, renewed, or transferred, and that there are predictable outcomes. The other point I would make is that the mining code needs to contain a fair and objective dispute resolution mechanism, so that investors again need to know what recourse they have in the event of a dispute. Do they have, for example, do they have recourse to international arbitration? The other final point I would make about a mining code is the fiscal regime, and that's where Zambia has really struggled to deal with capturing resource rents effectively, because revenues, royalties in this country have seesawed in relation to the copper price, and the rules have changed inconsistently. Again, the OECD have suggested that there needs to be a fair sharing of financial benefits between the investor and the host state, taking into consideration the potential risks, rewards, and country circumstances, that there is no one ideal fiscal regime. Each host state needs to identify the optimal mix of fiscal instruments to meet its objectives. But the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that the allocation of overall financial benefits between the host state and investors needs to reflect the variables that affect project profitability, such as commodity prices, costs, production volumes, and resource quality. And that in turn contributes to long-term sustainability of extractive contracts and reduces the incentives for either party to seek renegotiation. So just in conclusion, I just want to touch on one point. I've been working in Saudi Arabia for the last 2 years, helping the kingdom with its mineral law reform program. And one of the things we did there, working with the World Bank, was ensuring, and we basically revamped the mining code, that the new law, which came into force at the beginning of last year, contains clear and objective requirements for the grant of rights, whatever right you're applying for, whether it's an exploration right or a mining license, that the discretion given to the ministry is limited to objective criteria, that there is an opportunity, and that doesn't exist in Zambia at the moment, or doesn't seem to remedy any defect in a defective application for a license, and that there are strict time limits for the making of decisions. I think, in conclusion, that if Zambia follows those sorts of best practice models by introducing, and this is a great opportunity for this administration, having only come into office in August, business-friendly policies which reform the legislative and regulatory regime, Zambia will increase investor confidence. It will drive investment in new mines. It will drive exploration in copper and cobalt, and it could drastically grow exports that for the minerals which are, absolutely essential for the green energy economy. And I think this could be a wonderful opportunity for Zambia. So thank you very much.
Peter, thank you very much. Some really important issues and some lessons and recommendations for our hosts here in Zambia. And picking up also on what Sheila was saying, I think it's clear that there needs to be regulatory certainty, predictability, building that credible commitment between governments and companies, building trust between companies, governments, and social stakeholders and communities, outlining some of the positives and some of the lessons and some of what needs to be done around issues of tax, dispute resolution, licensing, this really key point on limiting the excessive administrative discretion. And I'm sure that that's something that we'll come back to with Ian's presentation later on. This is a global conversation. We have people joining from all around the world today as part of this conference. I encourage you online to submit your questions to us, to the panel, and we will come to those soon. And our next speaker is going to talk to some of these global issues on the issue of global politics of rare earth mineral demand and strategic minerals. And our next speaker is Farai Nyambareka, who is a partner at Manokori Attorneys, which is a Zimbabwe-based DLA Piper Africa member firm working across various corporate practice groups and specifically on regulatory issues and compliance in mining and energy. Farai herself has extensive experience in dealing with regulatory issues, and she's highly experienced in providing corporate structure advice for a variety of local and international clients. And I'm hoping that she's going to share some of that advice that she has for her clients here with us today. So Farai, please, thank you very much.
Adjusted. Should be good. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Chatham House for the kind invitation and allowing me to present to this audience and share my contributions to this session. My topic and presentation is on the global politics of rare earth mineral demand. So, rare earth elements, what are they? There are 17 rare earth elements, and I won't bore you all with the details and citation of each and every one of them. However, despite the misnomer, while more abundant than many other minerals, rare earth elements are, however, not concentrated enough to make them economically viable and exploitable. So this is in the case unless labor costs are low or supported by state subsidies, such as in the instance of China. Additionally, detrimental effects on the environment, i.e. leaking of toxins into the water table, and health issues generated by the beneficiation and refining processes make it a challenging proposition. Some of the major end uses of rare earth elements include use in automatic catalytic converters, used in the making of medical devices, rechargeable batteries, cell phones, magnets, fluorescent lighting. They also play a large role in national defense industries, in the making of precision-guided weapons, GPS equipment, military applications, as guidance and control, targeted and weapon systems, communication platforms, fluid cracking catalysts, and petroleum refining, amongst a number of other uses. So as we can see and appreciate, all of these are specifically concentrated with high-tech industries. So because of their use in the bar-cited projects, global demand for rare earth elements has increased exponentially in alignment with the shift in the global production and trade policies. Why is there an increased demand is the next question. Due to clean energy transitions and as groundbreaking technology inventions become embedded as the basis and catalyst for increased geo-economic competition, together with increased national security concerns across the world, the solidifying of supply chains for rare earths therefore become a global strategic issue. Further, due to the fact that China, which has now become a dominant supplier of rare earths with a monopoly, and coupled with the exposed vulnerability of global supply chains, such as evidenced by COVID-19, has brought the fragility of the world supply chain into sharp focus and into this international spotlight. This has perpetuated discussions on how best to guide global supply chain resilience. A lot of deployed regulation and policies taken, for example, by Japan, United States, and China highlight the critical aspect of strengthening supply chains of rare earth minerals on the back of geopolitical factors. For instance, global powers will be asking, firstly, how essential rare earth minerals are to its national security and economical interests, and secondly, if they're susceptible to supply disruptions and monopolies based on trade positions that may be adopted by political foes. Logically, the demand for rare earth elements is derived from the production of their end-use products, and therefore the demand for REEs, as with other minerals, depends on the strength of the demand for the end product. Therefore, invariably, the rate and strength of industrialization by each global power will determine its demand for rare earth minerals. So some statistics on production and reserves, and just an outline of who the key players currently are. Major reserves for rare earths exist in countries like the United States, Australia, and Brazil. However, China accounts for over 80% of rare earth element production in the world and controls around 30% of the world's reserves, which are estimated currently at about 99 million tons. According to a global supply chain report by Mark Humphreys, which was conducted in 2013, most REs throughout the world are located in deposits of the minerals austenite and monazite. Austenite deposits in the United States and China account for the largest concentration of rare earth elements, while monazite deposits in Australia, China, South Africa, Brazil, Malaysia, and India account for the largest concentrations of second largest concentrations of REEs. To contextualize the rapid shift in global political production dynamics, whilst the United States was able to produce and meet its own demand for rare earths in the 1990s, there has been a concentrated shift in that the United States is now almost 100% reliant on China for rare earths imports. China has been able to emerge as a dominant force and leading producer and exporter due to a number of interventions introduced in the early 2000s, namely introduction of resource tax, an increased production quota coupled with a reduced export quota and state-assisted stockpiling production policies. They've essentially made stockpiling of rare earths a commercial reserve policy. To date, China remains the leading force on REEs, extraction expertise with the right production and distribution mix and established industry. Focus will now turn to examples of how rare earth supply is a viable geopolitical tool in response to political tensions between nations. In 2010, China placed an unofficial and temporary embargo of rare earth shipments to Japan aimed at its automobile industry following a diplomatic dispute. In March 2012, the Obama administration announced the filing of a World Trade Organization case against China, citing unfair trade policies in rare earths. More recently, in January 2021, the Chinese government released a draft bill requiring companies to follow controls and regulations for the import and export of rare earth, an extension of policies aimed to prohibit the export of Chinese technology that could be diverted for military use. Therefore, there's an established hostile trade environment and a propensity between various nations where a nation seeks to strengthen and leverage its negotiation position. It is evident, therefore, that there's a juxtaposition between politics and rare earth industrial and trade policies, which ultimately have a greater impact on trade flows and supply chain security more than, in fact, any physical disruptions. So the question is, what is the emergence of Africa and how can it play a role in shaping the global REE landscape? On account of the fact that rare earths are embedded in most high-tech products, it follows that demand will continue to increase in parallel amongst global industrialized nations and superpowers. This presents a unique opportunity for Africa to position itself. A 2011 paper by Jean Baker titled "Mining Exploitation of Rare Earth Elements as an Engagement Strategy" in US stated, there's an increased recognition that parts of sub-Saharan Africa offer the greatest potential for rare earth production, which could eventually align the ongoing market imbalance and reduce monopolies and supply fragility. Specifically, a number of Southern and Eastern African countries have been cited as having high-graded large deposits of rare earth minerals to make mining exploitation economically feasible and provide their governments and people with new economic opportunities. The cited countries include Namibia, South Africa, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Burundi, which in those jurisdictions at present, there are various of several active projects, all involving multinational companies, either in the prospective or early mining stages. Lastly, I'll just put forward the possible reasons why Africa is uniquely placed. Firstly, there's low labor cost, little to no environmental pressure, particularly from lobbying groups in the extraction phase. There is still gaps for big technological leaps and discoveries, particularly in the production stage, with a push for recycling. Young, fast-growing population, which will provide a ready-made market demand for domestic end products. There's an emerging trade policy positions and frameworks favorable to Africa. For example, COMESA and the strengthening of Africa Continental Free Trade Area amidst a fragmented EU and on the back of Brexit and the looming war. Lower industry base, which presents an opportunity for exponential growth in domestic production. And lastly, Africa is not hamstrung in rife geopolitical tensions, unlike other superpowers who are jockeying for positions. So it is not hampered and is able to trade freely and establish greater supply chains with various regional and global markets. So in conclusion, there's been an adequate demonstration of how policy can help shape long-term global demand and supply. and the securing of and access to alternative sources of rare earth elements. I submit, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation, bringing it back up to that global level, pointing out that many rare earth deposits are not economically viable. The demand for rare earths is often concentrated in a few key manufacturing countries, but there is a strategic need for supply chain diversification, and where we've discussed policy and legislation and regulation, there is also a political and diplomatic element to some of these relationships and some key geopolitical considerations. Now, our next two speakers will be taking some of what we've heard at the global and regional level and discussing the industry and sector here in Zambia. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage next Ian Mwinga, who is the National Coordinator of the Zambia Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, that's the EITI. And he also represents the Anglophone region of the EITI, the International Board, and serves as the co-chairperson for the Implementation Committee on the EITI board. I also know that EITI have been doing a considerable amount of work here in Zambia, including discussing these issues across multiple stakeholders. And so very much welcome your remarks here today and drawing on your own work and the work of your organization on this here in Zambia. So please.
Thanks a lot for the generous introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I can see right at the back the team from the Chamber of Mines. I was looking for you, I said, where is this team? But sadly, I think we are missing a very critical stakeholder, which is the government. And I was asking myself while I seated there, I said, what am I doing here? Because exactly the discussion that we are having this afternoon is the discussion that we have in the ministerial boardroom. And so I think the value of the government being present here would have been extremely important. But just to mention also that one needs probably to understand the psychology, the internal psychology of the government now, is that everything being discussed is about the debt. I remember one time reporting back from an EITI conference, talking about, oh, we are supposed to disclose beneficial owners of companies. And then it was like, how is this going to reduce the debt? So a discussion of this nature has to be put in a context. And the context now is that the government is in a debt mode, a mode to look for solutions to reduce the debt. Anything that comes is second priority. And that is why, if you remember very well, I think it was last year, there was actually a huge discovery of gold deposits across the country, and I think up to now. And immediately, the government moved in to declare gold a strategic mineral. And that was it. The discussion around critical minerals hasn't really taken a foothold. And I think this is an indication very clearly of a need to support the government to begin to think critically and also probably strategically. Coming from the EITI, we represent the three stakeholders. That's the government, civil society, and also the mining sector, which colleagues from the Chamber of Mines represent. But then listening through the conversations, one begins to think perhaps we are expecting a little bit too much too early from the government without
any supporting structures in terms of even as basic as understanding what these critical minerals are all about. We have seen, for example, in the EITI fraternity, Uganda signing a $10 billion investment in the fossil fuel. And then we ask ourselves, was there any consideration about, the green critical minerals and the future of energy going forward? We have also seen, and we still continue to see, a lot of demand from the communities in terms of corporate social responsibility, partly driven by the legacy of ZCCM. And so the private sector, as we heard earlier, they've got an objective. When they come to invest, they've got their own list of things to achieve. But that is astronomically extremely difficult to explain in the community. And from the EITI perspective, we have tried our best to disclose the figures, but who loves figures? When you go in the community to go and explain these figures, for instance, First Quantum and Kalumbila jointly spent $7 million in 2020. And then you go to these communities, tell them $7 million was spent by these two companies, say, you must be kidding me. $7 million should have left a crater in our areas. How do you just explain? And this actually tries to demonstrate the challenges that we have in this space. The critical minerals space, including the strategic minerals space, has probably come a bit too soon for most countries, but also it has come with a lot of force, with a lot of information. Now, just listening earlier on to Mr. Shitima, where now you begin to see the linkages between this space of critical minerals and climate change for the benefit of not only the region, the African region, but a global region. And so that moves you in issues of, do we have as a country, for example, Zambia, an energy transition policy? I asked that question, I think he didn't, Mr. Shitima didn't get that. But for us to move in a direction that is desired, a direction that is probably a bit more organized, we need all these instruments. The regulation, if you look at our Environmental Protection Fund as a country, the fund is sitting around $32 million US. But that fund, if you look at the list of companies contributing to that fund, it's just a paltry. Where is everybody else? And yet we are talking about these environmental risks and also the future of mining. The other thing that I need to mention is around the policies in the mining sector. There is no need to design and have new policies. The policies that we have, if you look through the mining code, you look at the various laws that also complement that, we do have a very rich collection as a country. But where is the problem? The issues around the fiscal regime. We had an Indaba, was it last year or the year before, where all the stakeholders came on board and listed the problems, the challenges, the needs for the industry. We have those, but where is the problem? Where do we need to twitch? And I think for me, that is a point of a reflection that we need to do. Probably the most important thing for the EITI, forgive me for my biases, is the issue of disclosure. Currently, the company's legislation, for Zambia, it has a requirement for disclosure of beneficial ownership. And I think one of the speakers mentioned about the confessed corruption in the mining sector. That information is there. It's not a secret. And all this information has been disclosed by the EITI for a number of years. We still have companies that underdeclare their exports. This information is disclosed in the reports. And when you look at these trends happening, one would literally even, not even blame the companies, because the penalty units for an underdeclaration are just literally peanuts. As a CEO, I can plan at the beginning of the year to literally underdeclare my exports. And so these are the systematic issues that we are hoping the data that we are disclosing through the EITI can begin to bring in. What is the role of data in mining policy formulation, but also not just data for, it should be data that actually leads to something. And the disclosure for us is extremely important to get the production figures correct. If a mine, for example, Kansanshi discloses their production figures, does the government have the same numbers? And we move on to the next notch also to bring that data into the public domain. There's nothing secret about this information. This information is very, very vital. So I thought of just reflecting on some of the key issues that are currently being considered internally without repeating what has been captured by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Ian, thank you very much. Very useful comments there, particularly on tying into our conversation on critical minerals and climate change, need for transition policy. Where will the energy for processing these come from? Also, on the debate on whether or not there needs to be a new policy, and bringing to the fore issues around the fiscal regime, disclosure, declaration, and the important role that EITI and others play in holding companies and government to account through improved sharing of data. Our final speaker is joining us online and is joining us from Scotland, I believe, and that's Anthony Mokotuma, who is the General Manager at Kansanashi Mine, which is First Quantum Minerals owned mine here in Zambia. I believe is the first Zambian to be the General Manager of that mine, which is in itself a commendable accolade. But in his position here today, he's going to share with us some of his views and some of the company views on what is being done in terms of environmental management and what is being done in terms of the relationship with the communities. So Anthony, I'm delighted that you're able to join us here today from Scotland. I apologize for breaking up your holiday and bringing you into this discussion, but thank you for joining us, and we very much look forward to what you have to share. Thank you. Anthony, are you able to hear us? So Anthony, it appears we're just trying to sort out your audio feed so that we can hear you as well as see your presentation. That's his screen. Anthony, we can see your screen, but we can't hear you. Okay, while we try and connect through to Anthony's audio, perhaps we'll start with a Q&A discussion with the panelists that we have here. And once we get through to Anthony, we'll hear his presentation on sustainable mining. So we move into the Q&A. I think we've heard some really great material here this afternoon at a global level, at a regional level, and at a national level, of what some of the key issues are within the mining sector and what some of the key discussion points are. So who is going to be the first one to raise their hand and ask a question? Yes, sir, please. At the back, do we have a microphone? I think the gentleman at the back in the white shirt. Please remember to introduce yourself, let us know who you are, and tell us your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Brutale, currently a consultant with a number of civil society organizations working around economic policy in Africa. I think I want to recognize that Ian mentioned something that's very critical, which is the question of whether we require a policy at this point on the energy transition. Farai, in her presentation, highlighted clearly that the mineral endowments, when you look at strategic minerals, rare earth minerals, you look at them from a regional perspective. And it was earlier highlighted that in the case for cobalt and copper, Zambia and DRC share most of the reserves. So I think the question at this point is whether at this point we want to relook at what exists in terms of a regional policy guide, the African Mining Vision, the African Minerals Governance Framework, which both do not present any position for the African continent on strategic minerals or climate change. Do we want to look at those first of all and see if we need to develop a regional strategy for harnessing the potential that these rare earth minerals come with? And if we're going to look at this, what exactly should we be targeting? Should we be targeting things to do with the fiscal aspects? DRC increased mineral royalties for cobalt to 10% following the boom in cobalt prices. Zambia followed suit, increasing cobalt royalties. So do we want to target royalties? Do we want to target something on incentives on geology to understand what we have? What exactly do we need to do to have the right line of investors on this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions in the room? Otherwise, I've got one from online, and I believe, yes, we've got two in the front here. So we'll go for Brenda, then Moses, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Chanda. I'm a partner in the law firm Moira Mkuka Legal Practitioners. I'll just quote something that our president, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, said when he was meeting a delegation. When he was meeting a delegation led by the finance minister from the Democratic Republic of Zambia, and I quote,
having a regional policy, particularly in the infrastructure space. There's obviously been an exploration of where challenges come in adopting from the get-go a region-wide approach to a strategy, specifically when it comes to minerals. It's a bit of a different dynamic. In the first place, we don't know what we have, especially when it comes to our EEs. I believe that these are significantly and massively underexplored. So, and I gave an example of where they occur across the African continent. And as you can appreciate, this is quite widespread. So at this juncture, my view is that a regional approach would be premature until governments themselves have actually made a direct effort to ascertain what we have. When we have established that, I think the next step is to actually then get into the dynamics of how do we explore this within the national borders of where the resources found, establishing key linkages. And firstly, I think being able to put forward an active production line. And then when we have that in place, I think we can move on to a more regional focus as to how then that's best exploited for the greater good of the continent in the different blocks.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very good question from Brenda. The answer partly lies in the African mining vision, which recognized this in 2009, but obviously it is quite out of date and it does need some updating. And actually the question asked to Farai, one of the issues there is, does the AMV not need to be updated in light of the green energy transition, which I don't think is really taken any account of. But what the African Mining Vision tried to do back then is to say to African mining jurisdictions that you need to do much more around beneficiation, downstream, upstream, and side stream, and create all these linkages. My sense, though, is not a lot of that has simply not happened. Beneficiation is expensive. It is energy intensive, and it requires quite a lot of skill, technical and technological skills. But I mean, it's a very good point made by the president. Why is it that the DRC and Zambia are getting so little out of the mineral value chain, and shouldn't more be going on in these particular countries? But I mean, if you look at what it costs to build a smelter or refinery, the capital costs are enormous. And I think one of the reasons some mining companies have stayed away from that is around fiscal or regulatory uncertainty. They haven't known whether or not it's worthwhile making those investments. If I can also just abuse the occasion just to make one comment in relation to Moses' question about ownership. That's one of the issues we looked at in Saudi Arabia, and the government's view was, other than establishing a local company to apply for a license, there's absolutely no requirement for any local ownership, because they saw that as a hindrance to investment. If you actually look at what's happened in South Africa with the mining charter and black economic empowerment, where the requirements have gone from 26% to 30% in the last 5 years, there's less and less new investment in the South African mining industry for that very reason, and less exploration expenditure. If you don't have exploration, you're not going to have production, as you well know, Moses. So I think that's one point I would make. I would think you need to be very careful about local ownership requirements, where actually, if you look at the DRC, the requirements are extremely onerous now.
Just a quick comment on the issue of gold. I think we've seen a plethora of gold discoveries across the country. And I think from the government side, there's been some movements in terms of the purchases and also the agreements with the big mines, consortium with the central bank. But I think there is need to have more in terms of supporting, for example, the ASM sector. And I think for Zambia, the biggest gap has been, the mentorship from the large-scale mines, because of the problems with the the issues of trust and other factors in the sector. So I think it's an appeal to the team from Chamber of Mines also to actually step up to the plate in terms of mentoring the ASM, especially in the gold space, because as it is now, even the mining methods being used and the safety and environmental issues are quite glaring. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. So I believe we're going to be able to now go for Anthony's presentation. So if we can unmute Anthony and give him permission to share his screen, share his slides, and deliver his presentation for us here this afternoon. Anthony, can you hear us now? Good.
But you can't hear me, can you?
We can hear you. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I'll share my screen quickly. Yeah, could you let me know when you can see that screen, please?
You can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. So I'll continue on the subject of strategic minerals, and I'm focusing mainly on environmental sustainability in the mining industry. And simply put, I'll be talking about sustainable mining. What does that look like? It is clear, based on the evidence so far and even discussions today, that the green economy will drive much higher demand for minerals than ever seen in the history of mankind. I was listening to a conference this morning that's taking place in Chile, and there was sentiment that was expressed there that with the green economy coming up, the demand for copper is going to be of a magnitude higher than what's been mined since the 1400 going forward. So, and that has to be mined in the next 25 years. So that's significant, and that shift to the green economy is mainly driven by the fact that the materials required are on a different scale in terms of demand of initial investment. Now, for example, an electric vehicle requires 6 times the minerals input compared to its fossil fuel counterpart. So that's many magnitudes higher. If you look at the critical minerals going forward, you will see that in terms of lithium, from a demand of almost 0% into the energy sector back in 2010, that has grown to about 90%. That's estimated to grow to about 90% by about 2040. The trends on cobalt and copper were so similar. Cobalt was 0% into the energy sector in 2010, and that's forecast to grow to about 70% by 2040. Nickel, similar, 3% in 2010, up to 62% by 2040. That's the forecast. And copper as well, 21% a few years ago in 2010, and it's up at about 43%. On the rare earth side, you see the demand was about 13% going into the energy sector back in 2010, and that has grown to, that is forecast to grow to about 40% by 2040. So it is clear that the energy sector will become a leading consumer of minerals as the energy transitions accelerate. What does that mean for mining? What that means is that mining is critical to the green revolution. Now, the transition to green energy is predicated on sustained mining growth. demand for the critical materials will increase up to tenfold, and therefore mining activity will also increase to the same scale. This demand in minerals and coupled with decreasing ore grades point to larger mining operations going forward. And larger mining operations mean larger disturbances and higher land usage. It also means larger impacts on and more visibility of mining operations to host communities. It also means a higher pull on water, energy, and resources. There's also, that increase also comes with higher emissions that require greater attention to mitigation through efficiency improvements and or technology. Finally, and probably most importantly, that increase in mining operations means that there's going to be a larger base of dynamic and well-informed stakeholders that require a shift in relationship from just observers and commentators to partners with a seat at the decision-making tables of mining companies and government policymakers. Now, mining companies have to realize that with that growth comes a shift. It is not going to be business as usual for any mining company, and it will never be again, clearly, from what we're seeing. Most major mining companies understand this and are acting. There's a much stronger focus on ESG, and ESG has to become center and forefront for mining to be sustainable at the scale that the future is predicting. I'll just go through a few slides just to show how we are managing this as First Quantum in Zambia and in the other countries where we operate. So what we find is that as we focus on actually increased focus on ESG, the first thing that we see is primarily important is a focus on respect and trust. That's maintaining an open dialogue and working in collaboration with our host communities. The second point is around high standards. That's a recognition that the environmental and social impacts of mining requires a deliberate focus on continuous improvement. And that's something that we've been working on as a mining company. Third point is collaboration on enablers and critical matters, working with host governments and communities on greater protection of biodiversity and enhanced public infrastructure and improved education and healthcare. Also a focus on making sure that the challenge of climate change is seeing action that guarantees real change. And also going forward, that any projects that we do engage in focus on making sure that these meet higher standards in terms of environmental and social impacts. With this approach, we've been able to see our projects start to thrive in the countries where we operate, particularly with the bigger mines that we have in Zambia and in Cobre Panama. And this is the approach that we intend to apply to the bigger projects that are coming up out in Takataka and in Hakira. I'll just go to the next slide and just show what that actually looks like in reality. So there's 4 points that I'll cover quickly. It's greenhouse gases reduction, tailings management, and water use, and community engagement. So on the greenhouse gases side, what we've done is gone quite strongly into making sure that our mining equipment is hooked up onto electricity, and making sure that we begin to move away from the use of diesel in the mining fleet. So we've got what we call the trolley assist, which is what you saw in the picture earlier. That is the trucks that are running on electric. And that's been extended also into in-pit crushing and conveying and electric drills and electric shovels as well. So all that conversion of mining equipment onto electric from diesel has occurred on our sites over the last 12 years, and it's something that we continue to work on. So our trucks and other mining equipment at Kansanshi and Sentinel and Panama is all set up to be running on electric. And the more investment we do onto new trucks, we are actually phasing out all that equipment that was running on diesel in the past. A further point on this front is an investment in renewable energy generation. And this is with regard to a project that we're currently working on solar and wind in Zambia, and also a commitment to transition from coal power in Panama onto hydropower and also solar and wind. So what we've seen there is reportedly up to the report of 2021 is a reduction of about 100,000 tons of CO2 emissions. So that's the sort of standard that we aspire to, and that's the sort of standard that the larger mines that the future is calling for, we will have to work towards. The other key point is around our tailings dams and our tailings management. So making sure that those are operated and designed to international standards and guidelines, and making sure that there's a governance structure over the tailings dam in terms of how they are managed and how they are audited, and how there's oversight in making sure that there's continuous improvement in that space as well. On the water use side, there's a big focus on making sure that we cut down on freshwater draws into the operations. And that's been a big focus. And you will see on the charts on your left that the water reuse, which is a major focus for us, is very high, is over 70% on our larger mines, and slightly lower on our smaller mines where water tends to be more abundant. But really the focus is, as the operations grow to the size of Cobre Panama or Kansanshi or Sentinel, that scale, running anything from 50 to about 150 million tons per year, that it's important that water use is center and forefront of every considerations that we put across. My last point is just around the community. Like I said, our stakeholders are becoming more diverse, and they need to have a say, because the larger mines tend to have a bigger disturbance, and people then have to be moved and people have to be managed. So it's important that there's engagement with the communities, that anything that's done in that space has the engagement of every single stakeholder, whether it be the traditional leaders, the community-based groups, and other stakeholders in the communities. As First Quantum, we've been able to develop these partnerships, and some of them work very well, and some of them are work in progress. But as a result of that, we've been able to inform some of our CSR work and make sure that we are relevant, and the projects that we embark on have the backing of the communities that are the beneficiaries of anything we do. I'll just end with a quotation that came up in the Mining 2030 from the Church of England Ngawat Pensions Board, which really agrees with the point that mining is critical for the green economy going forward. and good practice and leadership exists in the mining space, but it's just not pervasive. It's something that we have to focus on to make sure that there's leadership through a bigger body, you know, the chambers of commerce and the chambers of mines around the world, and bodies like the EITI, that there's leadership and these practices can go wider in the mining space than just a few isolated cases of good practice. So I'll stop there, Chair, and I'll invite any questions from the audience.
Anthony, thank you very much. I will take a round of questions from the audience. I know that there are people who have questions, both for the panel and for Anthony, but perhaps I will ask one of Anthony myself first. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for highlighting the importance of the work that FQM is doing with regards to community engagement in particular. I wanted to ask a question on, with regards to the frameworks and the mechanisms for that, that govern that community engagement on both economic and environmental issues. Are these externally defined and developed frameworks that you apply and implement as a company, or are these frameworks and mechanisms that you have come up with yourself? And are these, do you think, are there lessons and are these replicable for other examples as well?
Okay, thank you, Chris. Do you want me to answer that now, or do you want to wait for another question?
Please, if you answer that now, and then we'll take a round from the floor. I want to capitalize on having the link secure to you first.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So the framework that we use is, we actually get context from group, but then the local leadership team, myself at Kansanshi and my colleague out at our other mine in Trident, we would then take that context and apply it to what is pertaining in the local context or in the local community where we operate. So that means getting into a room with the traditional leaders, with the ward members of parliament, with local groups, and really listening to them and candidly being open about what matters for them and also what matters to the mining company. And what we found is that by having that local engagement being the final say of what actually happens, is that we've been a lot more effective. I worked previously for a different mining company where context for social work came from head office. And then what you get into is a situation where you are driving projects that are not relevant or not the immediate needs in the community. So yeah, it's context from group, but the actual projects are decided at a local level. That makes them a lot more relevant and a lot more tailored to the local community. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much. I'll take another round of questions from the floor before we move to our next session. So I've got 2 hands here. We'll go for the gentleman in front first, and then the gentleman behind. And anybody else, if you do have a question, once I've taken those 2, raise your hands. This will be the last round of questions for this session. But please, we've heard from you before, but please to also reintroduce yourself for those who have just tuned in online for this session.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Andrew Mwaba. I'm a private citizen. I wanted to come back to this issue of ownership. Okay, hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. My name is Andrew Mwaba. I'm a private citizen. I wanted to come back to this issue of ownership. You know, we have talked about the fiscal regime and having a correct fiscal regime and so forth. But you see, a good fiscal regime is a sufficient, but not, no, it is a necessary condition, but not sufficient for a country to maximize revenues from its mines. We have to look at the issue of ownership. Ownership by local actors, including the government, local financial institutions, and private Zambian investors, is key. At the minimum, you get an additional stream of revenues from dividends. But if you do not have any stake in the mines, you will not get dividends. You will just get taxes, which may come from underreported profits. So my point is that, you know, if you are to get anything from the mines, there has to be ownership. This ownership is not coerced, like Dr. Brenda was saying. This is ownership which can come about by market interaction. Most countries which have benefited from their mines have done this because of joint ventures. You have to have joint ventures with foreign investors. You cannot give them 100% ownership. The joint ventures can start from the beginning. Some countries encourage ownership from exploration. You are exploring with the foreign investors on an equal basis. By the time the mines are maturing, you are co-owners. I think Botswana gives us the best example with diamonds. In Botswana, the government owns 50% of the stake, and the bears the other 50%. This is something which gives Botswana additional income streams from dividends made by the company, as well as dividends made by individuals. So I think for me, ownership is key. We have to look at it. The fiscal regime is not sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment there on joint ventures and PPPs as ways of sharing benefit. We'll take the question from the gentleman behind in the white shirt, and then we'll take a comment from over here.
Thank you. My name is Tembo Charles, and member of the Common Futures Conversation. I think my question arises on the matter. We had a debate in Zambia recently in terms of mining in the lower Zambezi, which was a very big debate between mining industry and also looking into issues of the environmental sector, and then also to deal with areas that are primarily water natural bodies in Zambia and Southern Africa, and then also issues to deal with national parks. What is your key comment on such an issue where we have these natural bodies in Zambia and then also interests of mining are key concerns? I would like to find out more on these key issues.
Great, thank you very much. I'll put that question to the panels. It's a specific question around the lower Zambezi, I believe, but more broadly around kind of land use options between mining and conservation and where that sits. Before I put that question to the panel and give them a chance to make a final statement to wrap up the session, I'm going to hand the floor to the representatives from the Zambian Chamber of Mines. At the back there, we've got President Dr. Godwin Bean and CEO Sokwani Chilembo. And I believe we'll have a statement from the Chamber. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. I hope you can hear us. I just want to make a broad comment. We came a bit late in the afternoon, but then we came at the right time. Well, this is essentially our show. We are miners. My dear friends, I think with respect to value addition, which is quite a hot issue, and sometimes that I believe can easily be misunderstood. I think let's put it this way. In this country, let the miner mine, because that's what he knows. So let him get all the investment he can get from wherever he gets it, but let him mine. His job is to mine properly, responsibly, as we heard Anthony say. Let him do his job. Anyone who wants his product, pick it from him at the gate. Nobody will stop you from doing that, but let the miner mine. I don't think many people in this room and many people in Zambia would be in a position, as we speak now, to actually start and operate a mine. Let's just be very frank. So let the people who know the business of mining, whether it's open pit or underground, doesn't matter where they come from, let them do the job. Now, those of us who are concerned about value addition, let us pick it from where they stop, which means we take a bottom-up approach, which means we must be aware of what products are made from base metals, for example. We have been talking about energy, material inputs into energy. Let us know what we can make, the quality, the demand, and for me, more importantly, in this country, the enablers, which is fiscal regime, is an enabler to anybody who wants to go into value addition. Energy itself. Because if we don't have power in this country, then you can't really talk much about doing things that people that we sell copper to overseas do. If our skills are not there, you can't talk about doing this that other people also do. And finally, infrastructure. If it's absent, then again, we are not fulfilling what it takes to do complete value addition. So let's take it ourselves as those who want to do value addition bottom up. Let the miners do their job. They will give us quality product. We have no problem. Okay, Zamefa is a test to that because they take our local electronic cathode and they do a good job. Let's pick it from there. Whether you want to make anything else from copper, pick it from there. But then we must then ourselves now engage with whoever it is that will enable us effect value addition. Because I hear very often we Zambians cry that we're not getting much from mining, we're not mining, we can do this, we can do that. Oh, that's good, but I think let's take it from where we are able ourselves to run. Let the miners do their job. They will mine it, they will invest big time, they will mine it responsibly, and then we pick it up. But I think over and above this, perhaps Chilembo could just add two more comments on based on what we've been hearing this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Like we said, this is a general comment that will try and address several of the issues that have arisen in the discussions that we've heard thus far. I'll pick up from where Dr. Bene has left off in terms of our local circumstance. There's been a question around benefiting from our endowment, and I think we mustn't ignore the fact that we've had a very poor strategy in the very recent past and headed back quite far. This has changed under the new Dawn administration with their putting mining front and center of their development agenda via the 3 million ton aspiration. As an industry, we've begun to make that more granular. We've had the geologists come through, give us an idea of what sort of time frame it would take to execute such an Herculean task. And it is something which we have to be resolved to do. And in being resolved to doing this, it is something we must be resolved to do profitably. And there are two structures to this. Above the line, you've got your taxes, you've got your infrastructure, and the value add benefits that we've spoken of now. And we've never even properly done these things because of our policy inconsistency. So first, as Dr. Bene has said, let's make it possible for miners to mine, because if miners don't mine efficiently, nobody will want to come and make cables here anyway, because there will be no margin in doing so. You might as well maintain your factory close to market in the West and just buy off the open market. So we've got to get it right for the simple core business of mining first. And all the elements that are required to do so have been discussed exhaustively locally, as Ian had mentioned, via our local mining indabas and the exploration indaba recently. Now, below the line, with regard to local participation, we need to look at this much more broadly than just ownership. I mean, there's an whole industrial base that can be built from suppliers into our mining value chain. There is a whole financial services base that can be built from enabling capital market access from all players in the mining value chain, from explorers like Dr. Banda, to manufacturers, to miners themselves, to small-scale artisanal gold miners, as Ian had mentioned, by availing them access to capital and to these markets. And this can only begin to happen if you allow miners to go out, access capital for their primary function, and then catalyze the mobilization of complementary capital into these areas. If you lumber the miners with all these responsibilities, you end up with a repeat of the strategic errors that led us to where we are today. There's never been an opportunity to correct these mistakes at these prices and these demand profiles, but we must have a very structured approach to the same. And as is said quite often, you know, we are very lucky. We have a country which has some government shareholding in the majority of the industry. So that's a place to start. So we're better off than a lot of places that have zero government participation. And what we need to do is to build on this by availing colleagues like Mr. Mwaba access to capital to become a player within the sector. Now, there were some questions around the regional harmonization opportunities. I serve as Vice President of the Mineral Industry Association of Southern Africa, so we can probably address a few of those as well. There is already a discussion afoot under the auspices of SADC in both the areas of strategic energy minerals and in terms of development of the regional value chain. And the key discussions there are obviously trying to do things in a manner that does not disadvantage any particular country. But some of the overarching issues that we are facing are really around how important the green opportunity is being weighed. We are aware, for example, that the EU has apportioned some funds to assist with primary exploration for minerals in Africa. But that as Zambia, we are actually a tier 2 country under this initiative, which really perplexes us, because if it is so important, then surely we must be a tier 1 opportunity. If the challenges that are, the historical challenges are what have led to this, I think there's a clear demonstration that the government is moving in the right direction for us to begin to deliver on our potential. And we really ought to be a tier 1 opportunity for providers of capital for exploration and primary exploration and the building of capacity within government like the EU. So for us, these are really, just like I said, some general comments. The discussions have begun. It's very early days yet, but I think the key thing here is we must not lose sight of the fact that previously we have compromised growth. Going forward, that is what we must ring fence. If we don't ring fence growth, then we'll repeat the errors of the past.
Thank you very much. As Dr. Godwin Bene and Sokwani Chilembo, respectively, the President and the CEO of the Zambian Chamber of Mines. We have come to the end of the session. I'm going to invite the speakers perhaps just to give their final bullet point, their final full stop to their presentations and to the questions that they've heard, either in response to questions on land use, ownership, and what we've heard from the Chamber about, vertical and horizontal linkages depend upon the core business and getting the core business correct in the first place. So perhaps if we go in the order of the panel here, I hope we've still got Anthony online as well for his final statement. But Peter, perhaps if you give us your final point.
Yeah, I think it's been a fascinating discussion, and I really appreciate the input from the Chamber of Mines, and so I couldn't agree with them more. If I could just use this opportunity to answer quite an important question which was raised around ownership. I agree. I think the issue of ownership can be something of a red herring because the issue is, and actually goes to the question asked by Brenda, how do you actually promote linkages to the industry? And you do that actually through procurement of goods and services, through creating local content requirements. And this fixation with ownership, to me, doesn't make a great deal of sense, particularly in Zambia already. You have ZCCM as a minority shareholder and many of the mining companies that are operating here. So it's not as though you're going here from a zero base. And I actually think it's a mistake to create hurdle rates for investors, which actually just simply increase the hurdle rate for an investment in any new project, and to require ownership requirements around exploration. Even South Africa, with all its ideology over black empowerment, even South Africa, the mining charter has now got rid of that. So I think and really that's central to the message I was making this afternoon in my remarks. I mean, the key thing, particularly given Zambia's extraordinary resource endowment and its centrality to the green energy transition in Africa, the key thing for Zambia to be doing is to be encouraging investment into the mining industry and not creating hurdles to that investment. Once you get that investment, you're going to get new production. You will eventually meet the government's target of 3 million tons of copper, which is very ambitious over the next 10 years. So I think that is the key thing to look at around ownership and investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've written the title for our next conference there on who holds responsibility for creating economic opportunities beyond the gate. And that's a huge question. Farai, please, your final point.
Thank you, Chris. I think mine is to just echo what the first speaker on our panel was speaking about. I think it was Sheila, I believe, who said that we as Africa are so reactionary when it comes to putting forth actual strategies and developing policies that will benefit and harness the potential that the resources we own have. We've obviously seen how REEs are a strategic asset going forward, and where there's already been a scramble and a jockeying of positions by the superpowers. And I think it's really more of an imploring or a rallying call to all the stakeholders in the mining sector to say, this is here an opportunity that presents itself. And I think we just need to be the first to the draw to actually then contextualize and monetize how REEs, as they're shaped in the context of the clean energy transition and the opportunities for industrialization in high tech, will bring about the next leap for African growth and sustained development.
Right, thank you very much. A rallying call there from Farai. Ian, please.
Thanks. Just a quick comment on ownership. I think the current state of ZCCM investment holdings, in its current structure, it doesn't fit the purpose of probably what Dr. Banda you were talking about. There is need to restructure ZCCM IH, and there is need for the country to choose whether we need an investment holding or a state-owned enterprise. That should be clear. Because at the moment, if there's an impaired asset, like we saw for Mopani and at some point for Kolamco, it was unbundled onto ZCCM. I don't think there was any consideration with the capacity of ZCCM IH balance sheet to actually hold those assets in whatever form they were. The question around the options around land use, I think from the EITI, the comment is that we encourage the mine owners and the government to provide full disclosure of information. And I think that will help also build the trust
that the Chamber of Mines team has mentioned. We have lost too much time arguing on small, probably not small, but probably peripheral issues. The fiscal regime in Zambia has taken all the space, and yet today we are hearing about local content and many other things that we can discuss. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and the Chamber of Mines and also for the government to bring us together, and also for civil society to be a key player in that role. Thank you.
Ian, thank you very much. Anthony, are you still able to hear us and share your final comment with us?
Yes, thanks, Chris. I think my final comment is just around the question on mining in the Lower Zambezi, and I do concur with Mwinga that it is possible, but like I was saying earlier, to be able to manage the ESG issues that arise when you mine in a location like that is quite onerous. So it's something that government and stakeholders need to consider deeply before making the decision. And remember, once you get into mining, there's no turning back. So the decision has to be made upfront, and it needs to consider many views and make sure that it's measured. Thank you very much.
Very much. I'd like to thank our speakers here today. We had the video from Sheila Kama, and I again encourage you to watch the full video that is shared on that link on your agenda. And we thank Peter Leon, Farai Namareka, Ian Mwinga, and Anthony Mukatuma for their presentations and for being part of this discussion here today. So thank you very much. I'd now like to call to the stage our chair and speakers for the final session. So I believe that we have Lawani is here and Seshua, please.
Okay, we're almost there. Thank you so much, Chatham House. Thank you for this opportunity to chair the last session of the day, which is under international relations of debt. Just a few points to mention, as already mentioned by prior chairs, some housekeeping rules, especially for those who are joining us virtually or those who have come into the room for this particular session. This is going to be recorded. And we also do have a functionality for any questions. You can use the raise hand functionality in Zoom. We also encourage participants and audience to tweet using the hashtag #ChairAfrica. All the bios of our speakers for this particular session are in the packs that have been provided, and also on the link for those that are joining us virtually. My name is Lawani Chiwesakunda. I'm the CEO for Citibank Zambia. Been with Citi a couple of years now, 22 years to be precise. And I'm particularly pleased to be a part of this session, especially, so to speak, with regards to where we are, even as a country, Zambia, and the number of forums, the number of conversations that most of us have been a part of just around the whole topic of debt. We do have a very good list of speakers for this particular session. And as mentioned, the bios are shared in the packs that have been provided. But to just get the ball rolling and to call upon our first speaker for this session, who is Dr. Sishua, who's with me on the podium today. He is a postdoctoral research fellow in the Institute of Democracy, and his research has not only focused on understanding the latest political developments in historical content, but this also includes the evolution of democracy, the role of political patronage and clientism, and how the political party system influences election outcomes in African politics. Dr. Sishua, we are keen to hear from you this afternoon what role debt plays in African states, international relations, and economic diplomacy. This is topical for Africa, not just Zambia, but for Africa, and how exactly states exercise their urgency with regards to debt management. I call you to the podium, sir.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And what I thought I should do is to briefly share with you through this PowerPoint the key points that both speak to the questions that Rowan mentioned, but also that's discussed more extensively in my paper, which you can find on the website. So for those of you who wish to have a full understanding of Zambia's foreign policy and decision-making, as well as economic partnerships, there is a paper that is available on Chatham House website, and it's open access that you could download. What I thought I could do here is simply to provide a background to this topic, highlight the key features in Zambia's foreign policy, speak briefly about Zambia-China relations, and the economic partnership at the regional level, which, as we heard in the keynote address by the PS in the morning, are very crucial to not just economic development, but the economic diplomacy that the new administration has focused on. And then I'll end with some remarks on the new government's foreign policy choices. I do hope that in so doing, we would discuss or touch on the question that Luan asked before inviting me to the podium. So foreign policy is really an attitude or position taken in relation to other countries and international organizations. And Zambia has had a very clear foreign policy since independence in 1964, which has been shaped largely by the country's geopolitical position. You know, at the time when the country got independence, it was surrounded by a number of neighbors which were still under minority rule, as you can see on the screen. Under founding President Kenneth Kaunda, the country's foreign policy was shaped by the ideology of non-alignment in a world which was dominated by major superpower rivalry between the Eastern Bloc and the West, which we normally refer to as the Cold War. Kaunda and his colleagues felt that it was important to be non-aligned, even though what we see is a leaning toward the Eastern Bloc. But in the late 80s, what we see was the beginning of a movement towards Western support as economic decline inspired that shift and the debt crisis and the desire for favorable terms necessitated some movements towards China as well. And there are four drivers that have really been crucial to understanding Zambian foreign policy, and these have been shaped largely by the issues identified as the one I mentioned, the country's position in Southern Africa, the personality of the leader or the incumbent at the particular time, the state ideology, humanism under the first government of President Kaunda, and the free market enterprise since 1991. But in more recent years, what we have seen is a desire for social and economic development has shaped not just Zambia's relations with neighboring countries and regional institutions, but also the relationship with both Western and Eastern countries. So until 1991, the country was really more outward looking, supporting the liberation wars in Southern Africa at a great economic cost, which Kaunda justified as necessary for Zambia's own economic warfare, saying, as Nkrumah did, that we can only succeed when our neighbors are also free. And over the last 30 years, what we have seen is a departure from state-driven economic control to free market enterprise, starting with the MMD and Frederick Chiluba in the 1991 to 2001 decade, and with an emphasis on attracting foreign investment. And here, that's when we see the adoption of structural adjustment policies, other way of reviving the economy that was collapsed by Kaunda's state-driven economic policies. Since 2002, when President Manawasa took over, we see an emphasis on economic diplomacy. So we hear this term more recently under President Hakainde Hichilema, but something which actually has longer historical roots because it started around this period when the government emphasized economic diplomacy through attracting foreign direct investment, contracting new loans, and promoting trade with other countries. At regional level, SADC and COMESA, as we know, started in the 80s, but it was only in the 2000s that they played a more important role in relation to Zambia. Again, there are question marks about the membership of the benefits that can accrue to Zambia from these regional institutions, because even though they have been in existence for a long time, they have really not been exploited by the country in terms of centering its position when it comes to economic relations. I wanted to speak briefly also about the Zambia-China policy. As we know, it can be traced back to the construction of the Tanzania-Zambia Railway, and in the 80s and the 70s, China wasn't involved in Zambia as it has become in the recent years, particularly over the last 10 years. It's a contradiction, because Michael Sata and the Patriotic Front, when they were campaigning in opposition in the 2000s, they say they didn't want anything to do with China, but a number of interventions happened that brought China to the high table. The key drivers, I think, were initially to be seen, I think, after 2005, because something happens that year, the cancellation of Zambia's debt from about 7 billion, which we had when Kaunda left power, to $500 million in 2005, meant that, and the continued presentation of China as a neo-colonial power meant that the Chinese responded by trying to secure their position by giving more support to Zambia. And this is something which started actually under the Manawasa period, even though we tend to think it's a PF initiative following the FOCAC meeting in 2000. The Chinese investment in Zambia grew from under 400 million in 2000 to 3 billion as of 2 years ago. And what we also see after 2011 is a scenario where Michael Sata, as part of fulfilling his campaigns for more jobs, for example, turns to China to borrow more money, but also Europe to fulfill this idea of job creation through construction. Again, it's something which was started by the MMD. But there have been concerns about the lack of transparency in the acquisition of Chinese debt compared to the Western one, which comes with stringent conditions. And Zambia now finds itself in a position where a significant 1/3 of its debt is held by China. And then finally, on the economic partnership at regional level, as I said, these are meant to promote trade, to relax tariff barriers and promote free movement of people. And what we have seen is that even though Zambia belongs to both COMESA and SADC, there has not been significant benefits that have accrued to the country until the early 2000s, when the country repositioned itself well to benefit from these regional initiatives. And in the recent years, we have seen the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Treaty. Again, Zambia has joined here as part of that economic diplomacy, which has been emphasized by the government. And what is questionable here is actually the role of Parliament as we head in the morning in relation to the loan contraction. But what has happened is a scenario where the government, deprived of that parliamentary oversight, has contracted significant amount of debt, especially from China, largely because Western powers, starting 2016 or so, disinvested in many African countries, including Zambia, leaving leaders like Lungu with limited option but to turn to China, and China itself using debt as the weapon that they can use to influence relations at international level, and even the Western countries. I think also you could say that they are using debt also as a weapon. If you look at how Zambia voted on the Ukraine-Russia conflict, for example, you could understand that as a consequence of how debt sometimes constrains sovereignty, in the sense that if you're applying for an IMF, bailout on one hand, and you have a key voting issue on the other hand that involves some of the countries to which you have applied for support, it really constrains and shapes your choices. I want to end with the remarks on the new government's foreign policy choices. The UPND, like the MMD before, has anchored its foreign policy on economic diplomacy. President Hichilema himself has presented himself as the Zambia's chief marketing officer, and even though there's yet to be clear, clarity on the role of Zambia in international, rather in regional institutions, what you have seen is HH, for example, visiting a number of regional countries, including the DRC, as part of creating or opening up that trade with Zambia's neighbors. But he has also leaned towards Western countries, trying to bridge the relations between Zambia and the West, which were undermined under his predecessor, Edgar Lungu. He hasn't yet visited China, and it's not clear about the government's policy towards this major power, because all his predecessors did. But I do think that the government recognizes the role of both the West and China, and they have walked a very careful path of not antagonizing the other, firm in the recognition that if the economy is to be revived, how the government manages the debt, which is owed to China as well as a number of Western institutions, will be very crucial to that success. And they have just been in power for 7 months now, short period, but the clear mandate that they have been given provide them with an opportunity to reset Zambia's foreign policy and give meaning to economic diplomacy, starting with the resolution of the country's debt. But it's important, I think, going forward for the new government to bring Parliament into the picture by giving it an important role in loan construction, acquisition. Otherwise, we find ourselves at risk of acquiring more debt, as we saw under the past 5-7 years, because of the lack of oversight institutions, which enabled the Lungu administration to borrow more heavily and leave the country in a debt situation in which it finds itself now. Ultimately, I think it's important to emphasize that Zambia's foreign policy should be predicated on its benefits to the people, and there's no better institution that represents the people's interest than the National Assembly. And I hope that the new government can give finally give effect to the constitutional provision that enables the government to borrow with the support of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sishua. Thank you for highlighting to us the key features that have previously formed foreign policy for Zambia, and also for taking us through the journey in terms of where we were and where we are today, and also the key elements of what we should typically look forward to, and obviously institutions such as the Parliament that will remain key for the journey that we still have up ahead of us as a country. Allow me now to call upon our next speaker, who's joining us virtually, Dr. Claudia Pollen, who is currently serving as Center Director for Consumer Units and Trust Society. Her career has developed and researched experience spanning over 12 years, and this has enriched her engagement in both academia and applied development practice. She formerly served as a visiting research fellow at the Zambia Institute of Policy and Analysis Research and is a prominent Zambian think tank. Dr. Pollen, I welcome you to speak to us this afternoon with regards to how different African states have historically and are currently engaging with international and regional debt relief initiatives, what lessons have been learned, we are keen to hear from you, and also the key policy implications for undertaking international debt relief. Dr. Pollen, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sishua, for just running us through a history. I think my perspective would be much more to just speak to how CSOs have sort of jumped on this debt conversation, specifically sort of to advance the narrative around debt management. So specifically, as you might note, is that in the last few years, the discussions and debate in Zambia have prominently revolved around the huge public borrowing that has led to the country amassing unsustainable debt, affecting especially the critical social sector spending. Now, while this phenomenon appears new, it is merely actually a repetition of a cycle that our country has gone through several times in the past. And many reasons, of course, have been advanced towards the issues surrounding the country, ramping up some of these huge loans that have actually had limited development impact. And the reason that seems plausible to most of the concerned civil society organizations and other stakeholders is the fact that the debt burden seems to largely border on the fact that the laws that are governing loan contraction are definitely not sufficient to lead to better ways of contracting loans and managing repayments. And as you can imagine, also a critical element to how, why public debt has grown in Zambia, especially if you just look at the past 10 years, it really speaks to the political regime shift in 2011, which saw a conservative MMD to a reckless spending by the PF. And of course, this was compounded by high poverty rates in rural areas, especially, and the whole motivation, the way in which the PF came in, which was the promise of more money in the pocket. And of course, there was a drive or a promise that this more money in the pocket would also come with a promise of infrastructure development. However, we also know that even despite all these, advancements around how this spending would happen, there were all very limited development finance, at the disposal of the then government. Already, we can look at the thin domestic investment. There was a hesitant FDI post the 2011, as well as the fact that the donor aid and development assistance in terms of donor preferences had changed. This was specifically given that Zambia had now sort of moved or increased its fiscal space under the MMD. And then, of course, borrowing, and in this case, debt, relatively became an easier way, especially for the government to fulfill some of these promises. Particularly, commercial debt became most popular, given that Zambia was also reclassified as a lower middle income country in 2011. Now, what we are seeing now is that Zambia's debt stock has actually demonstrated a high propensity towards commercial contracts from international financial markets. Specifically, between 2011 and 2021, Zambia's debt has been on the rise, and this has actually put a huge burden on the treasury in terms of the debt service. Then the increase in debt has also seen Africa's second largest copper producer become the first COVID-19 era default nation in November 2020. And this is when it defaulted on its 42.5 million repayment. And then Zambia's 3 bonds, which were issued in 2012, 2014, and 2015, among the prominent loans, which are 3 billion euro bonds that were actually contracted in amounts as follows: 750 million, 1 billion, and 1.2 billion. Now, the second 2 are extremely high interest rates of 8.5 and 8.9. And then the supposed reason, of course, for such high interest rates was the risk that Zambia could not be able to repay. So the middle of 2015, we see again Zambia's bonds trading at an average face value of 78 cents on the dollar. Now, since the start of the pandemic in 2020, the bonds have actually had an average face value of 59 cents on the dollar. Again, telling you that, we're already going into a crisis. In addition, there are Chinese loans that are estimated, though this is still, they're estimated at least over 3 billion. The current external debt stock, including publicly guaranteed and non-publicly guaranteed loans, amount to about 14.7 billion as at end of September 2021. At the end of 2021, domestic debt stood at 189 billion, domestic arrears at 46 billion, and fuel arrears at 8.6 billion. Now, what this analysis is basically showing is that there has been an increase in debt service share of the budget from about 40% in 2021 to over 45% in 2022. And of course, this debt service amount is partly meant to refinance some of the debt and prepare for the 750 million euro bond due in September 2022. However, what we note again is the government's commitment in dismantling domestic arrears remains very low and a huge cause of concern for CSOs and the general public. The debt service burden is evidently crowding out the productive sectors or economic affairs in the national budget. And specifically in 2021 and 2022, debt service surpassed economic affairs. And of course, we know that this undermines the potential to unlock the potential in various sectors such as agriculture, mining, manufacturing, tourism, energy, transport, information, and communications. Specifically, when we talk about, the need to even just enhance local involvement in mining, we also have to look at the debt challenge that is preventing that from happening. The IMF specifically classified Zambia at a high risk of debt distress in 2017. And of course, with this, Zambia had requested a suspension of the private debt repayments in September 2020. It defaulted on the bonds in November 2020 and applied for the G20 Common Framework in February 2021. Again, what we note here is that the debt crisis has already had a significant impact on people in Zambia. Specifically, we know that when it comes to public spending on social sectors, health, education, water and sanitation, as well as overall social protection fell by 21% per person between 2019 and 2021. Now, what are some of the many, the key challenges that are, sort of advancing this crisis? The debt management framework can be seen from two perspectives. The first perspective is that the legal and policy framework is quite limiting. Specifically here, I'll mention the Loans and Guarantees Act, which specifically has shown that it has limited parliamentary oversight in terms of how loans are contracted and how they are managed. In terms of institutional debt management arrangements, line ministries also do not have the fiscal discipline. Parliament itself does not have, is not able to provide the oversight. Watchdog institutions such as financial institutions are not able to scrutinize the utilization of the debt proceeds. And lastly, think tanks and other knowledge institutions are not listened to in terms of the kind of write-ups that are being done around the debt crisis and some of the alternatives that need to be undertaken by government. So why then does it become quite important then for us, even from a civic perspective, to think about a more sustainable debt restructuring and oversight? First of all, we understand that debt restructurings are vital to enable economic recovery and indeed for borrowers to regain market access. But again, too often debt restructurings are delayed, and finally, when they actually take place, they do not cancel enough debt to make it sustainable. So issues of oversight are limited in both the use and even the management of further debt by the executive. So in all this, of course, we know that there's been a lot of efforts by the government at the moment, but I just want to give you a perspective from what the CSO Debt Alliance is doing. So the CSO Debt Alliance basically is an alliance that was set up on debt management in Zambia. And this was formed in November, on November 30th, 2020. And this is basically a loose collection of civil society organizations all working on debt and debt-related issues. And we specifically try to provide input into Zambia's debt management, also provide support on how debt restructuring can be undertaken. We also try to provide platforms in finding lasting solutions to Zambia's debt management, as well as overall to ensure that these processes are done with the need of ensuring that the tracking mechanisms can be institutionalized. So transparency and accountability on the part of the government and other players with regards to Zambia's overall debt. So there are about 30 institutions, inclusive of experts, that are basically contributing to the discussion in the Alliance. And the Alliance obviously has particularly positioned itself to be able to implement projects to reach out to the community, specifically targeting eminent citizens of the country, including political leadership, by having political debates and having all these different capacity buildings about the loans and guarantees, the importance of the loans and guarantees, and how that oversight should really be something that must be undertaken by the members of parliament, including the importance of ensuring that we redress some of the limitations that are found in the information bill. So it is all about taking a strong stand as one of the manufacturers within Zambia, specifically focusing on how public finance management can be done in such a way that it is very inclusive. Specifically in terms of how the Debt Alliance and international actors' efforts have been undertaken, we have done quite a number of papers in terms, there has been the launch of the debt restructuring paper, which we've worked with a Jubilee Debt campaign, as well as advocacy campaigns for enhanced transparency and accountability. We've also done quite a lot of regional engagements on debt with AfroDad or CISA, Tax Justice Africa, and much more recently, we actually sent a letter to BlackRock to compel them to agree to a significant debt cancellation as part of Zambia's debt restructuring negotiations through the G20 Common Framework. So a debt restructuring which makes the Zambian government's external debt sustainable is actually vital, we feel, as civil society, to ensuring that the country can indeed meet the sustainable development goals and be able as well to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and as well as tackle the climate emergency. And some of the main issues that we think should be forwarded, of course, part of the debt crisis is majorly a combination or compounded by the fact that we've just had bad politics with a combination of just bad economics. So political will obviously becomes quite important. The will to be able to achieve fiscal discipline and prudence, reducing spending appetite, applying Public Finance Management Act, and fully really doing a project appraisal provision to see exactly how the management of this debt is really contributing or changing the lives of people. Legal reform, of course, on the loans and guarantees needs to be undertaken, as well as the information bill, because currently we don't have the sufficient information to be able to do the necessary tracking. And then institutional mechanisms, things like autonomy and integrity in public institutions, including Ministry of Finance, line ministries, all these need to be held to account. Resources also, professionalism and competence is also something that is that has also contributed to the incompetence that we end up seeing, that has contributed to the debt crisis. And of course, in terms of resolving the debt challenges, a possible sequence of policy and even reform prioritization should be that we need to be able to obviously build credibility and trust through debt transparency. We need to be able to apply financial management, proactive data also, and of course, this will only be made possible if the information bill and some of the limitations that are contained can be redressed. And obviously, at a regional level, we need to begin to look at how also, work together within the African region to really see how we can begin to, for example, conduct sufficient consultation and, and how cancerous the whole debt, is affecting the ability of governments to be able to properly manage, financial resources. And more specifically, I think we know that the government has been making huge efforts in terms of releasing public debt figures up to, say, in this case, we're talking about June 2022. But there's also a need for authorities to be able to make this public disclosure, a semi-annual activity, of June and December of each year. If we're talking about tracking mechanisms, these have to be quite consistent. And government also should be able to constitute a homegrown debt sustainability assessment to ensure that the risk of debt distress is averted in a timely manner without the complete reliance on the IMF and the World Bank assessment, as it has been the case. And as well as government should expedite the loans and guarantees bill, which we've been waiting for, and to rekindle the loans and grants and guarantees authorization bill, which of course will repeal the Loans and Guarantees Authorization Act of 1969. Ultimately, transparency and accountability are a bedrock of debt restructuring. Prudent debt management, we know, borders on key aspects of accountability and transparency. And we also note that these have previously been reported as a major challenge in the debt management strategies of the national government. And this, of course, can be seen in the limitation of the loans and guarantees in terms of oversight, parliamentary oversight. So the Debt Alliance, of course, in responding to these challenges, has to be able to continuously engage with independent international consultants, invested in bridging the gaps that underlie much of this debt mismanagement and the fact that there hasn't been any transparency. So it's a continuous fight and an effort that the Debt Alliance, and of course, with the effort of citizens, and key to the conversation of debt management has been the limitation in information flow. So once we're able to redress some of the limitations in the information bill and the Loans and Guarantees Act, I think we should be on the right track. But more importantly, I think there has to be that core, that political will from the leaders to want to really make sure that this development is really different from just a question of just this whole appetite of borrowing. So I think I'm going to end here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pollen. I think very well articulated. You've taken us through the journey of how electoral promises have basically led us to where we are today. You have spoken about how the whole debt service concern impacts various sectors of our economy, and also even the impact to overall social protection. Interesting points that you've highlighted with regards to what the civil society is doing, the work that is currently already underhand, and also the importance of having a sustainable policy reform for the country to be able to get back on track. So thank you so much for your presentation. We now move on to our last speaker, who's also joining us virtually. Mark Bullard is Senior Credit Research Analyst at Red Intelligence in London, with a focus on sovereign and quasi-sovereign credits across Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East, and the Africa region. Mark, we are keen to hear from you. We've heard quite a bit from Dr. Sishua, from Dr. Pollen as well, with regards to Chinese loans and being able to have Chinese debt. But keen to hear from you, Mark, in terms of, have African countries benefited from these Chinese loans? And have new players shifted the debt landscape? And lastly, how do African states benefit from an increasing number of lenders and financial options? Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Dr. Pollen and Dr. Sishua for covering the history of lending to Africa. Of course, I'm happy to talk about that, but I was going to focus more on where we are at the moment and the future. But I will try to share my slides now. I hope everyone can see them. Yeah, let me just use the first slide. Let me see, can you see my slides now? Okay, can you see the slides or not? I guess. Yeah, I will just assume that you can see my slides now. So yeah, let me just use this first slide just to talk a bit about the history of Chinese lending, as I haven't covered that in my presentation. I think, you know, the rapid ramp up in Chinese lending to Africa over the past 2 decades, in some ways follow very much the kind of previous experience of countries like Soviet Union or South Korea, which when they want to start borrowing, lending mainly to developing countries to kind of increase the trade and kind of increase projects there, it's often been very aggressive, and they've gone for projects which other lenders, for instance, the World Bank or the regional development banks or private creditors, have stayed away from, sometimes with good reason. So it tends to be this kind of boom and bust cycle that China is now in a ways. And I mean, they used to have they still have the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation forums, which are held every 3 years. And for a period, it was kind of a customary that the lending commitments would double in size at every new FOCAC meeting. But this ended in around 2018, when it was becoming clear that a lot of these projects were actually running into problems. And if you take out loan lending to Angola, which is a bit of a special client to China in Africa, you can actually see that lending to Africa actually peaked in 2013, 2014, which is also coincidentally when the Belt and Road Initiative was actually launched. And I think, what is more important for Chinese lending to Africa is actually the sort of go out policy, which was launched in 1999, which essentially was what the Chinese government wanted to do was that they had a lot of companies that were very big in China, but were very big in kind of, if you looked at turnover and how much business they did, they were as large as many of the companies in US and Europe, but they were big in China. They weren't big in the rest of the world. So the Chinese policy banks like China Exim Bank was used as an instrument to actually make these countries into global companies. And that has, in a way, been successful. I mean, the companies like Huawei and ZTE the telecom sector are now global companies, which are, bigger and just as competitive as Ericsson and Nokia, for instance. So it has been successful in that way, but of course there has been some projects which have run into problems. And I think crucially for African countries, not only with the borrowing from China, external borrowing, but also Eurobond borrowing is this, that there hasn't been an increase, a concomitant increase in the government revenue and the exports. So you have more debt to service externally, but you don't have more government revenue, you don't have more foreign exchange earnings. So that leads to the next slide, which is where we are at the moment with Zambia. And at present, 2 other African countries, namely Ethiopia and Zambia, is the G20 Common Framework, which is essentially an extension of the Paris Club of bilateral lenders, something I'll talk more about on the next slide. This was launched in late November 2020, and had as 3 applicants so far. Chad, I believe, was the first to apply for that restructuring under this, which has moved forward a bit quicker than the other countries, but still there has been, it's more a question of commercial debt there, and they still haven't reached an actual debt restructuring. But now the oil price hike has brought to doubt if this debt restructuring actually will be needed. I mean, they have oil sweep, they have a function that they actually have to pay more on their commercial debt when the oil price goes up, which meant last year that the debt servicing actually rose quicker than the government's oil revenue. Something I've covered for Red Intelligence, but the general view is that now they should be getting enough oil revenue that they should be able to service the debt without external debt, without having to do a debt restructuring. So it's an open question if that debt restructuring will go ahead. Then Ethiopia is the country which applied in January last year, late January, early February, for the G20 Common Framework. But that debt restructuring hasn't moved ahead, which means that Ethiopia continues to pay hundreds of millions servicing their external debt. So they had the sort of negative impact of, their sold Eurobonds sold off in price very much after that. But they haven't actually had any benefit from that. And their FX reserves are now at sort of 1.3 months of FX of their imports cover. So, I mean, this is where the prospect of a hard default actually is coming into prospect. And then there's Zambia, which applied about a year ago. Of course, I had the consent solicitation with some creditors in late 2020. And it is very much a canary in the coal mine when it comes to debt restructuring, just because it's not unique when it comes to its level of debt, but it's quite unique in that they've actually, the sort of variety of creditors they borrowed from, both the Eurobond market and companies, suppliers from sort of the Paris Club countries, but also Chinese, both the policy banks and the private, and a wide variety of private sector creditors. And a lot of blame has been made on China when it comes to lack of progress in the G20 Common Debt Framework, but it's still not clear there. And what is happening, one of the reasons is that Chinese still are kind of struggling coming up with a coherent position, because of course they have their policy banks, but then they also have the private sector lenders, as many are state-owned, but some aren't. And there has been some talk about actually some of the debts being reshuffled into CNY denominated debt, kind of Brady style bonds, which were used in the previous debt restructurings. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about kind of difference between the traditional Paris Club. I use the HD and the HIPEC MDRI debt restructuring here, but this is very similar to other debt restructurings you had pre-COVID, and the G20 Common Framework. So the G20 Common Framework is really just an extension of the Paris Club, the kind of principles to include essentially China, because China is now the biggest bilateral lender by far. This is partly because a lot of these G20, G7s of developed countries actually are channeling more of their aid or their lending to Africa, the developing countries, through EU institutions, the World Bank. And also the private sector there, you have the Eurobond holders, which are significant, are now one of the most significant private sector lenders. And they're mainly domiciled in US and Europe. I mean, it's a wide dispersion of this. But there are also lending from, I say G20 banks and enterprises. China is a big part there, but there's also banks from other constituencies, India, which are not, well, a part of G20, but not part of the G7. And traditionally, it's been the G7 commercial banks, which have been the main private creditors, which has created some problems, for instance, when, these lending to developed countries, for instance, US banks to Latin America, has created risks for the balance sheets of these banks. But it's also been easier to actually coordinate to get the number of people, the required people, the deciders into the same room and actually negotiate this debt. And it's also worth to mention that previously, it was all about the G7. They were the biggest lenders and also the biggest donors, and G20 countries are now still the biggest donors, but they are not the biggest lenders. So it's just a kind of question that, you lose something on the swings, you take a hit to your bilateral claims, but compared to overall financial flows to developing countries, it's not significant. But now you have a situation where a lot of the bilateral debt actually that has to be renegotiated is actually China. And while China has launched this China Development Corporation to actually focus more on their, have a bit more order in essentially their foreign aids to countries in Africa, but they're still the biggest, the importance as a player is as a bilateral lender. Rather than actual a donor. Actually, what donor? I mean a donor giving grants, predominantly grants. And there is what both the Paris Club and the G20 Common Framework, a kind of central tenet. What is, well, now getting a lot of attention is the comparability of treatment. So this is essentially means that any debt relief extended by the bilateral creditors that the private sector has to offer at least as favorable term as the bilateral creditors to these countries going under debt restructuring. So this is one of the sort of core principles of the Paris Club. But if you look at previous debt restructurings, it is questionable in many cases if this has actually been the case. And there's no Paris Club debt restructuring where the debt restructuring has been withdrawn just because the private sector has not extended as beneficial, as favorable terms. And this wasn't so much a problem when the banks and essentially the entities, both banks and the bilateral lenders were the same countries, of course, but now it is a bigger issue when you have essentially the bilateral lending is mainly from China, and a lot of the private sector lending, which tends to be at higher interest rates, and in many cases very little accountability of what this money has been used for, comes from essentially the I say G7, so Euro bond holders in US and Europe, also in some other essentially wealthier constituencies. So the G20 common framework is a bit of a logjam. It's worth remembering the average debt restructuring took about 8-9 years. So it's still early day. I definitely wouldn't write off the common framework, but it needs to move a bit forward. So the IMF has come up with 4 suggestions. I think the second one was sort of a suspension of debt service payments to official creditors for Commonwealth is the most important one, but this was not approved by the G20 latest meetings of central bank governors and the finance ministers just a couple of weeks ago in Indonesia. So I will move to the last slide because I know I'm a little bit over time, which is essentially more focused on Zambia. So the IMF has finished its debt sustainability assessment in Zambia, essentially the framework for this debt restructuring, but it's yet to be published. And there are some very interesting recent trends for Zambia. So Zambia is now, Zambia's copper exports are now at a record level at more than 3 billion in the final quarter of 2021, 8.5 billion in 2021 as a whole. And you've had a bit of a recovery in imports. The actual current account surplus is not as big as it was in the first half of last year, but it's still very substantial. So Zambia should, in theory, according to this, be in a better position to actually service its debt. But it is notable that despite these record copper exports and record current account deficits, FX reserves were actually falling in the fourth quarter last year. So you had a big injection in the they had a modest injection of first half last year because you had a lot of foreign money flowing into the domestic bond market, and then you had the IMF's special drawing, general allocation of special drawing rights, where Zambia was arguably the biggest recipients, and its FX reserves more than doubled from around 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion to close to 3 billion. But then they actually, once this injection was made, the FX reserves actually fell in the fourth quarter of last year, despite record copper exports, because you have these outflows on the financial accounts in the sort of non-financial corporations. So it's essentially non-banking, also households. And this will be interesting to see how the IMF takes this into account in this debt sustainability assessment. And the second slide is just showing that you had these strong inflows into the local currency market. That's the red staple there. So the non-resident holdings of local currency debt, which they're recognized as part of external debt, but they most likely will not be part of the debt restructuring unless President Hichilema decides they actually wants to do a domestic debt restructuring in addition to the external debt restructuring. And just the third slide just show the sharp increase you've had. Third and fourth slide just shows the sharp increase in domestic debt you've had in the past 2 years or so, since Zambia essentially got cut off from external financing. And a lot of this debt was run up was essentially taken on in the run up to the August elections last year, and often at interest rates of 25 to 35%. I mean, Zambia's inflation was around 20-25% at the moment, but it's still very high interest rates. And now you have consumer price inflation still in the double digits, but it's quite likely to fall to single digits by the end of the year. Of course, you have the increase in oil prices, and fuel prices might change a little bit. And you also had the increase in the regulated price. But essentially, this domestic debt will be very costly to service. And this is similar, not so much to Chad and Ethiopia, but a similar situation to, for instance, Ghana, which could be the next country to apply for a debt restructuring. So, and in previous HIPIC MDRI debt relief, the domestic financial sector was not really significant enough for and to actually have a strong impact on the fiscal situations in these countries. But now it's a different situation, and this will be a challenge for the IMF and in the debt restructuring negotiations. But I will stop there, and we can move to Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you for highlighting to us the agenda that China had for Africa, and they're expressly mentioning the Belt and Road Initiative. Also just highlighting the internal challenges that China is probably going through at the moment in terms of coming to the party with regards to the asks that are on the table from it. And lastly as well, thanks for breaking down the whole debt restructuring framework. We typically get to ask ourselves the question of, you know, what exactly or who exactly falls under the G20 common framework, who are the participants, who would also typically fall under the private creditors, etc. So thank you for breaking that down to us. Like Mark mentioned, we will now move on to Q&A. And I think we'll firstly start off with a question that we have received on Zoom from Chisanga Mukuka before we can pass on to questions on the floor. Chisanga's question is directed at Dr. Sishoa. The question being, since our foreign policy is anchored on economic diplomacy and the UPND government has shown that it's more aligned to the West than to China. However, do you think that our alignment with the West will help us in debt management, especially when we are currently shifting from China, the country we owe a larger portion of debt? And would you say that our current foreign policy can help us get out of debt while maintaining our relations with other regions? Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Chisanga, for the question. Can I use the mic?
Yep.
Thank you, Chisanga, for the question. Alignment with the West and its impact on debt, Zambia's debt. I think that we have to be very careful. You know, I don't think that the new government has discarded China. I think that they have now prioritized one thing, which is securing an IMF deal, and what we may see as an alignment with the West at this stage is really an attempt to speak with the key actors who are crucial to securing an IMF deal. And I understand why that is important. You know, an IMF deal is important for perhaps 2 or 3 reasons. The first is that creditors, 2/3 of whom are actually in Western countries, in form of Europe, private bondholders, institutions. Creditors would want to see an IMF program as a step towards rescheduling, you know, Zambia's debt. Whether I like it or not, the reality is that the economy was in such a perilous state that made the IMF bailout almost inevitable. I don't understand why the previous administration delayed securing an IMF deal, perhaps for reasons of elections, but I understand the predicament in which the new administration finds itself. I think that an IMF deal also creates a positive feel factor, you know, or creates trust relations among rating agencies, which is important for accessing money cheaply from capital markets. I've seen criticism of this focus on the IMF deal, but I think it's also worth remembering that the fiscal adjustment required by the IMF should not be greater than would be required in the absence of a program. And the good thing also is that nowadays the IMF tries very hard, I think, to ring-fence social expenditure. And that's why we have seen the Zambian government committing to employ about 40,000 people in the health sector as well as in education. That is quite a departure from the traditional IMF that we know. And I also think that it will be impossible to revive Zambia's economy without dealing with the debt issue in the first place. I think that the president is also very careful, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I suspect, understand that because 1/3 of Zambia's debt is owed to China, it's an important player, even within the IMF itself. And they have not discarded the IMF. What the government has done, in my view, is to repair the relations with the West, while acknowledging China as an important player in the management of Zambia's debt. But also in relation to Zambia's foreign policy itself. If you look at the trips that Hichilema has taken, whether it's to Washington, whether it's to Europe, at the UK, we may read that as a bias toward the West, but actually what we find, I think, to be fair to the government, is a scenario where when he went to Washington, he went, I think, to the UN General Assembly, and he took advantage of that to speak with the IMF representative and the World Bank. And these are important players also in terms of getting money from these key institutions. When he went to the UK, he took advantage to meet with some of Zambia's creditors, to hold meetings with them. Again, that doesn't show a preference toward the West. It simply suggests that he was taking advantage of being in these places to speak to the key actors. I would hope that that does not signal an abandonment of China, because whether he likes it or not, the country holds a significant sway of Zambia's debt, and you cannot restructure the country's debt without China's participation. I've seen the Minister of Finance, I think, being hopeful that we may have a deal by mid this year, maybe June. I don't think that is correct. I think that is being overly ambitious, over optimistic. Perhaps September this year we might have a deal, possibly next year. But I think that what can be said with certainty is that an IMF deal is essential to tackling Zambia's enormous debt. And I think that the UPND understands that securing a deal does not entail abandoning China. Both China and the West are important. And I would hope that that's a direction they take forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take a round of questions on the floor before we go on to another question that we have that has come through on Zoom. If there are any questions from the audience here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the important insights. I just wanted to find out from Mark whether you had a look at the VAT refunds owed to the mining sector by the government, whether that has any impact in terms of the debt profile, but also on the other side in terms of what the government is attempting to do, which is drive investment in the mining sector, albeit these bottlenecks. And the figure for the VAT refunds is actually quite enormous. It rivals some sort of a local debt, so to say. So I just wanted to find out whether
you had a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, did you get that question?
Yes, I mean, so this is a Ishilema, one of the things he's driven, and I think this is one factor behind these very strong financial outflows, is the financial, and has contributed to the well, driven the sharp increase in in oil in exports, because there's both a price effect of actually copper prices being higher, but also production going up. And I mean, this is also a factor in the revival of Zambia. I mean, the copper sector has been extremely important for the economy for several decades now. There's been a kind of a boom-bust cycle, and relations between the sort of mining sector and the Lungu administration definitely strained. And there are several changes in the actual royalty rates of the how much government got from the mining sector. So I think that's is an important factor. I haven't actually seen that there's no break these outflows, but definitely seems to, there's quite a strong correlation with copper exports. So that's my impression, that is the mining sector driving these financial outflows. But I don't have a clear question of to what extent it has to do with the VAT refunds. I mean, they did stop before Ishilema came into power, and refunds, but it's something worth looking at. So thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, it is worth mentioning that even you have this boom in the mining sector, the mining revenue only accounts for about 10–15% of total government's revenue. So there is a bit of an image, or there's view by some that essentially this mining boom would eventually solve the debt servicing problem, but that is not the case, just because it is very significant for exports, copper, by about 2/3 of exports or so, but it's only 10–15% of government revenue. So that's, I'll leave it.
Thank you. We'll take our last question that has come through Zoom. And this is from Sean. The question is, discussing Africa's debt problem, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe described the lending practices of some countries as a predatory, saying development support should not put an excessive debt burden on countries on the receiving end. Dr. Pollen, would you like to get this question?
Yes, please. I do think that this is a conversation we've actually been having regarding how sustainable, or the issue of how moral is a debt in the first place. And we note this from especially some of the activities that have been done in Kabwe, where there are all these mining activities that happened, and then after that you borrow money to clear. Surely some of this debt is immoral. And I think that's kind of the standpoint that we'd like to consider, to say that part of this debt, in this debt restructuring, we must also consider what is considered moral debt and what is immoral, so that we begin to see that, so that we begin to really put out that part of this repayment has a major effect even on government's ability, even just to redress some of the activities or interventions that were even maybe from borrowed money. So I think that should be a huge consideration. And as I mentioned in one of the slides, like one of the things that we're thinking about is, obviously we've written a letter to BlackRock, and this is basically asking them to cancel part of this debt, because we think part of this debt is actually immoral. And surely there must be a consideration for that if we are really thinking about ensuring that these countries become sustainable. You can't talk about a debt restructuring that only makes a country's ability to be able to sort of expand on its the critical social sectors, and you're saying it's sustainable, but in a sense, you're taking away from the country's ability to provide social sector services. So in a sense, what we are arguing here is that it's true, there is a lot of, part of this debt is actually immoral, and we need to think about altogether, not just restructuring it, but cancelling it out.
Thank you. Dr. Sushua, you have a comment?
Said. So, I hope you can hear me. So I think Pauline is right, but I also think that the comments of the former Japanese Prime Minister are important in the sense that debt, distorts international relations. When we talk about foreign policy, it's important to understand how debt undermines, recipient countries' sovereignty, especially the poor countries, in the sense that it is used, and that has been proven historically, by major powers to trap recipient countries into spheres of influence and support. During the Cold War, for example, we saw that, but even in case of Zambia, in the early 2000s and in the last administration, what we see China doing in many ways is to use debt as a way of securing its position. When Sata, for example, was busy saying he would chase Chinese investors if he wins power, especially after the 2006, during the 2006 election campaigns, what China does at the time when Zambia had just been freed from a debilitating external debt is to extend a significant amount of loans for infrastructure as well as the other through multi-economic facility zones, because they know this is the way of securing their long-term interest in the country. And this happens even under Lungu, given the lack of transparency and the fact that China uses even private firms to lend money. That really is an important way in which debt can cripple, very effective international relations. And very quickly, I think that, there was a question on this about whether having more options to borrow from is good. I think that diversity of lenders and financial options means greater choices and freedom on the part of recipient countries, at least in theory. In practice, however, what it means actually that each lender imposes their own conditions, and in a unipolar world driven by neoliberalism, for example, that has significant constraints on that places significant constraints on the recipient countries. So what looks like diversity of lending options or lending sources is simply degrees of loss of sovereignty, not freedom to formulate and pursue independent economic policies in international relations. And I do think that it's very important to generate development from internally generated resources. In cases like Zambia's, where the country is poor and major powers, be it Western countries or China, for example, use debt as an instrument of control. I earlier mentioned that how Zambia was constrained in terms of voting choices on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, may have been constrained by the consideration of an IMF deal and how, abstaining or voting the other way would have hit her chance of securing a deal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think a round of applause for our fantastic speakers of this session. Allow me at this point to now hand over to Dr. Alex Vines for his concluding remarks. He is Director, Africa Program at Chatham House, joining us virtually from London. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kazidi, and I listened with great interest to the debate and discussion about debt. So it just made me wish that I was with you. Unfortunately, I got a PCR positive test, so I've had to stay in London and haven't been able to join you. But it's my great pleasure to close this conference today of Emerging Powers in Africa, Regional and Natural Linkages in Eastern and Southern Africa. For Chatham House, this was a marvelous opportunity. We've been thinking about multipolarity, diversity of relationships, and geopolitics long before the recent crisis with the Russian invasion of Ukraine has put it into stark relief. And I can think of no better place to discuss this than Zambia, given the issues around natural resources, multipolarity, not being pigeonholed to tilt too much to the east or towards the west. And so I hope this conference has provided an opportunity to really think and investigate some of these issues more deeply, of how does a government like the new one in Zambia navigate this complex new world that we're in without getting pigeonholed, with having to make choices, and also to navigate things that we've heard about, such as a significant debt burden that it has inherited from its predecessor governments. So I want to thank everybody for attending the conference. I want to thank the government of Zambia, the civil society of Zambia, the FCDO, and many others who have helped support this. As you know, our condolences to Zambia. We postponed this conference because originally it overlapped on the Memorial Day for the late President Rupiah Banda, someone who myself, as an early in my career, I worked with when he was still a member of the UNIT party, just at the beginning of the democratic transition in Zambia, after the movement for multi-party democracy won. So Zambia is a country that I personally have followed closely over the decades. And I am thrilled that we were at Chatham House able finally to hold an international conference in Lusaka of the quality and of the breadth and of the depth that we've been able to do over today. So it's late in Zambia. You've been speaking for a long time and discussing the issues of emerging powers in Africa since this morning. So I don't want to say anything more now, except just thank everybody, wish you safe journeys home, and thank you again for participating and providing a really rich conference today. Thank you, everybody, and good evening to you. And those that are online, I know there's a couple from Washington. It's still just moving into late morning. So good morning to you. Thank you very much.